Bitcoin this morning. MicroStrategy making moves again, quietly picking up 1.1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Yeah, 1.1 billion additional worth of Bitcoin after a debt raise on the company itself. Same old for MSTR. Not doing a heck of a lot on that news this morning, but we'll keep an eye on Bitcoin overall. Meanwhile, there's the market kind of hanging out where we ended the day yesterday, basically flat, as I mentioned here, to start things off on a Friday. But what a couple of days it's been here to the upside, back in positive territory, as I mentioned for. The NASDAQ, not a heck of a lot as far as data points this morning. We just got import-export prices for August. Looks downside for the most part across the board. The biggest one, Michigan consumer sentiment, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. That has an inflation portion to it. So just keep that in mind. We'll bring that to you when it comes through at 10 o'clock. Everything else, though, basically where we left off at the end of the day yesterday. I mean, there's a couple of impressive earnings reports, or not so much, maybe. Adobe, yeah, downside in a pretty big way. Oracle with that forecast revision yesterday, but Adobe, ouch.
Yeah, two completely different stories.
Yeah.
Adobe down, Oracle up. Look, you know, the headwinds for Adobe are not new. I've been seeing a lot on social media about this. People are not happy with the new terms of service where you include some of their images in the AI database for them to learn off. So here's the look. They exceeded on revenue and earnings, but they missed big, Brendo, on the fourth quarter guidance. That was the exact opposite story for Oracle, which is looking at much bigger revenues in the future. The 2029 outlook, they're talking about $104 billion in revenue, so that's really exciting.
Yeah, impressive move right out of the gate at 4 o'clock last night when that came out. What is it, 6.5% here right now for Oracle, all the way to 172 almost. Trying to hold at the highs here for ORCL. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind that move this morning. The biggest portion of that coming again after the close yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on those two. Some of the Chinese names could be interesting here today with this note. Essentially more tariffs coming on, specifically lower priced imports coming into the U.S. So targeting Temu, essentially, PDD, those types of apps.
Yeah, they get around that $800 limit, Brendo, that the government has, called the de minimis rule. Essentially, anything under $800 worth of value can come into the country free of tariffs. So a lot of people are complaining about that, retailers included, saying unfair advantage, and PDD taking a hit here, 5 3/4 as the Biden administration looking at putting in new restrictions.
Yeah. Pretty ugly for them specifically, but as we mentioned, it's more on the lower price. Alibaba did have a flush initially on that move this morning along with PDD, but it has bounced since. So we'll keep an eye on some of those. Sean is away at a golf tournament today. He's actually going to check in with us from the golf tournament, and we'll tell you why when he does. We have no idea when that's going to be, but when he does, we'll get him on the show. But Obi is with us today, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Why can't we tell them now why that is? Okay, so
he's gonna give us a spontaneous call.
No, there's the golf tournament happening locally, and it's a charity event, and Trade TV Live is sponsoring a hole.
Nice.
So now we don't. Here's the thing: we don't know which hole it is, but the idea is that when Sean is playing that hole, he's gonna call in and. Give us the goods on how it's going. It's a shotgun. I learned this yesterday. I didn't know what this meant. It's a shotgun start, which means like everybody starts at a different hole, and all 18 holes, 18 different groups, and everyone starts at a different hole. So we don't know what hole he's starting at. I don't think he'll know until. I thought it was starting now, but he'll let us know when he tees off, because he could start on like 7, and then it could be like the 18th for all we know. And then whenever it does happen, we'll let you guys know. I'm excited for today. I can tell you, when you get those, we didn't have much in terms of economic numbers this morning. Import-export, the only thing that matters about that is, unless you're Vandalay Industries, you probably don't care about that number. Maybe others do. But PDD,
Boy.
See, the thing about this name, what I want to start with is they already got shellacked, and now you're going to get the double dip with the administration slapping some tariffs on them. And I feel like this is the kind of thing that's probably agreed upon by both sides. So they're under pressure today. I want to be looking for some shorts there. You had great runs in NVIDIA, was mostly just longs. It's above its 50-period moving average. You're going to be looking at some of that. Obviously, Boeing with the strike news. There to the downside. Oracle, gotta love that guidance. I think that was fantastic. That should also be on watch. I'm also gonna have like a muted smile on my face over my Buffalo Bills last night. Fantastic win for the Bills, but I will say this: I genuinely hope the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins is okay, and I would not be like I kind of hope the guy. I hope he's okay. I'd rather not see him play again. It's he's a tough guy and it's a tough sport, but I'm happy we get to play a non-contact sport sometimes. But that was a brutal hit that he took. But tough dude. Wish him the best. Great win for the Bills, but it was tough to celebrate when you see the human side of it. I know you're not into sports, but
No, but your team won, so congratulations.
yeah, if you had to see it, the quarterback and the opposing team took a brutal hit. He has a history of concussion issues.
Oh, damn.
It was instantaneous. Like, you knew he was basically out the second did it, and they showed the replay way too many times.
Right.
Like, I didn't need to see it. I actually went to bed shortly after. I didn't even want to watch the rest of the game. I knew they were going to win at that point. But there's lots of winning opportunities here today, Obi. Let's try to focus on that because this market's been giving us gifts. What do you like the most?
I don't know. I got a few names on my watch. We'll see how things set up. Things got to do what I'm looking for. We were just talking about this as well. Like Spider. I like that Spider. Again, we saw how strong we closed on a lot of the names yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for a potential continuation. But then again, it is a Friday, right? I got to keep that in mind. I like Starbucks 100. I like that. Oracle. A little bit of guidance news last night, right after the close. So Oracle is going to be interesting. All-time highs. Day 4 earnings continuation. You can see it's doing stair step off of earnings. Another stair step, and then now off of yesterday's news there, Catalyst. We do another stair step. So let's see if we do a little bit more of a consolidation today, or we continue to the upside. I also like, for earnings, Kroger. We were talking about Kroger from yesterday. Kroger had a really strong close. I like that one as well. Got to keep eyes on that one. PDD, of course, you mentioned in the morning. I didn't know about it until I came in this morning. PDD doing some moves as well. What else do we got? We got, we said Kroger. RH as well had earnings. Adobe had earnings as well. RH I got as a technical breakout, potentially.
I feel like it's broken everything.
No, it's look at that. It's breaking out of those tops.
No, RH.
I like that.
RH is this is a sleeper, I think, because it's not always the most heavily day traded stock. I'd say, frankly, it's never the most day traded stock, but it's got a 13% shortfall. For some reason, I thought it was more than that, but it's double digits, and you do see it. Like, it's a technical breakout. I kind of ignore the wicks. I mean, you look at like 302 in here. Like, as long as you hold the 300 level, it's a great setup. That said, it's one of those spready stocks, but sometimes you like the stocks with the big spreads.
Yeah, I do. Because like they give a bit of a tell, right? Like if it's spready and say that there's demand coming in, you can sometimes see the bid stepping up into the ask before the move actually happens, and then if you can nuance that with some key levels, you might have a trade on your hands.
That's an important point. Actually, there was a day. I'm glad you mentioned that. There was a day. The SSR day on SMCI. Right. So the day that SMCI was SSR, and I was playing an SSR bounce, and it was somewhere in the middle. I think it was like the price was like 58 or something. I don't know, whatever. I was in the long trade, and then I was saying live, "Oh no, this move is stalling." It'd been going. It looked like it had room to go $10-15, and it was screaming like a normal SSR bounce would be going. And then it got to like an $8 level. And suddenly you could just see, like when that buying that shows up when it's all spready, like that just ground to a halt, and it looked the complete opposite. Like, what the heck? It went from like the no liquid program buying, get out of its way. If you're not in position, you're not getting along. It went from that to where's all the selling coming from right at that 8 level. And I was like, oh, this doesn't look very good. This is stalling. It's stalling. And I got out of the long, and I looked back like 10 minutes later. That was the exact time to have been short. Like, it was basically telling you, because usually it's a liquid, and suddenly there were sellers en masse, and you could really see it on level 2.
Would you say the price action and the book were distinctly different?
Yes, Obi, I would say that. See, we got the Obi-isms already. We'll leave it with that one before we go back into the desk. I like it, Obi.
All right.
All right, yeah, Sharif and I were just going over some of the details here as for RH. Restoration Hardware? RH, formerly known as Restoration Hardware? I don't know. Depends on what week it is, it sounds like anyways.
Right.
I mean, net income, 33.8 million. Estimates were 31.6. I mean, revenue, 829.7 million, 824 was expected. Like, if anyone's not familiar, yeah, huge move on the chart. If anyone's not familiar with this store, it's very, very high-end home furnishings. I mean, $20,000 couch type home furnishing.
I didn't know that.
There's enough people buying $20,000 couches apparently for that kind of a move. But they also have at the Yorkdale store, anyways. There's that like restaurant cafe now. So they're, I guess, trying to expand a little bit into other areas. But
is that Restoration Hardware? Is that called Restoration Hardware?
It's the same, yeah, same. I mean, you go buy a $20,000 couch, you stay for lunch, I guess.
For sure, Brenda. I mean, like, look, you get tired a little bit.
Yeah,
spending that kind of money. No, seriously though, they beat on the top and bottom line, as Brendo mentioned. Good commentary from analysts. I'll just bring it over here, show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. KeyBank maintaining sector weight, acknowledging strong results amid economic challenges. This was what I highlighted though. This was interesting. So RH lowered its revenue growth forecast, actually down from 8 to 10%, down to 5 to 7. That didn't seem to raise the suspicions of analysts. TD Cowen raising their price target, Brendo, up from 325 to 350. KeyBank doing the same thing as well, so good luck.
I mean, it's not really a day trading type of stock, really. I mean, 300, as you said, 300 plus, kind of a stock, but worth keeping an eye on RH today. I was just having a look for anything on Boeing here, guys. There was a nice move back higher on Boeing. Yeah, I don't see anything new anyways. The last headline was around 8 o'clock here, but looks like the strike is going to happen here for Boeing.
It's kind of eye-watering how many people voted for the strike. I know about 95% of people, or the machinists union, voted for that strike. They were not impressed with that 25% pay bump. They want 40. They also want more than the 401ks that Boeing is offering. They want the reinstatement of the pension that's been removed since 2016, a defined pension plan, obviously, that hasn't been done lately by companies, as it just really cooks the books there. So we'll have to see how this works out. And people are talking about a prolonged strike, 30 plus days. Last time this happened was 2008, and it was trouble.
That said, we just held the low here. Sorry? Okay, yeah, bring him on. Sean's already here, apparently.
Hey.
So we'll get him on. Here is... If we can show me, there we go. Just real quick, there's the low from the past couple of days here, trying to hold. We're back above 157 now, but for Boeing. But yeah, nice move back higher. Sean is, as we said, at a golf tournament today that he's getting ready for.
Tina man.
There he is.
Nice shot.
Did you?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Did you get a hole in one yet, or what? Who's winning?
Yeah, a couple of them. We're at the Emmett Foster charity event here, and we've sponsored a hole.
There we go.
Here we go.
Hey.
There we go.
Cool.
The Trader TV Live right there. So we got the hat on. We're ready to rock and roll, but we got to be quiet.
What hole was it?
We're here golfing with some partners from S3, so we're getting ready to rock and roll here. But it's a great time. It's great weather, and I hope everyone has the best of luck as we sit here and represent Trader TV Live at the golf tournament.
Attaboy. What hole did we sponsor? What number?
Yeah.
What number?
Number 6. Number 6.
Okay, I'll take it.
Number 6.
Nice. All right. Well, good luck.
I got it.
You're looking sharp.
Thank you for having me on, and good luck to everybody.
Man.
All right. Have fun, Sean. Thanks.
I got to go tee off here. I got to go tee off.
Watch those trees. No pressure. No pressure. There's Sean. Having fun on a Friday. But thoughts on Boeing here, guys?
I was yeah, it would have been cool. Like, get I don't know, get you hold the camera or something like that. Just get the lefty in there, drive one down the fairway. But yeah, okay. So Boeing, I guess if they're not, I don't know why it made that pop there. What looked like was happening on Boeing was you were just flat bottom breaking and kind of going lower. And actually, when Obi and I were discussing what we're looking at this morning, I was like, I don't know if I like Boeing as much. And I was thinking about that as a continuation under the lows for a short. But then it just kind of bounced on like a few dollars in here, and I don't really know why it would get that bounce. It's obviously still under trouble. Like you're talking about they're talking about the impact of this being over $1 billion if it's a month-long strike. So that's not good, obviously. I mean, at the other end of that, even if you get a deal, that's probably going to cost more as well. But you got to figure that'll be long-term stability, and the market genuinely likes stability. So I don't know why this made a little bit of a bounce. Could be a bit of a relief rally. Certainly, I think people that are looking forward from this will probably realize that some of the reputational risk and all that is maybe still a bigger deal than this. So when this gets passed, you're left with what a lot of people think is a turnaround that either it pretty much has to happen. There's not a lot of competition here. I don't think this stock is a buy just yet for myself. I've been talking about a lot of times when you look at these charts and it's just downward trending, why do you need to catch a falling knife? It broke the low. Let it reestablish. There was a point at which, when it held a 50 period, and you can see I've got the trend lines drawn, the resistance lines drawn. When it broke, rounded the top, and I was looking for it to break back out, and I was willing to be involved in a long in Boeing if it could have taken it out. It didn't. It did literally the opposite, and it just needs to set the same thing up. It might set it up at the 50 period. We'll see, but let it make that rounded bottom first. And I know somebody who also agrees that when a stock is a falling knife, you should let it make that rounded bottom before you try to get into the long. Mr. Michael Noss is here.
Ew.
Yes, it is Friday morning. Let's get Mr. Noss in here to give us an update on, as you said, right out of the gate here, wild action this week, initially lower. We end up holding some key levels. We're right back up. I mean, we've been talking over the past couple of weeks about the possibility that we could just, kind of chop around and be in a range right through till November when there's a little more clarity of the direction forward. Historically, that seems to be what happens on election years. But, you can't take away from the strength that we've seen here over the past couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm still in the camp that we're going to be choppier for longer just based on the seasonality trends. But what was really interesting is the rotation that is being shown here. And that's kind of what I brought with the chart. So we can start just taking a look at the S&P 500. So this is the chart that everyone goes and looks at. We are getting close to those all-time highs. I've always said I would be shocked if we don't break all-time highs, even if we're going to be choppier for longer, just to potentially trigger some stops or to suck some people in or whatever it is. But, with the rally that we've seen, again, it'd be shocking if we just turned here, but we certainly could. But I want to just, stay on this chart and absorb this for a little bit because we're going to talk about relative strength and relative rotation and what we've seen out of the market. So we know all year it has been semiconductors, it's been the Qs that have been leading, it's been, big cap tech, anything AI related or touching AI or even, mutters the word AI has been doing fantastic. But I want to take things, and this is why I'm rambling for a bit, to leave the SPY up so that we can look at what's happening to those names now, specifically on this rally over the last few days. Now, the next chart I have here is just the Qs. Now, we saw how the SPY was getting very close to all-time highs. It was butting up against it. Now, the Qs, not only did we have that lower high that happened about a month or so ago, but now that we're rallying, we're not even very close to that high, let alone the all-time highs. So we're seeing that this rotation is now happening, which is what we've been looking for, which what I want to see if the market is going to be bullish, is that when these type of situations occur, that we just don't see the same names rallying over and over again. Yes, the Qs are doing great still on an absolute basis, and the NASDAQ is doing great still on an absolute basis, but we're seeing potentially lower highs in the Qs, which means that things could be moving. Now, the real culprit is the next chart here, and we have the semiconductors, right? I drew these trend lines on it just to show the steepening action between the SPY, which was near horizontal trend line. Now we have the Qs that's tilted a little bit, and then we have the SMH that's tilted a lot, just showing that the bounce in the SMH is very muted compared to everything else. So semis are not only not leading the charge, they are dramatically lagging this action. So this is, again, what I'm going to be spending my weekend doing is looking a little bit under the hood, but it's the power that we have here at Trade Ideas. So the next one I have is just a screenshot of show me the ETFs that I follow that are up the most. We have gold, we have silver, we have natural gas. XME is a gold or a metals and mining ETF. USO is oil. We have COPX, which is copper miners. We have XHB, which is home builders. You notice there's no big cap tech in this name. There's no XLF or XLV. There's a lot of names that were leading the charge that are now missing from this list. So just taking a look at, this is why the last chart I'm just showing, I was here on Monday talking about how I liked UNG. I did actually end up getting involved in that 2 days ago. And this is what I'm seeing. You can see the massive candle that we've had on natural gas, even though in the long run, still obviously relatively weak to the overall market, but we're seeing this rotation where money is flowing out of the names that have been carrying us all year into other names that are more I don't know if they're inflation prep or what it is. I'm going to try to grab that narrative as I go through my 150 weekly charts after the weekend. I'll bring that to you guys on Monday. But definitely a shift away from AI and the things that used to be working and into other sectors, which for me is very exciting and for you guys should be exciting as well, because it means we have a whole other basket of names that could be starting fresh new uptrends. If we're going to continue to see this kind of choppy market and rotation, it gives us somewhere else to focus that's not, the overextended names like NVIDIA.
If you go back to that CPI print this week that, was more or less a non-event, kind of in line with expectations, I think a lot of people were caught off guard and maybe confused a little bit by the reaction we saw specifically from those names, from tech, the past 2 days. It really was, some of the NVIDIAs and the semiconductors specifically, and the bigger tech names that were leading that rally into the close, specifically on the CPI day, and then even yesterday. So it was a little confusing, I think, for most, because we were expecting that rotation that you were talking about. But at the end of the day, it was, everybody just jumped back in the same pool.
Well, they're high beta names. So you're always going to get, when the SPY moves 1%, NVIDIA is always going to move 5%, kind of one way or the other. This is why I think a lot of people get caught up when they're talking about relative strength and weakness, and they get confused about beta, right? And beta is essentially just a calculation of the correlation to the market and then how much the security moves versus a bunch of other the S&P 500. So a high beta name like NVIDIA is always going to have these massive intraday moves. That's why I'm doing things like I'm pegging to that all-time high and seeing how close we are to that all-time high. Because if in the long run, if NVIDIA was relatively strong or relatively stronger than the market, it would not only be at that all-time highs, the way the S&P 500 is, but you would expect maybe even through that all-time highs. So on these intraday bases, you're definitely going to get these wild swings, which is why we have to kind of zoom out a bit and use some sort of an anchor point. Thankfully, with the market at all-time highs, using an anchor point for relative strength becomes very easy. Gets a little bit more muddly if we're in a range.
Yeah, but I mean, is that the thought that we might be missing here, in that the NASDAQ and tech itself lagging versus the S&P 500? Is there that opportunity to catch up?
It could be. I'm one that, that I've read tons of academic papers and evidence just saying you buy the thing that's closest to its all-time highs, you end up outperforming the market in the long run. So that's where my focus goes to. You could definitely see a catch-up trade, but my wonder and my worry is that as an institution, if I'm a giant hedge fund, do I just buy more NVIDIA? Is that going to impress my investors? Or do I, say, hey, I was the first to catch a natural gas move, or I was the first to catch something else? So I just wonder if that, as things are moving, if we're pegging to these highs, are we is there more juice if I get something like a natural gas that could potentially move to highs versus an NVIDIA going up, I don't know, another 20% or something?
20%.
Just fine. That's nothing for NVIDIA. That's like
it's a Friday. Trader TV 20. Anybody wants 20% off trade ideas, go check them out on the weekend if you're doing any back testing. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Talk to you then.
Thank you, Michael. You save 20% here. You save 20% there. Put that money into NVIDIA, and you're flying. Or put that money into Walmart or Costco.
Boy.
And you'll also be flying to the upside. No, what's interesting about that point, and what Michael was mentioning about if you just stick to buying things that are near that all-time high, it's a simple concept. If you do that versus other stuff, you're just essentially always buying whatever is in the moment the best. And if you look at, and I mentioned Walmart, not just because Obi and I were discussing Walmart and Costco, but we were.
Oh boy.
But when you look at this, okay, so you're like, oh man, look at Walmart, it's consolidating. Oh, I don't want to buy it when it's consolidating. It just rejected this top on the weekly, and look at it consolidating lower. It can't break through the, oh my goodness, what just happened? It just went another 25, 30% to the upside. That's the idea. And the other thing you want to consider is, and this is one of those, one of the phrases I don't like things with an ugly chart, but I'm always cautious when someone's like, oh, this something is dead money or whatnot. Because ultimately you shouldn't care about what happens in the past, because there was a point a couple of years ago after COVID, it's like, oh man, Costco outperformed Walmart by blah 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 blah, and and don't get me wrong, it's true, like Costco had been so much better than Walmart, and you would have been better off having your money in Costco. But the truth is, since Walmart has been expanding all over the place, whether we're talking groceries, pharmacy, like it's all they're doing, and they're hitting on every single cylinder. And you look to what the future was for them, and they were doing something different and growing, and then all of a sudden it becomes a different stock. And that's exactly what's happened. But this is a strong one, and we were just talking about this with regards to, because Costco's essentially making a potential breakout on the daily, and it's an expensive stock. It's hard to day trade, and the thought was, well, if it goes, you can probably just look for some Walmart longs. If you're not into Costco on a $900 stock, like if it takes out this triple top, which seems like it's inevitable at some point, whether it's today or next week, you can just look for a continuation play or a sympathy play over in Walmart, as they've been going a little bit lockstep. Walmart's probably a little more top heavy-ish, but if Costco goes, I find it hard to believe Walmart wouldn't as well.
Yeah, no, I think definitely watching those. I was just like, Costco showed up on my scanner last night, and yeah, thank you, Neil, for pointing out that Walmart as well could be a great sympathy play, looking very, very similar there. Again, all-time high. So let's see. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if the top play on the day today, but definitely for swings, I think could be something. As again, Michael Noss literally talking about buying things that are all-time highs. Walmart, Costco, baby, coming up. All the way up, it would seem. But no.
Nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. And the reason why we have songs like this on our head today is all because of Ramin. On Fridays, Ramin makes sure that when we... Why is that a fail?
DJ Ram Ram
comes through, so we get music on Friday. Who hit the fail for that?
Fabian.
See, this is Fabian, the love-hate relationship between these two. What?
Oh, is it Sharif? Oh,
Sharif.
Sharif is failing Ram. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. All right. We all know, Sharif and Ram Ram have a little bit of a beef.
Yeah, well, you know what's going on. The problem is Sharif is way too busy looking at his Fibonacci retracement levels to actually...
I heard about this. I heard about the Fibonacci...
By the way, I noticed...
What do you say?
He didn't realize he was on camera. We're trying to catch him. But then Fabian's too professional. He turned the mic down so you couldn't hear him. No, but how about this? Let's go over to Adara, get some upgrades and downgrades, although we're putting a downgrade on Sharif for hating on Ram.
Upgrade on Ram.
ARM kicking things off here with this initiated coverage here. Positive note here from Raymond James with outperform rating and a $160 price target. Ford Drilling getting this upgrade from Evercore ISI, up about 4% in the pre-market. TKO with an upgrade from Pivotal Research Group. And Kineska Pharmaceuticals getting an upgrade from Jefferies Financial. Jefferies also here responsible for the first downgrade of the list. This for Moderna. We know we had some negative things coming out of that company yesterday, including lower than expected revenue guidance. So mRNA down almost 5% with this Jefferies downgrade. AstraZeneca also in the same space here, getting this downgrade from Deutsche Bank. We have Garmin down about 2% with a Barclays downgrade. And last but not least, RBC Capital Markets downgrading Halliburton. Pretty interesting list on both sides of the coin, guys.
Yeah, there's two of them that are interesting there. One I was asked about in the chat was Moderna, yuck. ARM is on a breakout tear, though. And ARM, everything was up 2 days ago, and pretty much any chip name had a good day after a dip. But ARM, above that 138 continuation. It looks like the 50 period's a thing of the past for R. Let me zoom in because we were looking at Costco before. Like, again, you're above that 50 period. It's trying to break out. There's room to $150 here. This is always a trickier one. I feel like you could, we're flat morning this morning, so I feel like you could still get a dip. This wasn't on my plan, but I'm just gonna, I know I like 138 here. You have a bit of a double top, 141. Yeah, the dips might be a wide range on it. Like if it dips in, it could easily go all the way to 38 and then rip. You saw that happen yesterday with like a $4 or $5 move down, and then you got the Rip City. I want to look for longs as long as it's over 138. Moderna is, I think, just a continuation short. Like what else are we going to say? Flat bottom broke on the daily. You know, growth not what everyone wants it to be there, and they're doing some cost-cutting measures, but they guided way underneath for full year 2025, way underneath expectations. It was like the Street was expecting 3.7, and they guided 2.5 to 3.5. Like that's nasty. That's not good at all. So already broken the low. I think that previous resistance to support thing. I don't know if we get that level. It's SSR day 2, so it's actually possible that it could spike, go green, and still fail. But I don't like a red to green story as much. I feel like that was a level for yesterday, and if it goes green, I want to stay away from it. But yeah, I feel like it's a pop and fade. If it breaks 64, it seems like an obvious hit the low. But remember, it's short sell restricted, so getting a fill, you might not get it unless it's coming back up through, which can be tricky. I found punching bottoms on SSR names has not always gone the best. I'd rather be shorting pops. I feel like the previous close is not a bad place to go.
I think, but the great thing about, the market access that we have here at Real Trading is we have some order types that can, I've found, that can get us in easier into those SSR shorts. But still, yeah, it's not like we don't have to follow those rules either. We still have to wait for the uptick to get in. But I'm finding that certain gates
something going on with Uber
a little bit better. What's going on? Something going on with Uber?
I was just trying to. So I have my Benzinga up, but unfortunately, like when I'm talking, let's go to the desk because Uber is flying up like $4 right now.
Partnership with Waymo. It looks like they're expanding their partnership to bring autonomous ride-hailing to Austin and Atlanta in early 2025. So, yeah, big move here for Uber jumping on the Waymo bandwagon pretty early.
They're front running that Tesla robotaxi thing from October 10th, right? Trying to get their own thing. And yeah, but big move here, Brenda. We were up at $75, almost 8%, a little bit more, 8.5%. Looking to go more. I'm going to keep my eye on Uber here. Great look for them to start the morning.
Yeah, huge volume on that as well. Again, if anyone's just joining. Uber teaming up with Waymo, guys, for an expanded partnership. Autonomous ride-hailing coming to Austin and Atlanta in early 2025.
Yeah, wow, that is a pretty hefty move to the upside. Now, obviously, all we can do is sort of react in here. You're basically at the top right now. I'm going to zoom it out for you guys really quickly. 75 has been all kinds of resistance here. It's already up 8 points. It will be nice if it gives you a little bit of a dip, I think, before it does any move into the 75 level. Breaking out, if the stock breaks out 75, 76, it's going to be a sick kind of move. But let's let it calm down a little bit. The spread is actually not that bad. The volume is maybe a little bit less than I thought. It's only done a few 100,000 shares. You're not even over 1 million yet. But you see it turn right at $75. Like that's exactly the level on the daily.
That's really tempting.
The news takes it right to the level on the daily, exactly $75. And if you're really, really quick and you spot that, you can probably fade it.
Oh, yeah.
But like you have to, the only way you're getting that short up there is if you were sitting there right as it came out. You knew the levels. But yeah, let's let it calm down a little bit.
Change.
You probably could have been in the 74s.
I think, yeah,
I don't know that I'd want it the second time through. That's just me.
Yeah. No, as soon as you mentioned that and I saw the 75 fell, I automatically was like, okay, where can I hit this short? But you know what? You're right. I'm going to let it settle down. It's only done about 500,000 volume on the day. If any more volume kind of gets pushed in, you can definitely do a significant move again. Any sort of volume getting pushed into an illiquid book, especially in the pre-market session, can give you some crazy moves like this. Again, catalyst driven. Let's see what we do with that 75. Again, looking left on Uber here, that 75 74.97 is this high right here from a couple weeks ago. This was the end of August. Let's take a quick look at a higher time frame as well on the weekly. Let's see what levels we are potentially coming into right here. Next level, 75.42 is the high of week from July 15th week right there, and you can see that rejected off of the consolidation lows here that formed while we were making that all-time high at 82.14. So that's interesting as well. Let's see how far we can get past the 75 if we can get there, Neil. But oh boy, does that short look like it was the 175 right here, trading 72s right now.
That was fast.
Spready. Very, very spready. About 75 pennies spread between the bid and the ask right now.
The other thing to consider too is, like, remember, in terms of actually running autonomous vehicles like legally in the United States, it is only like Waymo's the one that's doing it in California, right? So this is bad for Tesla as Uber, expanding with them. Tesla, which have their event coming on the 10th for the robo-taxi, is going to go down on that news. So there might be a bit of an inverse thing going on here. It'll be interesting to see what happens if we get back into VWAP here for Tesla. If Uber starts going, they might sell Tesla off again, Brendan.
This portion of the show brought to you by Moomoo. They're shaking up the investing game with their cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now, snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. It's Friday. We're late, but whatever. Let's have a look at the market.
56.02, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're already above that, and the overnight high is 56.17. So we're using 5,600 as support. If that gives way, we're looking at 55.75 as support. If we continue up, we're looking at 56.50 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, go down to the description of this video. There's a link there that'll take you right to the sign-up page for the watch list. Super easy. Was that an AOL address that we used there? Yeah. That's amazing. Don't have an AOL email, but enter any email as your email, and we'll send you the watch list for free every single day. Link is below if anyone's looking for that. All right, let's go. We got a few to get through here. Adobe, first off, downside huge this morning, 8.25%. 540 acting as resistance right now. I mean, this thing closed above 580 yesterday. Ouch.
Yeah, big drop here, Brendo. 8.25 and possibly going more. Let's talk about how they did. They exceeded consensus estimate on revenue. They also beat EPS. They printed 465. The street was looking for 453. The issue comes here with revenue guidance. They guided slightly below expectations. 5.5. They guided. The street was looking for almost 5 2/3. Net income, though, grew substantially, $1.68 billion. They continue to grow their AI side of things as well.
Yeah, when it's just the forecast, I mean, it's the world we're living in. You can't guide lower, but I mean, this is a big move, guys, for Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe, it's maybe not the stock that I want to trade today. Now, all of a sudden, I want to try to squeeze Uber into some of the ideas, but I'm kind of with you. I know you're going to mention the $525 level.
Yep.
Like right in here. Yep. That's back from, like, it's the middle of August, but it's the first area of consolidation after that Black Monday on Adobe. I don't like the reaction by the market here for Adobe. Really, and it's not near that $525. It's like $13 away currently. And that's, to me, the big level. It's got the 200-period moving average at like 543. I suppose that could be a bit of a thing. But there's a lot to be looking at today, including like every single one of the next names is part of the trading plan today. And all of a sudden, Uber just went ham. Yeah, definitely.
I think Adobe, I might take a look at it here. I do like that 525 low. That is not necessarily the reaction low, but it is the low that kind of formed after the reaction and we kind of faded off. Found a bid around that 525. Anchored right here. We're holding anchored as resistance right here. This red line over here, and then you can see this red anchored up here at 554 is the anchored that's pinned to the August 5th bottom there. You can see that it has kind of held it as support and doing straight through it right now. That 525 going to be interesting going forward. I like these highs as well. 541. Let's see again. Bit of a range forming after the strong dump. We are down almost 10% right now. Let's see if we can. Let's see if it'll hit that SSR coming off into the open there, right there. So we're at about 8%. Let's see, 10% would be down here in the low 30s.
All right, let's continue along here to Oracle. If you're with us in the first 30 minutes this morning, we were discussing this a little bit. Opposite reaction here off their report after the close yesterday. Not a lot of volume behind this move this morning, but it's worth noting there's a ton of positive analyst notes on this morning as well. If you zoom out a little bit on Oracle, what a couple of weeks it's been up huge. I mean, 6.25 here this morning, but more than double that in the past week.
I mean, this was all about guidance. We just finished talking about guidance. This is about guidance here, Brendo. 2026 revenue, they're looking for $66 billion, but that's not where they stop. They look forward to 2029. They're talking about $104 billion in revenue there. They're citing their Amazon partnership where they're going to be able to basically allow other companies to use their database software through AWS. Their cloud infrastructure grew 45%. That's faster than AWS. It's faster than Azure, Google Cloud. They're really growing here.
Yeah. Thoughts, guys, for Oracle?
Oracle for longs, man. Like, it's the thing about Oracle is they already blew it out on the earnings, and they were, when everyone was cautious or scared, I think, with regards to tech earnings and the reaction, like NVIDIA initially when they reported, they had the down move despite the fact that everything was good. Now, Uber on the brain here. Oracle was distinctly different, right? It gapped up, held the gap, broke it out. Now, after it gave the nice little consolidative, hey, we're just going to consolidate for a couple of days, and now you're just breaking out the top, it looks eerily similar. Like when it gapped up here on the earnings play, there was your dip into the 430 support, and then at 430 time-wise support, and then it rallied. The same thing happening today. I think you get into the 170. Rightfully, if it loses $170, I think you might want to respect, as you were saying, like there's 68 out there as well for some support. Right at 4 o'clock, it dipped into that level. But I really just want to be playing dip and rip, especially if it dips in there, you regain the pre-market lows. Like, you just want to see it get down there. Maybe not the falling knife, just because Oracle is maybe not, it's not as liquid as some of the other things that you're probably used to trading. But as long as it finds some buyers in there at those key levels on earnings, something we've also talked about with Ryan Faluna about when you're looking for those post-earnings or post-market continuation moves. You look for the support level. If it's inside of the range that you're looking at, you want to see the holds of those lows to go if you're looking long, or breaks of the highs. Well, I'd rather be looking at the holds of the low to go on Oracle.
Yeah, I think I like that idea as well. I saw Oracle last night, and I was like, oh boy, it's a continuation of all-time highs. It was just a few days ago, I was pinning this anchor to earnings right here, and I was like, okay, well, we held well on that earnings opening drive. Faded in, hold this 155 area quite well, and then just slowly kind of consolidate sideways, step up, consolidate sideways, and then news. Let's see if we do some more consolidations, but I do like that 168 right here. These are all fresh prices for Oracle. So yeah, I am definitely going to be watching it for a potential continuation at the end of the week. Maybe looking for a gap give and go down here at that 168, maybe that 170. Let's see what Oracle has in store for us today. But that strength definitely interesting. No idea if that strength will continue off into the open. We can see that over the past few days. The strength that does come in the pre-market doesn't necessarily have too much of a continuation right off of the open, but the open has been quite nice since that earnings day 1, day 2, day 3. Day 3 right here. Today would be day 4. Let's see if we can get through this high at 173.70.
All right, a couple things on Tesla. Sharif actually pointed out on that Uber move to the upside. Tesla actually moved down right out of the gate. Just an algo move, obviously. We've retraced back to basically where it was, but starting to roll over here a little bit. Still down about 0.5% versus the overall market. But yeah, a couple of analysts with positive notes this morning. Price target hike here for Tesla.
Yeah, a couple of analyst comments, Brendo. Let's talk about Guggenheim. They're first over here. They kind of a backhanded upgrade over here, maintaining the sell, boosting the price target, though, from 134 to 153, basically citing modest demand growth, and they believe the upcoming robotaxi could be good for them, so they're kind of holding out there. Canaccord Genuity also chiming in, a lot more bullish this time than Guggenheim. They have their price target already set for Tesla, but they're talking about deliveries here being really good. 470,000 deliveries, Brendo, they're predicting for Q3 of this year. They're looking for that to grow as well, looking to grow EPS.
Interesting Uber getting the jump start here, specifically in their hometown as well, in Austin. So we'll see. Well, Elon, I'm sure he'll respond.
Million volume more now.
We're just looking at the pullback on Uber. If you're that, you got to be super fast when flash news comes out. If you can identify that resistance, so that 75 level, you've already pulled back halfway. But Tesla, you got the algo dump, and I just want to know, because I feel like I should have said this. It's like I look at the chart, I see it, and then I don't say it because I think it's obvious. If you look at when we had that flush right before 3 o'clock, and I know everyone was watching in the in the afternoon show, when there was that dump and then quick retracement for some longs that were great. That's exactly where Tesla went to. So when liquidity vacuums happen and algos dump the stock or lose the bid, they tend to gravitate towards liquidity replenishment points that it previously held. And you can see what was going on with Tesla yesterday morning, 226.5 support, in the afternoon, 227.33. So if we lose that, I think you're in trouble. But if you lose 226.5, I think it's a bigger deal to the downside on Tesla. I actually thought Tesla initially, obviously news can happen, it is what it is, it was setting up for a nice coil up and a breakout 231 into 235. Well, that was before this Uber news. And I'd probably just have to wipe that away. It doesn't seem like it wants to do that 31 to 35 move anymore. If it can't get through 31, it might just be a fade down into 226. That's disappointing because it did seem like Tesla was poised to do a coil and maybe breakout trade before we just got that Uber news. And just because we were saying it, Uber actually dipped as low as 71 now. So Uber is right back to $71 as they're selling it right off, goes right to that 75 on the daily. I feel like if it gets to $70, like that would be a nice area to buy. You never want it to retrace the entire move. You'd like to see it hold some kind of a higher low. 70 was yesterday's top.
Yeah, I think that 70 is going to be interesting there. I am kind of continuing to watch that. No regrets though. I'm just going to be waiting for the next trade here. That 75, beautiful kind of topping action there, and then we're pulling into 71.50s now. The spread much closer here. Only about 4 to 10 pennies at a time. And I was saying on the pop when we were only doing about 400K volume, 75 penny spread at a time. Now we're down to like 5 pennies. Okay, hello. We're also doing significantly a lot more volume as well. That we were doing about 500K there. Now all of a sudden we're doing 1.5. So since we've talked about it last, about 1 million shares have gone through Uber in the 70s off of that news there. But less of that, more of Tesla right now. Let's see what Tesla has been up to. Yesterday, a bit of a consolidation, but you can see we've been making incrementally higher highs and higher lows since like end of August, and obviously the August 5th bottom as well. Look at that, nice little trend to the upside. Bit sideways, but we'll be looking for these highs. I have an alert right there at that 235. That 235 was very interesting. A little bit of a double top there. Aggressive selling when we came into that. Aggressive selling when we were there in July as well. So it should be interesting if we do get up to some of these levels. Let's see if that selling pressure has lifted in the 230s on Tesla. That's what I'll be watching for if and when it shows up.
Let's talk on Boeing here. Back to the upside this morning. Not sure, as Sharif was just mentioning, who's buying this thing today, but maybe just shorts covering. After, this is going back to the beginning of September. Beginning of September, 173. We're trying to get back above 160 right now. Looks like the strike is going to happen.
It's a tough look, Brendo, and I take no pleasure in reporting on this. All right, 30,000 Boeing workers voted to strike. The percentage is eye-watering. 94.6% of the machinists voted to do that. The union is making several claims here. They're talking about discriminatory conduct, coercive questioning, even unlawful surveillance by management. The new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, noted that the tentative agreement was the best contract Boeing has ever presented. Their workforce included 25% increase in wages, improvements to healthcare, retirement benefits, and the analyst agencies are also chiming in here, Brendo. A 30-day strike could cost Boeing $1.5 billion in free cash flow, destabilize suppliers. A month, Brendo.
That's a staggering number. If anyone just saw that on screen as well, it was 1.3 billion a month. That's crazy for Boeing, guys. But back to the upside right now.
Yeah, so look, Boeing seems like its liquidity grabbed a 52-week low, which I guess it was just making one. Technically, it's not a 52-week low if it happened in the pre-market, but you know what I mean. It flat bottom broke it after 7 a.m. on this news, and now you're kind of screaming to the upside. I wasn't remotely thinking long on this stock at all, because I thought, okay, you sit down, it's flat bottom breaking underneath, you look for a consolidation down there, bingo, bango, bongo, he just hit the short, but it's going the other way. So it looks like there's some buyers in here on Boeing, and I don't think you don't want to fight it when they lick grab a low like this and retrace to the high. Obviously, it's got some trouble, I think, when it gets into the low 160, specifically 62 half. That's where we closed yesterday. Yeah. But Boeing, it's going to be a stay away from me on the short, unless it's failing up here. Like if it fails up at the top, that would be somewhere I'd look for the short. But yeah, Boeing, great recovery. Maybe there's some optimism that this isn't going to be as long, but I don't have any inside information on that whatsoever. I think certainly there's enough to look at today between Oracle, Tesla, now Uber, Adobe, and we're going to get to PDD because I think Pinduoduo, we've already seen what it can do to the downside a couple of days ago, and the tariffs, not a good look for them.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm just looking back at the TV right now. CNBC, you got Kramer talking to a live anchor who's there at some protests, which seems like in Renton, Washington, I think. And yeah, headline is Boeing machinists go on strike, and it might be costing them anywhere between $500 million to $1 billion. But see what the price action's doing. 154.40 low, and yeah, I do agree with Neil there. A bit of a lick grab of these lows there. We were sustaining these 150 halves in the pre-market. We dipped down below, and that aggressive kind of bid back up into what you can potentially call a bit of a choppy range that's been happening. Let's go to a higher time frame here as well. You can see a bit of a step down, and yeah, these are these 52 week lows here. We haven't seen some of these prices at these lows since 2022, right? So if we continue to break down that 159, I think we have a lot of room to go. But with that bid coming right back in the pre-market, we shall see what we have in store today. Prior day's lows testing right now. Prior day's lows sitting at, what is that right there? At 159.11. We're trading at 159.70s as of right now. So it should be interesting. Let's see. It is doing some significant relative volume in the pre-market as well. We got about 7 times on the 5-period RVOL, but maybe not the top idea on the day. Let's see if it can get to some of these prior day highs, or let's see what it does with that prior day low here. With that continuation to the downside and the trend that this thing's been having. Seems a little bit. I guess I don't know. I think it might be something to watch for. That's what I got to say about that.
Yes.
PDD next on the list here just made a fresh low on the session here. Now better part of 6.5% downside on these new rules. The Biden administration releasing. I mean, part of this actually I saw after the close yesterday, but more details this morning targeting specifically lower priced shipments coming into the country. So things like the Temu app, things that sell, the cheaper end products going to be hit here.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of this rule. Breno, it's called the de minimis rule. It allows you to bring in anything under $800 tax-free. And just to give you an idea of how they're really using this rule, about a decade ago, about 140 million products came in under this rule. Currently, it's over 1 billion. So the growth there is really being used. Essentially what it is, what they want to do is they want to make it hard and illegal to bring it in specifically, they're looking to actually block certain products. They're targeting Temu and Shein. Basically, a new rule would bar products subject to U.S.-China tariffs from being eligible for that de minimis exemption, and they would require specific data about what's contained in the shipment, as well as the labor practices, possibly here as they talk about child labor and also slave labor. Unverified, of course, but accusations being levied.
Just looking at a few of them, PDD still the most actively traded this morning. I mean, we mentioned that Alibaba had the initial move to the downside, bounced a lot more than this one. But, I mean, we're trying to hold here so far. 91 coming into play right now for PDD.
Feels like to me, if I'm going to lose on a short today, it should be Pinduoduo somewhere. You know, and it's easy to say because it's gross on the chart. I was trying to zoom. There we go. Now you can zoom out a little bit more. There was a hot moment when PDD was the best performing Chinese tech company. That's done clearly, as you can see. Like the trend is obvious. Now there hasn't been a break since the earnings bottom. So this is 88. Like if it loses 88, that's a big breakdown. I think a 90 is an obvious level. I do want to be looking short pops. So there is like 92.5 to 93.25, like right in here would be that first initial short to pop. So, but I think when you're playing something like this, you got to be nimble, right? Like it's already dumped. If the relief rally starts to come in, it's easy enough to, I'm going to pick a level. It gets to that price. It goes once, you get stopped. I want to be nimble enough to try to find my re-entry point because I am expecting that there will be a bid at some point in the stock. And then when it happens at the open on a Chinese ADR, you got to be careful. We've seen it with BABA when you want to go dip buying. I don't think it's any different here at PDD, but I only want to be looking to short pops. There hasn't even been a green candle on the 15-minute. They're bled here, but this was already under a tremendous amount of pressure and failed to break back above 100. So holding this consolidation just means it's probably valid shorts all the way up. Just got to be patient enough to find them.
Yeah, that PDD flush, I think that continuation is looking good through that 90. We can see that there's definitely something sitting here, right, at just above the 90. Every time we've gotten here over the past couple of weeks, we've gone that aggressive bid. Again, bit of a flush there post earnings that happened on August 26th. You can see that on day 3 of those earnings, we get that strong sell-off right there on Wednesday, August 28th. Bit of a gap up and hold of this 90 level right here. Another flush in, and look at that, hold. Another flush, hold, pull back in. Let's see, another flush. I don't know, looking like a bit of a pattern here, Neil. Let's see what we do in and around that 90. Again, it is a Friday today, and we are aggressively selling off, and this is also a catalyst-driven flush. Look at that expanding relative volume going into the open. I'm definitely going to be having this one on watch today. Before that, we're going to pass it over to Sharif. What's going on, Sharif?
All right, man, we're finishing off our talk about but trends. We'll finish off today talking about reversal days. Catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
That's a great topic because we've seen a few of those ones recently, and specifically, with regards to NVIDIA the last couple of sessions. I mean, the other day, there you go, it had a monster. Now, we didn't have a reversal to the downside. It was actually a trick. It looked like it was going to be a big reverse, thought you were going to get the reversal day, and then they ripped it on you. That's something to consider here. Once, like 118 in the afternoon held really decently. So 118 and, oh goodness, no. Dude, we have 2 minutes to go.
We just dropped 10 points.
We have this 117 half for the 50 period on the daily on NVIDIA. We double tapped 118 in the afternoon for support level. I like that for a bit of an over-under. Like if it holds that 117 half, I think you're good to go dip and rip. That's in here. If it breaks it, I feel like you're in a bit of trouble. 90 seconds to go. Imbalances did just drop. I want to get them to you right here. Well, NASDAQ imbalances anyways. Oracle, buy 500, almost 500,000. Snapchat, that's not that big a deal, 460. Unity's 300,000. Don't see the big cap tech names in there. Uber is a 200,000 buy. If you're looking at Uber, it's actually holding now back above 70, almost at $73. Uber. So it's come back. It actually did not get down to 70. So on that news, it popped up to 75, now back into 72. I liked, if it was going to continue, I was looking at that 70 level for sure. Rainmaker likes Unity. There you go. Oracle's already going, Obi.
Yep.
Yeah, Oracle.
Gap give and go. It's just Yeah.
It is, the give and go
it's just
is
a go.
On point. It's just the
gap
go. It's just a gap and go at this point.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's looking like, all right, whatever.
We like
take
the long.
next trade,
We're looking
whatever
for some dips on Oracle. We might have to be a little bit patient
Oracle
with it.
dumping 10 points right now.
And Tesla going to the downside.
Adobe dumping.
I'm sorry, Adobe?
Yeah, just dumped 10 points right off the inbound.
Wow. Oh, yeah, not looking good for Adobe. You might see that 525. Your morning bell about to be rung for the final time this weekend, brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences as we drop the countdown here, prioritizing brain health. Wow, that's poignant after seeing what happened to Tua. But let's ring it right here, Adair, in 2 and 1. Let's go. And just like that, the party started. Ooh, Adobe. That was a heavy move to the downside almost right away. Eyeballs here on PDD as that's trying to spike. I think you got to be patient with this. I was anticipating you could spike to the upside. I wanted to see it test that 93 level. That's not happening. Oracle trying to dip. It's Tesla that falls the biggest at the open. Wow, Tesla down to 226 already, Obi. That's falling like a rock. But my eyeballs are on this Oracle to see where we can catch the bid on it, as it's looking pretty good, and then want to try to find an offer on PDD, but that's flying around into the upside. Let me just quickly show you guys what's going on with Tesla. I got level 2s up here to make sure I don't miss out on Oracle or PDD, but Tesla just got down to 226.5 and is now flying to the upside. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit of a pullback here on Uber as well. Got that on watch. Uber down to 71s. Let's see what we have in store for that. NVIDIA still trading at 119s. Again, I said to myself this morning, I said, yeah, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be patient. Apple with a nice little flush. Be patient for things to kind of fall into my lap, right? That's what I like. And that's honestly, as of late, sure, I can be getting involved and, kind of taking shots at anything and everything that moves. But the question I have to ask myself is that really worth my time, right? There can be trades for sure that are straight off of the open, but do they align with my playbook? And do I really need to get involved right away for it to be the best trade for me on the day? Absolutely not, Neil. I think a lot of the times I'm finding like you observe the price action and you find that moment later on in the day, that precise moment when you can be a sniper and kind of be a lot more precise, right? So let's see if we can isolate any of those areas here. 118.40s coming in on NVIDIA. Going to be watching those as well. We tried to get through that 120 yesterday. Can't really get there. A lot of volume was traded through that 120 break. We get all the way up to 120.79, and we're trading right now at 118.80.
Gotta watch Oracle
that low is 118.41. Yeah, Oracle's at 172, Neil. I am watching that real close. Let's see what that has in store for us. I'm looking at some of these Mag 7s as well. Apple with the strongest pullback, Neil. Softy, we saw how strong that was into the close. That one's not really doing too much. Pre-market consolidation, very, very tight on Softy, and it's still kind of trading in and around that consolidation level. So gonna pack my patience for that one. Let's see what else is going on here. We were talking about ARM as well in the pre-market. ARM is still holding 142s, 142 halves. Nothing too crazy. Intel, though, Intel is breaking out of prior days highs, 2 days prior highs. So Wednesday,
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Intel right now.
Wednesday was a very strong day, and we just broke out of that high.
No, it seems a little bit much on Intel. I mean, the market's not really flying, but I can think that it's going to be the NVIDIA show or the ARM show for the chip names. It doesn't matter. Clearly, you're seeing it's going to be Intel here. I don't know if it's going to get to the $20 level. It actually doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Like, you're always looking for relative strength and weakness. Oh, give me the fill, PDD. Sitting right underneath 93, not picked up yet. Sorry, guys. I wanted to give you guys the thoughts on Intel there. Let me try to finish that in a quick little second. Trying to get that PDD on the way back in through 93. Didn't quite get it. But yeah, Intel looking very, very strong. This might be the one to go in for the dip buy, but I'm not going to change my plan at all. And guess what? Guess what's breaking 231?
Oh, boy.
Tesla. It's all the way back. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Tesla? We don't care about Uber and Waymo. We ain't afraid of no Uber and Waymo. Maybe they are. It doesn't really matter. Tesla's also flying in there. All right, I'm going to wet the beak at the 92.5 if I can on PDD. Just a bit of a change of plan there. But yeah, Tesla flying through. Looks like it wants to run the highs from yesterday. Good, strong move here for Tesla to the upside. feel like I should be taking this break on the 31, but I don't like the way it went parabolic into it. And then the overhead resistance is at 231.5. That's actual high yesterday's 231.5. So I want to play the dip after this, or we'll play the half break on Tesla. Looks like it wants it right here, Obi.
Yes, sir. So that 172 coming in on Oracle, watching that right now. A little bit of a bid, but we did flush down right off of the open quite aggressively. I'm going to continue watching that one. Uber as well. Adobe, guess where Adobe falls or bounces off of, Neil? 528. So just 3 points above that level we were watching at that 525, that pre-market low as well. So yeah, give or take 2 or 3 points. It is a $500 ticker. So I think that's well within the area that we were looking for that kind of bounce to come up into. But that high of this first 50-minute opening range is 537. So we did about a 10-point run to the high off of that dip into 527s there on Adobe. So continuing to watch that one, nothing too crazy. 171s trading here on Oracle. Let's see, we were looking for that 168. 171
or 170 even. I like 170.
Yeah.
Look, I like 170.
I want to be watching it.
So Tesla just got to 32. Okay, if you took the 31 break, it's better than the 50 break because you got a better price. I mean, that much is obvious. But I'm ring Reggie at the first dollar. If we pull back, I think this is valid. Like 231's good, but if you look at the afternoon resistance levels, like heck, this could pull back into 230.5. So when we say stay nimble, you might want to stay frosty with this. Like I think there's resistance that's obvious on Tesla at 235, which really only gives you 3.5 points on a $230 stock for this move. So it could easily go another dollar, and I want to grab outs and then try to find a dip buy in that 30 to 35 zone for sure. Look, Oracle's also about to set up here. That's the other one we're now watching. So Tesla, I got my stop underneath the even. If it breaks it, it breaks it. But this is at 170 level on Oracle. Oracle was the one I liked the best in here. So as it tests that, I want to see if the buyers are going to step in at the 170. If I see that, I want to try to go long this. Apparently, we're seeing some movement in, Palantir's making some moves. Well, the market's back up at those highs, guys. So the market's trying to take out top. So I'm seeing a pullback in Oracle. This could be the time to chomp at the bit for this 170. It's losing it now, Obi, but I'd like to see it regain. The buyers aren't really stepping in where you want to see them, so I'm not punching long until I see some buyers step in on the tape, and it's not happening just yet here. Let's go to Adara.
Nice volume pop right off the open here for ATPC. This is Agape ATP Corp. This company has run before, making a nice recovery here with volume right off the open after announcing this partnership with Photon Solar, this strategic partnership. Again, they have run in the past, so that is worth noting. They also do have a float of about 2.87 million shares, market cap of $5.5 million. ATPC, guys.
ATPC. Thank you very much there, Adara. Still Oracle not catching a bid. The offer is underneath 170 and actually continuing to show strength, unfortunately. So I'm going to get away from that, quickly show, PDD took out the top, or did it take out the... Yeah, it did. PDD, we shorted the first available opportunity, and it just took out the top. So we'll slap the L on PDD. I feel like I only wanted to be short this name, and I don't know if that's really drastically changed for me, but you have to sort of live through this initial move to the upside. It's valid to me until it gets 94 or 95. I want to see these the prior day low is actually 95.25. So I still think it's valid down there. Going to pop back over to Oracle. It's not really losing this bid completely. Like you're still in and around 169.5. It wants to try to hold this bid. You can see it at 69, but it might actually wait till the 68 here, Obi. You're not seeing them step up yet. It's just a price area. I need to see it reclaim 170. Tesla's doing fine. Feels like it really is hunting for that 233, but no, it just failed underneath 232 again. I was waiting for a dip buy under 231. We should have just taken a 231. But Tesla right back into this 231 as well. Still no bid there on Oracle, Obi. You're still falling to the downside on that one.
I'm watching it close, man. I'm waiting for that bid to kind of start to step in. Nothing too crazy just yet. 169 halves trading as of right now. So we did kind of churn like a decent amount there. So I am keeping an eye on it. I don't expect it to work right away, but I am looking for a distinct difference here and potentially looking to take a shot at when I do see that. So let's see, 169, we did identify that pre-market low at that 168. We're only about a point and a half away from there. We are seeing a little bit more, I guess, mid-prints and greens here as we enter the 169s, but nothing distinctly different as the bid keeps getting hit pretty aggressively every time we do take a little bit of a bid there. 172s, we're trading right below that on Uber as well, and the markets, the NASDAQ is screaming to the upside here, so I've got to keep an eye on that one as well. Here, you know what? I like that a little bit there, so let's see if we can hold this 169 level. If we don't, that's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to re-engage and add a little bit lower there as well, as Oracle seems as if it's having some trouble here at that 169. 168 is actually the much better area, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's still looking pretty heavy here on Oracle. I mean, I wanted it to be the number one, but it's not. To me, it's just not setting up yet. We did finally get to that 232 half zone, so we get that buck on Tesla, but I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth here. Felt like we'd be flying a little faster into like the next even dollar, which isn't happening. So I didn't get the reload at 231. VWAP set at the half. That was probably a mistake. We just want to see the continuation on this bad boy if we're able to get it. The other thing that's flying around here, and I know we're talking about the chips every now and then, NVIDIA does not get to the 117 half, 118 zone. It goes to 118 half and is now flying. So never quite got to the level, but it doesn't matter. I know a couple people that got this one on the dip buy, and now it's flying to the upside. I still want to play the support. It's early. The market's still in inside range. I feel like you can still pick this one up. There's going to be time to be able to get this as far as I'm concerned. And then ARM. About ARM, Obi.
Yes, sir.
ARM broke out, got to 145. It's on the dip trend. So this one is another one that's flying around here. You got some chips going here. NVIDIA, ARM, Intel, but ARM and Intel are starting to pull back. So a bit of a caution on those high flyers. I'm just in Tesla as we speak and looking for a chance to dip by whichever one of the chips we like the best. Oh yeah, the other thing you want to consider is Uber. Remember Uber on that news? Uber's underneath VWAP and struggling a little bit here. So Uber giving it back. Remember it was Uber up, Tesla down on the Waymo news. Well, now it's Uber giving back some of the gains and Tesla to the upside and continuing to go. But if you look at what's going on in the NASDAQ here, the reason why I'm not rushing into anything new, all you've done is lit grab the bottom and then test the top. No break in either direction. If we have one of those inside mornings, if you dip, you want to be patient, getting the stocks that you want, the longs that you like, wait for it to retest the bottom, or wait for us to break out and consolidate over the top. Right now, we're at the high, so I'm in a long. I feel like that's the right way to go. But my goodness, they just can't find a bid on Oracle. Every time I look over, I'm like, am I punching long yet? Am I punching long yet? And it's just not yet.
No, it's definitely not yet, but we're holding, we kind of broke below that 168. We're holding that 167.70s right now. But yeah, nothing too crazy as we do kind of attempt to push a little bit lower here. But yeah, no, I'm kind of slowly, incrementally kind of getting into it. Let's see if this will potentially work out here through the break of that. But yeah, that strong dip on Oracle, taking it right into that 168 level. Again, we saw that pre-market low action there. What's going on, Adara?
Just be aware of Instill Bio here. This one trying to make a move for a second day. Wednesday, they announced this $5 million near-term payment from one of its subsidiaries to another company. Then it gets a price target increase from $25 to $40 yesterday from H.C. Wainwright. No news on it today, but it is worth noting, much like yesterday, not a lot of volume to this move. We're talking under 600,000 shares, up to a $2 spread. Float here of about 6 million shares on a market cap of $300 million. Basic facts here with regards to TIL. Bit of a dangerous one, guys.
Yeah, so TIL was that stock from yesterday that's absolutely nonsensical. I'll get there in a quick little second. I just had a terrible price in Oracle, OB. It was one of those, I saw it put in the green candle. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, but I don't like it myself. Like, I understand, okay, fine, like it's not completely unreasonable. Ultimately, I had like a half price in there, but like, no, I could have waited for it to show strength. I really could have. I'm going to slap the fail on this because I could have waited to show a little more strength. I wanted the first available bid. It looked like it had just held nicely at the 67. back up through 68. So I went half-half and ended up with the $0.50 hit. It's still heading to the downside, everybody. And this is in the midst of the market flying up here.
Yeah.
Like the market is flying through highs and you're all kinds of strength. This just can't seem to go. You're wondering what's making it go. I mean, I know Tesla's doing okay, but it's not really breaking any more than it was earlier on the initial move. It's Meta that's doing some of the heavy lifting. Like, look at Meta. Meta's right at yesterday's highs. That continuation is certainly on here in META. It's not NVIDIA either. NVIDIA's dipping into VWAP. I thought when the market got to tops, if NVIDIA dipped, maybe we'd get a retest down around the 118, which we liked. Instead, all I'm seeing is VWAP hold, and more VWAP hold. Bitcoin's going up. The market's at this top, but goodness, it doesn't seem like it's going to be Oracle, at least not yet. That one needs to calm down a bit here. Going to start to focus on these chips. If we can find a nice higher low on NVIDIA, I think that's a decent place to be. Red to green story here. If it loses VWAP, it's going to lose being green at 119.
Yeah, I think that 119 hold is something else to note is that the NASDAQ is testing 19 halves right now, Neil. So 19 half test, again, consolidation highs there. Happening right here. So after hours yesterday, pre-market session today, right here, overnight session, that 19 half, a little bit of a breakout push into that 19 half area. So let's see what that has in store for us here. NVIDIA taking a little bit of a pullback right now as well. And yeah, no, Uber not really doing too much. Uber in a very, very tight consolidation, Neil, here as it kind of chops and churns around this 72 level. So interesting stuff here. ES not really doing too much either. I'm taking a quick look at some of these other Mag 7 names here. Amazon attempting to push towards its highs as well. Softy kind of continuing that strength from yesterday. Apple's the only one that's looking pretty weak here on the day, selling off, trading at 222 halves right here, Neil. So we are back into yesterday's range, but yeah, pretty flat to kind of start the end of the week here. But something interesting to note: 560.92 highs on the spider there. So the SPY is looking a little bit closer to Softy as it pushes up to the upside as of right now. 165.70s on Oracle now.
Yeah, it just that just continues to fall, and the problem now is the market's going with it, I think. So I'm happy to be out of it. I just feel like I wasn't quite patient enough on that entry. And even Tesla, just on the breakout, Tesla was strong. It's just bouncing into VWAP in here. I don't like the market where it's at in terms of the pullback. So if it goes underneath VWAP, I want to be ready for 229.5. I want to stay up on this one. Either we get back in over the previous highs or we wait for it to duck down under. I'm back into PDD, by the way. So PDD, I felt like we were a little bit early. But I said if I'm going to lose short something, it should be Pinduoduo. I feel like that's right. It didn't wick the high at 94. I think this is a valid short unless it's breaking out back above. I mean, technically even yesterday's bottoms. But really, I like this level in here, like 94.7, right in around this 95. So I'm back in the short here at 6. I do want to find a place to add to it. Maybe it tries to run the top again, and I can add to that short one more time through. Adara?
Really great breakout here for IMRX. This one is a small cap. It's run in the past here, up right now about 65%, announcing some positive data for one of its pancreatic cancer treatments in this trial here. So IMRX Immuneering on the way up, guys, with volume.
I was running, and that till stock, just everyone be cautious with TIL. That was the one that it halted right before the close yesterday and then gave up $15. Feel like there's some shorts that are obviously trapped in here when it was on the way down. Some of the relief got put in, but if this takes out the top again, the shorts are getting rinsed on this thing at this point. So just be careful with TIL. NVIDIA putting in that higher low, finally putting in that higher low. Let's see if it can't hold VWAP. I got to wait for it to get down to the 118. Yeah, it's coming right back in on the bid, unfortunately. So was looking for that one just to hold. Still seeing some weakness on these dips. We want to try and participate if we can. Oracle making another attempted bottom here. That's looking pretty good. Here I'm going to show you the two things I'm looking at. You got NVIDIA down in here, and then, of course, Oracle making a bit of a reversal off 166. This feels like we've been patient. Shouldn't have had the first one. I don't think I should have had the first one, but it's looking a little bit better if it can hold on to this current low in Oracle. Not there yet on NVIDIA. I just heard Amazon from Sharif, but my focus is on NVIDIA, Oracle, and a re-entry to Tesla.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Amazon high a day here. So yeah, Sharif pointing that out. Amazon pushing 188 halves as of right now. So high of day incoming potentially on Amazon. There it goes, 188.47s as the market attempts. I mean, NASDAQ is still trading underneath 19 half here, Neil, but the ES looking distinctly different as it pushes up to the upside here, making some fresh highs. Again, the spider is pretty strong on the day today, so we're going to keep an eye on that one there as some of those tickers kind of continue to the upside. But yeah, no, we were talking about Apple being pretty weak. It's still holding that 222 halves as of right now, while the rest of the market, Softy is bidding up, Alphabet's bidding up, Amazon's bidding up, but Nvidia and Apple, it would seem, are the weakest of the bunch. As yeah, they definitely lose it there. We were talking about Meta as well. Meta was a little bit on watch, but Meta is screaming to the upside as well. 526 trading right now, Neil. PDD, bit of a reversion on that one. Got to keep eyes on that one as well. With some of these tickers being stronger than the rest of them there. Uber still trading at 72s, man. Nothing too crazy on Uber just yet. We'll have to pack our patience on that one before Uber can potentially take us for a ride. But yeah, the only thing that I'm seeing that's distinctly different in terms of strength here is the spider and the ES pushing towards their highs. Here comes a little bit of a bid on Oracle. Maybe it's time to really get in.
Yeah, it's now held to double tap that 66 level on Oracle. It's looking a little bit better on ORCL, but it's still heavy, Obi. Like when I'm seeing it, like I'm watching the tape in here, there's buyers above 166. I feel like I had a bad entry, a little more patient in here. There's buyers above 166, but every time it goes up 20, 30 pennies or so, you're still seeing it sell off a little bit. So be cautious with it. NVIDIA is trying to hold on to that 118 half zone. That's looking a little bit better. The market's consolidating up top here. Like you're going to get a bit of a consolidation. Like we're going into overnight highs and we're catching a bit of a bid. So I do want to try the longs in this moment. If you take out the top, I think you want to be long in the stocks that you liked. That'll bring me back over to Tesla, but we need to get back to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Thank you very much, Adara. Finally, Oracle catches, but it just gave that $0.50. But NVIDIA is trying to take VWAP as well. Wow, what a move over there. My goodness, Oracle. Like it just got up to 167, and they slammed it again. As I'm looking at NVIDIA, NVIDIA's trying to hold VWAP in here, so I want to find a place to add on this higher low. On NVIDIA, you can start to see it try to form this trend line. I'd like to see some continuation. Maybe jam up here, see if you can add, but the market doesn't seem to want to take out the top yet. That gives us some time, but my point on Oracle, as I was amazed by it, like it came up, gave 167s, slammed again, just slamming the bid. So Oracle is it's not the one right now at all. Nasty move. And I look over at the two names, which were, don't look at ARM. Don't look at Intel. Okay, Intel's not as good, but look at ARM. ARM is absolutely flying. So ARM is clearly the one over NVIDIA at this moment. I mean, NVIDIA right now is like it's kind of bouncing a little bit, but I'd like when that moves 20, 30 cents, ARM just went like 50 to 60. That's the distinct difference between these two. So NVIDIA is starting to hold up a little bit better. I don't mind it, but today it doesn't seem like it's the one. Like I feel like we should be retesting the highs, getting into that 120 where I should already have an offer. I just realized. Let's see if it can do that. But ARM is absolutely flying. That is a big one to the upside. But there's some lag here in NVIDIA. Can't seem to hold green, Obi.
Yeah, no. Again, we were talking about that 19 half. We're still trading below that, so we took a little bit of a pullback. below that 19.5 as of right now. So going to continue watching that level. It could be interesting if we get, again, a little bit of a over under 19.5. If we can continue to the upside there, then yeah, I think some of these names are poised for a little bit of strength. As well, you can see that again. We talked about some of the Mag 7s, or Mag 7s are, I guess, distinctly different from each other. Some of them, Apple and Nvidia, looking a little bit similar with that weakness, but the rest of them, man, very, very strong to the upside. So there is a bit of a discrepancy there. ARM is hella strong to the upside. 146 is the high of day right now, and that thing is screaming. I got TQs pushing for prior day highs as well. SMCI showing some strength as well. So yeah, a lot of these chips to the upside. I know you were looking at Intel. Intel's still holding in and around that
little bit.
These highs from the week, I guess, week highs as of right now on Intel. So we're gonna keep a watch on that one. That $20 area, man. I think that was good. That 72 finally pushing on Uber. Let's see. We're catching a little bit of a bid on after a strong consolidation at 72. Couldn't really sell off of 72. We're pushing into 73s. As of right now here on Uber. So let's see what that one will have for us. 72, a little bit of a missed opportunity there as we, again, build a little bit of a flag into that 72 before breaking out. So we're going to continue watching that one there. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking right now. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of a hold here on Oracle. But again,
no, it comes right back.
No, yeah, exactly. It's coming right back in. So we're
Oracle is
consolidation here.
No, Oracle is having trouble here. Like it finally made this is the right entry, at least if you're looking for the long, but it doesn't matter. Like it finally gave you the consolidative bottom. So if you're gonna get the bounce that you're looking for, right in here at that 66 is the right spot. But if it makes a fresh low, man, you got to give up on the stock. Well, actually, I'm not saying give up on the stock. But like I said, my hands are even on the keyboard there. It's like we get a reload and then it's already running the bottom. It's not the one right now. I feel like that's about as good a patient entry as you're going to get. And it bounced and it got less than $1 after falling fell $11 and then it's struggling to bounce $1. Now I still think it can catch a bit of a bid, and at least we were patient with it that second time. But man, this thing just refuses to catch that bid. I got to go back and quickly give you guys Tesla. Tesla lost VWAP. It's still falling here for Tesla. So I was looking for where we could pick this one back up, and we still have to be patient. Like I'm not really seeing the buyers step in. The 230 level starting to hold, but not really doing a heck of a lot here on Tesla. Barry. You just mentioned Mara. Oh my goodness, Barry in the chat. I don't think it's Mara 16 that you just said Mara 16. It was 16 and a quarter. 16 and a quarter. Or sorry, check that. 16.20 on Mara. Man, I had this stop order all day yesterday on Mara. Am I really taking a top break today? I mean, I was all day yesterday. I had this top break. Question is, do I still like it as it's going parabolic into it? Usually the answer is no. I want to be long going in and not punching a top like this. So I would say dip back to 16 on any kind of a fail break. We're going to have a number, I think, in about a couple of minutes here.
Boy.
So I feel like I want to get in. Anything I want to get on the other half of the 10 o'clock number now. So I'd maybe wait for some dip buy opportunities. We're still in NVIDIA, but it just can't seem to get past VWAP. We got 19s in. It hasn't really broken down past that 18.5, but it's not going up either. Got to look for some short opportunities in here. Because don't have any, and the market gave up off the highs. Usually, I find a short in that moment.
Yeah, we're taking a bit of a pullback here, both on the ES and the NQ. Again, that 19.5 coming in interesting. 72 is back in here on Uber, so that's definitely interesting. So we did kind of pop, but failure to follow through on that pop on Uber. So I guess it was a short ride off of that support on 72s there. But Costco, Neil, we were talking about Costco coming in. Costco's coming into some of those highs there. Bit of a continuation breakout off of that 918 on Costco. Let's see if that can really bring us in as of right now. So this is what I'm looking at here on Costco. So you can see that we dipped off of the open and then ripping to the upside. 916, 918s trading as of right now here on Costco. So let's see if we can get through that 920 mark on Costco, and then you were saying Walmart would be something to watch as well. So
Yes.
Walmart looking relatively similar there with that bit of a bounce, pushing again its all-time highs as it breaks through that 80 mark right there. So pretty strong. Some of these I guess retail names on that Costco move. Costco as well. Those would be all-time highs if we continue to push through those 900 halves there on Costco. Spider still holding, 561. I have 560 halves as the month open on the Spider, Neil. So we are above the month open as of right now, and it's about what's the 13th? 13th of the month, Friday the 13th today. Neil.
It is Friday the 13th. I'm pretty sure we were looking at that yesterday. It doesn't actually mean anything to the markets Friday the 13th, so it's just one of those things. I don't think it means the market's going red, but the market isn't exactly bouncing off this red to green story. Like, we're still looking at the same thing in the NASDAQ. You're going into overnight bottoms, or highs, I should say, and you're consolidating. No break at the top, no retest of the low just yet. I'm looking over, like, Boeing still looking relatively strong. I don't necessarily get it, but I don't have to understand it to, what to say. I'm not going to trade it. Like, I feel like I thought that was going to be a short, and I didn't see a reason for the pop, so I'm going to stay away from it. Oracle's starting to look a little bit better here. We do have that number, so let's go to Adara. I wanted to get in on the other half. Oh, now it goes. I should have just gone long.
You just got the Michigan Consumer Sentiment preliminary print here for the month of September coming in at 69, so above the consensus of 68 and the forecast of 67.4. Michigan 5-year expectations for preliminary for the month of September also above expectations here. 3.1% versus 3% expected. 73 is the number here for the preliminary consumer expectations print, also above consensus of 71, forecast of 72. Current conditions, 62.9, also above estimates. Current inflation preliminary here is at 2.7%. So this one actually below the forecast. Only number below forecast is the inflation expectations. The others are all above estimates here. Again, preliminary prints for the September Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. We have the market pulling back a little bit here for the S&P 500, trying to figure out a bit of a sense of direction as we often see with these 10 a.m. numbers. Lots of interesting things to talk about here in the market. Worth noting as well, we just have potentially a minor catalyst here in Apple coming through. Noted Apple supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo tweeting out here that there's a potential indication of faster delivery times for the iPhone 16 after the pre-orders than what we saw for the 15. Other stories here include Moderna, this one trying to trend down here for a second day in a row, getting a series of downgrades from JP Morgan Chase, Jefferies, and Oppenheimer. We also have Boeing here down about 2% right now, though definitely not at its pre-market lows, having 33,000 aircraft assembly workers in its machinist unit vote to strike in the company's first strike since 2008. Lots to look at here in this market, guys.
Lost look. Oracle made another bottom in there. I said I wanted to wait till the number came out to try and get the rubber band play. Well, it snapped to the downside for sure. Patience worked on NVIDIA. It bounced off 118, was able to get filled in here on the way back up. It's trying to get into VWAP. I'm going to take some out in front of VWAP, man. We're in right before, then after we're able to get it off of the pre-market lows there, or the opening range lows, and that support that you got late in the afternoon. Now we need to get back into VWAP. That'll be the step one. Step two would be breaking VWAP and then trending back to the upside. I'm jumping back over to Tesla. Tesla lost it as well. So a lot of things flushing big, flushing huge on that number and trying to catch some rebounds. Obviously, you were mentioning Apple before. Apple did not really do much off the lows. Like, it took 220 by a couple of cents and then came right back in. So Apple finding a much better support level. I'm still sticking with NVIDIA for now, but I think that might have given an opportunity. Realistically, if you were in ARM, you just went down into 145 and instantly right back at the highs. ARM is certainly looking very strong. Meta in here pulled into VWAP and then instantly bounced. So both those looking pretty good. I feel like I should have been on ARM instead of NVIDIA, although NVIDIA is trying to go now. It's not doing as much as I was looking for. I know Unity's making some power moves, everybody. That wasn't necessarily part of my trade plan. But yeah, Unity. Usually I do like Unity underneath VWAP, but it did make a nice breakout at 20. 20 is a pretty key price area. The other name, which I should not be ignoring, I feel like I've been ignoring it too much. was the move up that we just saw on Intel. Look at the double wicks here. I looked up at my Intel chart. I'm like, you kidding me? Double wicks into prior highs for a bounce play. Ooh, man, Intel looks like a long today. At least that stock is cooperating if you got it. So NVIDIA did just get into VWAP, so we're able to get it off of those lows. It needs to carry and hold above VWAP here. 119's been a problem. That's where we were long originally and lost. Now we're just able to get it back as it's finally starting to head to the upside. Come on, let's go run into the upside. NVIDIA need to power it back up. If the future can get back to 19.5 and NVIDIA is not getting into this high 119 or 120 range, then I know it's in trouble. Because it should be up there if we get back to the top on the future.
Yeah, I'm watching that NVIDIA as well, man. But that number coming out, a bit of a muted action here. We flush down heavy down towards 19.4, and then we pick right back up. So we're catching a bid back towards that 19.5 as of right now here on the NASDAQ, and the ES as well, kind of reclaim some of those levels here. So we're going to be watching that. 119 is trading on that NVIDIA move there. So yeah, a little bit of a strong volume on that number. You can see it here on this volume candle that I have pulled up. So a lot of volume coming in there with that little bit of a shake and bake, and we're pulling right back up. So a bit of a lick grab of the opening range lows, as well as a lick grab of that after hours kind of low here into some of these levels there. And that VWAP coming in as well as of right now. Let's see if we can break through that high a day there, 1995. But before that, we got Adara. What's up?
What?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Yes, sir. And it's the kind of hope that you want, right? Like that's positive hope. I love that. I love that story from Firefly, and we always wish them the best. Especially if you can make money doing something that is positive for the world. All the better. But you never want to be hoping in trading. Nope. That said, hey, I hope NVIDIA gets to 120. It is what it is. Like, I mean, it's either going there or it's not. Let's be real. Regardless of what I say, it's going to either get up in here to 120 or it's going to flush. When the market gets to this 19.5, because I still think we're dealing with the same thing here on the NASDAQ. It was just like that number was the opportunity to maybe catch a bit of a dip and then go dip and rip. But now you're just retesting the highs. If no break of the high, I'm going to jam out off of this top and then just look for another area to possibly get in. I'm looking over at, my goodness, Micron is really, what? Wait a minute. Okay.
You're in that.
Micron, all right, so Micron yesterday off of that, it wasn't the 52-week low, but they got a double downgrade. Yeah, interestingly enough, you double downgrade them right when they're at the last line of support on the stock. It bounces, and now it continues. Shoot, Micron taking out 91 would be very bullish. It is what it is. I'm trading NVIDIA. But that's pretty bullish. Like you get the liquidity grab at the bottom, and then now you're trying to take out the top here. That's one heck of a reversal. Shout out to anyone that's on Micron. I can't even imagine why I would have been looking along on that stock over this or over NVIDIA or even ARM. But good look on Micron to everyone that's hollering about it. Look at ARM, up 6% on ARM. And you can't even get 1% right now on NVIDIA. Well, 1% from the bottom, but not on the day. ARM is flying here, Obi.
Yeah, definitely pushing up there, right through 19.5. We talk about that level being a little interesting there. The NASDAQ are ripping through that 19.5 as of right now. Let's see if we can get that a little bit of a continuation here on the market. That 119.68 trading on that NVIDIA there. So NVIDIA is about to push only about 40 pennies away from, from those day highs there. So let's see if we can get to that 30 pennies now, Neil, 119.63s. I see that you are long over a point in the money there. Nice trade off of those 118s, Neil. Let's see if we can get through that 120. Yesterday's high was interesting as well. We attempted to push through that 120. That 120 had a lot of size as well. Some like one of the largest volume candles on the day.
It was huge.
Was that 120 with all that size getting printed there, and then we continue. Can't really get to 121, but we continue to the upside today, attempting to push through that 120 once again. So let's see if that 19.5 kind of holds and continues. I think that will give us some good confluence and some market tailwind for that long there. But solid long on Nvidia there.
I have to listen to myself, Obi, because I just said if we ran the top and on the futures and had a pullback, that I would get out and look for the next entry. And the other thing too is there's a couple of other stocks which I feel like are giving you some good levels in here. So we're able to grab it off that low in Nvidia, but I feel like you didn't get to the high, and that lower high was at 119.75. So you got the one wick in here to 95, but then these lower highs are at 75. It wicks the lower highs and then can't break the 50s. So I like that for now. Now, if the market breaks the top, there's always a 120 break. If we don't break the top, there's a dip at 119. There's what's happening in Micron, where it's trying to crest at a very key $91 level as well. I don't want to give up on Nvidia just yet, but I feel as if being a little bit more nimble and waiting for those really good entries is going to get us back into it. It's just been, PDD sucked, Oracle has stunk, but Tesla and Nvidia for me, that's about it. And Tesla even, actually, no, Tesla's looking relatively weak here. No, I don't like that anymore. The market's breaking out these tops, and Tesla looks like it's giving it up in a big way. I'm just going to double check. I haven't even looked at AMD yet today. I've been on Nvidia as the long, which has worked. Even AMD looks stronger than Nvidia at this moment. Everything looks stronger than Nvidia in the chip names. That's interesting.
Yeah, both Apple as well. Have you looked at Apple?
Well, I'm kind of focused on the specifically the semi names here. Like ARM was a missed opportunity because that's stronger. Even Intel was stronger than Nvidia today, and now AMD's double top 153 with, nothing till you get to 57, 58. This seems like it might be a little bit better, at least on a breakout. The dip levels I kind of like on Nvidia, no questions asked, but I'm trying to find something for short off this 19.5 level on the NASDAQ. And I don't really have any stocks that I like that are trending down that I can short back into VWAP or that are looking relatively weak in the big cap tech space. So it kind of leads me to looking for dip buys one more time.
Yeah, there's definitely one name, Neil, here in the tech group that is looking weak, and that is Oracle. Oracle continues to kind of flush to the downside here. 165s didn't really hold that consolidation. We're trading below now 164 halves as of right now. So yeah, this thing is down in the dumps as of right now. So nothing too crazy in terms of the long there. No real relief that we're getting. 72 still holding on Uber. I'm not really seeing too much else. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I know that a lot of people are mentioning Nvidia as well. A lot of these tech names are kind of pushing to the upside here. Again, that 19.5, we're still holding in and around that level. So a lot of consolidation, a lot of chip chop happening there on these chips as we attempt to push through some of these levels. That consolidation, look at that, this high, this high, this high, this high. We're still holding above those levels, and now we're pushing to the upside there. There we go. A break back above that 19.5 there, Neil. So let's see if we can get that bid coming in on the market. Looking at Nvidia here as well. Nvidia again, nice little consolidation. I'm okay. Thank you for the coffee. Appreciate it. 118.32 or 118.02 is the low of day there, Neil, on Nvidia. A bit of a lick grab as well. I like that. Let's see. It's pretty much range bound as of right now. As the market, again, a little bit of I guess not really range bound here on the Nasdaq, but it is kind of chopping just underneath that 19.5. So it remains to be interesting here on those names. So let's see what else is moving. Adobe still catching a little bit of a bid. Spider trading at 161.65. So the Spider is slowly but steadily continuing to trend up there. That's definitely an interesting look there. ARM, Neil, oh boy, ARM continues to go.
ARM is breaking limbs for everybody right now. Like, it's ridiculous what's going on in ARM. Oh, no, NVIDIA does not hold on to VWAP. Oh, see, this is why I should be picking AMD. NVIDIA loses VWAP, and so there's a new thing going on in Benzinga. Every now and then you're going to hear me like react to it, but they have a new alert system, which is pretty cool. But it's kind of catching me off guard every now and then when I'm in the middle of talking. So we lose VWAP on NVIDIA. I still maintain I like the long. I'm willing to risk 20, 30 cents every now and then when it's giving you those dollar moves. I'm back into PDD, but I got to show you. I'm going to go back to AMD in case this was a little bit fast. So AMD is holding higher lows into 153. That is a clean 153 top with the high just a couple of pennies above. So if it breaks there, it needs to be above 5. It's 03 is the actual high of the day. There's nothing on top of this until you get into like 158. So I think it's got a pretty blue sky setup. The problem being is we keep doing this on the futures. We keep losing 19.5. Over and over and over again, we just keep losing this 19.5 level. And when I look at what is not strong, like you're at the 50 period currently on Apple on that daily. You're at VWAP with lower highs on Apple. Apple looks like it should be the one if I'm shorting something. It's almost like a Head and Shoulders is setting up on Apple. And I've been looking for something that sets up as a short in case we don't break this 19.5. I know what I like. I like some of those chip names to set upside. But Apple, seemingly on a bit of a Head and Shoulders, could be the one to the south side here. Siobhan is saying check Palantir. I will get to in a second. I just want to set up on Apple. And I had my order set on AMD as well in case it takes out that top.
Yeah, so we're getting a bit of a struggle there with that 72.
2.
I'm continuing to watch that 72 there on Uber. Yeah, a little bit of a hold here on Oracle as well. It didn't really hold that 165 as well as I was looking for it to. I did get in quite early and kind of I guess averaged into it. I still want a lot more for this ticker in terms of what the size I'm trying to take here. So I am kind of I guess playing a little bit with my risk as it potentially comes in. It could also not come in. And I'm willing to give it that a little bit of a wide risk until it kind of shows itself there, if it's going to show itself at all. That 19.5 coming in once again here, Neil. So let's see if the market can finally push towards these highs. I'm watching the strongest name right now is Alphabet. Oh boy, what a recovery on Alphabet. Alphabet is pushing for high of day, trading at 156s, Neil. So 156 push on Alphabet there, Google, as the spider pushes up to its highs there. We were talking about Amazon being strong as well. If Amazon did pull back from its highs as of right now, trading at 188. So let's see what that one has in store for us. As again, we knock on the door once again of this 19.5 here on the NASDAQ. ES not really doing too much. NVIDIA not really doing too much. Still trading within its opening range here on NVIDIA. That 72 hold on Uber, man. That is definitely interesting as it kind of just consolidates, chop. We are holding a bit of a compressing price action.
What's
here.
interesting about the hold on Uber of the bid is you're getting a hold of the offer on Tesla here. And I feel like I'm just biased to the fact that the Tesla breakout kind of worked. So it's like, okay, well, the breakout kind of worked, so let's look for longs on Tesla. No, it's now setting up a fail break on Tesla. Like suddenly ignore this dark pool wick. It's like a fail break of yesterday's high and a trend back down that if you can't take out this 231 again, you've got the wick over and then you've got reestablished resistance on Tesla. So maybe it's my bias getting the best of me here. And as I was saying, looking for a short, if we fail 19.5, maybe this is the one, but we're back above 19.5. So that has to wait for another moment. We're back above 19.5. NVIDIA is back above VWAP. Back into it. If it gets to the half where it failed before, going to take some profit. You're getting a VWAP dip on AMD. So this is setting up for a VWAP dip and a break of the high of the day at 153. Oh, and Pinduo Duo here. I'm going to give you the black chart because I want to stay on AMD.
Boy.
Finally made a lower high. Like the first time I was in, just too early. Then we actually waited for a dip to make a pullback VWAP trade. That still ran stops. Then it gives a consolidation and a lower high. So we're in it. I don't know if third time's a charm, but it's like a 3 strikes you're out rule kind of thing when it trends like this. I said I wanted to wait for fading opportunities in it. So that's what I'm doing here on Pinduo Duo. And we are going to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate it. But buried in the chat saying SMCI short squeeze. Well, if every chip name is going, except for maybe NVIDIA, which is still at 119, SMCI. There's an actual SMC, which I'm finding out just now. SMCI might as well go to, but I feel like it's a day where, you know, the market is trying to go and not going. Wow, look at the relative strength in these guys as well. Unbelievable. SMCI squeezing, ARM squeezing, NVIDIA can barely hold on to the 19 level. Like, again, I was long at 10s. It can't hold 19 even. So I'm still waiting for it to show me the bottom that we're looking for. Let me just do the 15-minute on SMCI. In order to squeeze, you have to break out resistance. That happens at 77, not 65. So I think the next big level here is going to be 77 on SMCI. Good luck. I mean, this and ARM are the ones that are looking like absolute rocket ships. Let me just go back over to PDD because that's the only thing we're in. Doesn't work. Now on the 15-minute, you actually have red. Hey, look at that. You wait for it to get to the key price, 95, and then sellers actually come in. So I feel like we're at least patient with it, but just because you were patient and got the entry that you like, it doesn't mean it's going to automatically win. I'll tell you right now, I felt like I had the right entry on Oracle.
Yep.
You know, like, everything about it in here at 66 felt like I was waiting for the right spot. I got it. It's consolidating. It's starting to go. It starts to break out. Prints in front of 67. Everything about it looks pretty good. And it still ended up trending down anyway. So, you know, you can have whatever style you have. Like, it's like, for me, it's like, oh, take the hit, get out, look for another opportunity, be willing to take the hit, look for the next best opportunity. Whether you do that or hold, like, it's been all roads leading to the same thing on Oracle as it trends back into said downside. But got to work on what's going to be next here. And with the market looking strong again, AMD still at VWAP. No break yet of the high for AMD. VWAP hold. It looks okay, but then I keep coming back over to ARM. ARM.
Yes, sir.
ARM is just trend up.
ARM is just strong arming to the upside.
Like, it is just clear trend to the upside on ARM. It might get to 150 as we speak. That is a...
that could definitely be a level.
Well, 150 is going to be crowded. I wouldn't want to be punching that long. Not on ARM. ARM is I had this drawn on ARM. This is not just a random level of 150 on a Friday as an options level. That's not it. Go back on the daily. Come to my chart for a second. This was a huge level. Can we come to my chart? Sorry, guys. Is a huge level here, 150. It was big support. When it lost that support, trended down to $105 consecutively. So this is a monster level at 150. I think it's a crowded breakout trade if you try to take it. But it's already 1020, which means we got to get on over to Adara in the small cap recap.
Yep.
Just a quick note on SMCI before we do that. SMCI, I just checked, a short float of about 15%. No news on Supermicro Computer that I could find, but it is one that tends to attract some retail attention, so just be aware of that 15% short float. In terms of the IWM, we are coming into a fascinating level for this one. Potentially a bit of a topping tail candle forming for the Russell 2000, up about 2%. Generally here, though, on an uptrend with decent volume and a bit of a stronger looking chart than what we're seeing with some of these other indices. The theme of these small cap orders today is going to be names with larger short floats that have run in the past, including GEVO. This is GEVO Inc. is the name of the company. Yesterday here they announced this $210 million deal for some of these ethanol and CCS assets. They also do have here about a 10% short float and reiterating a buy rating here from H.C. Wainwright. Next up, we have PCT, Pure Cycle Technologies. This one, over $1 billion market cap, but a 28% short float. This one continuing to trade higher following an announcement on Wednesday here. Series of transactions with a couple different management companies to raise $90 million. And last but not least, IMRX Immuneering. We have a 5% short float in this one, announcing some positive data from its pancreatic cancer treatment for IMRX. Lots to look at today in the small cap world, guys.
Yes, sir. And I was just asked about Redfin here, up 15 points. Another stock, another lack of any red candles on it, just a parabolic mover into the upside. It's not like there's anything, this is blue sky setup, so technical analysis on a blue sky setup is kind of non-existent unless you want to draw some kind of a trend line in there. That's at least for myself. Like there's nothing that I can see here. Like there's no support or resistance prior that's going to make any difference in a stock like this. All you could do is, if you try to draw a trend, you got to use a moving average or something. It's way too steep to the upside. So this is gone as far as I'm concerned. Nice looking move here on Redfin, but I don't have any technical levels on this stock. I would probably slap a moving average on it and just look for a potential retrace. You're still doing the exact same thing on the NASDAQ where you're retesting the highs. And, there's a few names that we haven't talked about yet, but I say yet, as Starbucks never got to 100, obviously you guys can see, but it made a bit of a rounded bottom and is trying to break that back out through VWAP. And if you note what happened in Starbucks yesterday, we had late longs in Starbucks, but not until it got to VWAP and then started breaking higher in the afternoon. It dipped and held, and it's doing a very similar pattern here as the market's breaking out. This gets above VWAP. I think it's a run into 100. I said this yesterday. If Starbucks gets to 100, my intention is not to be long at $100. My intention is to be long going into $100. Like I'd like to be long somewhere in 99 to 100 instead of punching 100 like a sucker, because I feel like that's not the trade that I want to be sure. JCB Sports Cards, shout out to you in the chat. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Getting a lot of questions in the chat today. Remember, hit that like and subscribe. It's a subs only chat. If you want to ask any questions or just communicate with our great trading community that we have here at Trader TV Live, then you hit that sub, then you can communicate with everybody in here. We get a lot, like look at TQQ, look at Serve, REITs are all going up. There was a couple of deals in Canada with some REITs, but that's more of you have rate cuts going in there, which could bode well for the sector. That's a good one. I know Serve's making some power moves. I kind of have eyeballs over here in Starbucks, which is now regaining VWAP. I'm looking at NVIDIA. It's still trying to take that 119. And AMD, I'm assuming, still not above VWAP and not breaking 153 either. So nothing doing here yet on advanced micro devices or NVIDIA. I want to be patient with reentries. The market's breaking out the tops, and the chip names I'm looking at aren't going, but that's a yet.
No, I think I just saw somebody in the chat saying, yeah, there is a 165, seller there holding the offer on Oracle. So I guess not going to be getting too far unless that seller kind of lifts there. But a bit of a reversion here on Adobe. We were looking at that one earlier, that 525 level I was talking about, Neil. Oh boy, the low, 526.60. So we did get lower than that earlier level, and then we did bounce off of that 525, Neil. So, oh boy, that level really coming into fruition there. Market getting a little bit choppy here in and around this 19.5. We did break through it. We accelerated to the upside there, and then couldn't really sustain as we're coming right back into these 19.5s as of right now. And yeah, Adobe continues to kind of sell off there. So I'm probably going to be done with this one soon enough as it continues to kind of sell off. And I was definitely wrong on this one with the selling kind of coming in aggressively. But yeah, somebody in the chat did point out, I do see it as well, that 165 kind of a hold. Every time it gets into that 165, bit of a strong hold there on the ask. Again, we are consolidating a little bit sideways here, so the selling is not as aggressive as it was off of the open there. And as we consolidate, maybe the book being a little bit more balanced there with buyers and sellers as we continue to chop sideways, and looking for that 165 seller to lift and potential reversion back into VWAP right here. But we've been holding the 8 moving average as well. If you guys are using simple moving averages or exponential moving averages, I like the exponentials for momentum because they do keep a little bit of a tighter knit hold onto the candles there. And here comes another attempt off of Uber to continue to the upside. 73s incoming here, as again the ES pushing a little bit more than the Nasdaq here, Neil, and the Nasdaq definitely pulling back in. What is Nvidia up to? Let's take a quick look.
Nvidia is now looking very weak.
Yeah,
Obi.
pulling in
Like a lot of things are starting to look very weak. We just wicked the you-know-what out of the future. Sorry, Starbucks was trying to hold VWAP, and it obviously did. It just doesn't look strong. I was looking for a dip buy there. You can see it's not looking good. So I'm not going to buy it if it doesn't look good. But Nvidia and the market back underneath resistance or support. So the dip buys do not feel like we're going to get there. Nvidia doesn't want that 120. It wants no part of it. The only good, like the long that made it was the one at the 10 o'clock number. And even then, that's just because we basically had a number dump us and then allow you to get back into the top of the range. Everything else is a moot point. Apple approaching low of day here on this reverse. Tesla, my bias got the best of me with Tesla because I should have shorted VWAP in. Mea culpa, everybody. I should have shorted this once I realized it was a false break. But you're definitely pulling back. And I feel like if we do lose the top here, there's some names that could play some catch up, certainly. Like I'm looking over, like Intel stopped going up. And if it loses support, I think it can be down at 19. I'm just in PDD off of its local high. But there's a lot of names that are starting to look like they're not as strong as before. And I think Nvidia is starting to get there. If it loses 118, I think it's in trouble. Apple's already looking bad. Tesla's certainly looking weak to me. And you're holding on to strength barely on some of the names that were strong before. Like, well, Google's holding up the tops, but even it's starting to pull back. ARM did a bit of a pullback as well. I tried to be patient. I thought Starbucks was going to hold that bid. It did not. I guess I have to wait for short the pops on Apple and Tesla if we're not going to get this breakout that we've been looking for. Adara.
Bitcoin continuing to look pretty interesting here on the daily chart. Another day of chopping in and around that $58,000 level. In terms of stories in the crypto space, this one was mentioned earlier today as well, but we do have MicroStrategy that is, of course, run by Michael Saylor, having its largest Bitcoin acquisition here in about 3 years. 18,300 Bitcoin purchased here for around $1.11 billion. So $1.11 billion purchase. Now they currently have around 244,800 Bitcoin MSTR, and that's going to be valued at $14 billion or roughly 1% of all of the Bitcoin produced. So very interesting look here for MSTR. In terms of Bitcoin itself, still having these lower highs with this 54,000 bottom. So pretty interesting look here in the daily chart. Let's see how that shakes out. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum slightly negative on the day. BTC just losing that 58 level. Ethereum trying to hold on to the 2,300. Bit mixed for a lot of these names. Slight positivity, but generally a decent amount of downside. Solana down about 2.5%. Cardano down about 1.5%. Doge and Toncoin both pretty strong right now, but a bit of a muted day in that cryptocurrency space, guys.
Just rug pulled. There, that support that had been there all morning just got lifted. I just saw Nvidia go through the 118 level. Apple took 222. It's trying to wick the bottom. At least on Apple is trying to wick the bottom here and hold on to the 222. Holding on to support at least a little bit here. Nvidia, not at all. Like Nvidia goes right underneath that 118. That's the difference. Like Nvidia took out, went to the $0.50. Let me get on the bid there. Nvidia did get to the $0.50, but suddenly it's not looking nearly as good as before. I think you've got a bit of a gap to 116.5 here on NVDA. If 118 holds underneath, I think you get to that level. If we regain it, I probably give it to that prior support. But sometimes you just got to look over and flip it up. I felt like I was going to get Intel instead to the short side. But Intel fell a lot faster. It never broke the support level yet, so I think I might want to get this one off of VWAP if there's any kind of a bounce. But we've resolved ourselves in the futures here, at least a little bit. You know, like you failed the breakout and you did that consolidation off the top. Feels like it's just like maybe a consolidation toward the bottom here on said bid. I'd like to think maybe ARM could hold up because it was so strong. But NVIDIA didn't want 120 so badly. I'd rather start looking for shorts and things that weren't retesting those highs. Names like ARM, if you're still long ARM, like that's strong. It's bouncing off of VWAP. So that one still looks like it's holding its upward trend. whereas the rest of these names are looking a little bit weaker. I haven't looked at Uber. I don't know if you have.
No, Uber I'm watching. Uber got attempted to push towards 72.70s are the highs, and then we're pulling back in 72 halves. So yeah, nice little consolidation here. Just holding, I guess, relatively. I guess we were talking about price compression in and around that 72. We're attempting to push some of these prior highs as well. Hasn't really come into 73 just yet. But yeah, look at this market, man. The market is still trading within its 15-minute opening range here. So a little bit of an attempt to push to the upside, wicks to the downside as well. And then, yeah, we're just kind of trading. We talked about that 19 half being potentially interesting, and that didn't really come in as, I guess, we didn't hold above that is what I mean. And we're trading a little bit lower here going into the end of the week. That 118, Neil, is coming right back in on NVIDIA. Let's take a quick look at some of these large caps here to see what we got in store. Alphabet still relatively strong. Oh boy. That's the only one that's really ticking to the upside as of right now, with the rest of these names. I guess NVIDIA pulling back in to that. What was that? The prior 3-minute candle went all the way down to 117.60s, Neil.
Yes.
On NVIDIA. And JKL with the super chat. Market cools into the afternoon, reset before FOMC. Yeah, exactly. I think that a lot of times we see that before like a large economic number or some economic number, we might see a little bit of a slowdown before in anticipation, right?
Well, that's like you've now got consecutive inside days. Like for the most part, like you get here's what I mean. Like if you look at NVIDIA, till about 10 or so, you basically were just wicking the bottom and wicking the top. It then eventually made a higher level play. But when you look at the overall futures, like we eventually made the breakout. For the majority, you'd wick the bottoms, you'd wick the top, and you just retrace. Now, eventually, like later on, you carried the top end of the range, but the morning's playing out exactly the same way, where it's like top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, and that's what we get. So what I mean by inside day is, either you might be testing above resistance on the futures, which you have several times. You haven't actually really tested underneath the support at 19.4, but you're just traveling it back and forth. So it's just tossing you around. You can see that with the whipsaw action of the trade. That's why it's a frustrating morning, because nothing's really had the continuation you want, although I would wager Oracle's the one that's bugging me the most because it just couldn't seem to hold at all. Is what it is.
I mean,
but
day before earnings, right?
It is.
We've been running up since earnings.
And maybe the sellers are just winning today. It is, profit takings coming in on a Friday. Like, look at Starbucks. Starbucks was looking like a nice little V-shaped recovery. Let's let it hold up here. We'll go long into 100. Starbucks right back into the bottom. This is kind of what I'm getting at here. So either you're trading something inside of a range. Like right now, the only thing we're left in here is PDD, which is making its bottom, or top, I should say, like its consolidation, but it's about to run the highs. I'm waiting in for it to pull back into VWAP, either pulls into VWAP or it breaks out the top. Like that's a simple thing for me. Manuel's saying Moderna's holding VWAP. I thought Moderna could be a continuation play today. That never set up at all for myself. No break of 64 for it to continue lower. No retest of the previous close up at 70. Trading inside of the range. Like it's not even the full range of the afternoon yesterday on Moderna. And this is a stock that got pummeled yesterday. So it's moving a bit, but no significant price action that we can get on even something like a Moderna.
Yeah, so I'm looking for potentially the next trade here. Oracle's clearly not really working for me right now.
Of course, Astus is going up.
Astus is going up. Okay, all right. PDD as well, Neil. PDD is super strong to the upside.
Just put ASTS on that thing.
On a reversion. Let's take a quick look at ASTS, I guess. Right here. Oh boy. Yeah, this one super strong to the upside as of right now. So craziness here. What was that name you were talking about? That it was like
Hill.
3 million TIL.
TIL.
Yeah, let's see what that one is up to as well. A bit of a squeezer there, lower float. 3 million float, and yeah, a bit of sideways action. We were talking about how in the pre-market session, potentially shorts from end of day yesterday might be a little underwater. Didn't really follow through as aggressively as we were looking for there, Neil. as it kind of just chops sideways here on the day, TIL 53s. But yeah, a little bit of a low float runner over the past couple of days there. Not doing too much, bit of sideways action there, but could definitely seem like a bit of a short trap coming in this pre-market as we reclaim some of those end of day highs that pushed up into the 60s. And Oscarito saying, look at TGT. Okay, let's have a quick look at Wow. All right. So I guess this is with the Costco move, right? So Costco was pushing up, Walmart as well.
Yep.
Walmart is strong as well. But yeah, Target is the strongest one on the day here. 150 kind of hold off of the open. They're trading at 152 halves as of right now here on Target. So nice call out there, Oscarito, as Target pushes to the upside here on the day. Some of these retail names, man, super strong. Again, with that Costco all-time high potentially incoming, I think that looking at some of these names is definitely a good look there. But yeah, let us know what else you guys are looking at here. C Battle's talking about Nike. I know people in the chat in the morning, they were saying Nike 80, Nike 80. So yeah, Nike has not really traded at 80 just yet, but a strong push off of the open. 78 low, 79.15 is trading as of right now. Prior day high is breaking as well. Prior day high was 79.06. So we are slowly but steadily pushing up to the upside. So let's see if we get that 80 on Nike today and go for a bit of a run. But before that,
yes, we can.
Sector Watch with Adara.
Interestingly enough, there isn't any one sector that's especially weak today, though there are a few that are a bit more muted. Communications not doing too much this morning, a little bit quieter in the commercial services side of things, and health technology, other than Moderna's second big move down here, not too much happening there as well. But let's talk about all these strong sectors. Retail trade, as just mentioned here with Costco and Walmart, nice moves up. Producer manufacturing, energy minerals actually having a rare up day after a bit of a mixed week here. Consumer services, pretty good. Finance, pretty green here, though some of the major components a bit more quiet. But of course, as always, we do have to talk about some of these tech names as well. It's worth noting here, consumers, durables, and transportation both moving a little bit on this story with Uber and Waymo. Tesla a little bit more muted, also getting a bit of a negative upgrade here from Guggenheim. They raised the price target, but the note a little bearish. Then, of course, Uber bringing up the transportation side of things, but also Google could be benefiting from this as well, given their ownership there of Waymo in the technology services side of things. This sector, some strength in Google and ORCL, but Adobe and Meta a little bit more muted. Electronic technology a bit quieter as well. These Mag 7s not necessarily leading the market today, guys. Interesting look.
Nope.
Yep.
No, really. They are not. What's leading the market is ARM. And Oh, like that? You know what? So, you know, the graphic that
obviously I can't do it as good as...
No, the graphic that we need for ARM is, well, I don't know if you remember Carl Weathers. Okay, so there's this shot. Yeah, I'm not talking about Apollo Creed. I'm talking about from Predator.
Sharif and Pat look
remember,
like Apollo Creed.
No, in Predator, Carl Weathers and Arnold did this like that, and they both have like the ridiculous gun.
Yeah. I've
so
seen
that's
that
what
scene. I've seen the scene.
Yeah, right. So,
yeah.
So we need that for ARM. We could get like Sharif, and then I don't know. We need like a rune back or something for us to recreate that. But no, and obviously, like I have no qualm saying it's this morning has sucked, and we should have been. What's crazy is we were talking about Obi and I before we came on air. We're talking about ARM and looking at this in the chip names, and obviously it probably should have been the one, but that's going to be a bit of hindsight. It did set it up, the 50 period, the breakout, all that kind of good stuff. Like it would be a continuation long. I looked over, and whoops, that's not going to be adjusted. So let me zoom in. The other thing was NVIDIA was setting up the same way, but you know what's different? NVIDIA never broke out the top. Like one broke the top, the other one didn't. It's like, let's go dip buying the thing in anticipation of the break, instead of taking the stock that did break out. A lot of times you get wrapped up in what you want to happen instead of what is happening. AMD's under VWAP, like that's not even strong anymore. Like look at AMD, it's like actually tanking. It feels to me like AMD and maybe even NVIDIA are turning into shorts as long as we keep losing this high. But ARM bounces off VWAP once. You know, like I was long 4 times on NVIDIA, 3 times on Oracle. like the first time a long sets up on ARM, it just goes $1 like instantly because it's a strong stock, and that's the difference when you have a strong stock. I do maintain you've got some weakness here. One of those might have been Apple. It tagged 222 and bounced. Hilarious that the one support line that I have, I don't actually go for the long off that level because Apple looks like it's trending to the downside to me. And if it's trending down and the market continues to not break 19.5, I feel like Apple should be shorted when it gets to resistance. But for now, we're looking at longs and ARM. I'm going to double check because I haven't looked back at Oracle.
That hold on NVIDIA is definitely interesting there. Wow, yeah. That Oracle continues to push down. So I did get finally getting stopped out there on the pullback into that 164. I think again looking back at it, we're not holding that 165 to 166 ish area right now. I think we're poised for a little bit of a 162. Looking at prior levels there on Oracle there. Again, prior high from Thursday is that 162 level. We did break back below. And that 165 seller, I guess, very, very aggressive. We're holding the moving average. So if there was a moving average here, which I do have on my other screen, the moving average has been holding quite distinctly as well for the long. So I guess I definitely did not play this very well on the day today. But what is the next trade is what I am asking right now.
Intel's
not the best loss, kind of averaging into it. But again, I'm just going to be looking for the next trade there. ARM was quite nice. ARM is still holding, but TQ's pushing for those highs. So that has me looking over here at the NASDAQ as we pull in to some of those highs here. So
yes.
Potentially. What's happening?
That's it.
That's the one. Yes.
Boom. Yeah, that's you. I mean, Sharif could do that. You know what? Like, just give me some roids, a little bit of HGH.
That's that.
And about give me a couple of years too, and then
we can match
handle our
Sharif's
business.
arms.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you have to understand about 80s action stars. It's the same thing with like wrestling. That was like back in the day when like everyone was using steroids and it wasn't like a thing.
Yeah.
So, like everyone was all jacked and ish. I guess people still do it now. It is what it is, man. Like roids are everywhere. But yeah, the market right back up into those highs. I'm annoyed with myself to a certain extent because we should have been at ARM before. But let's try to we're here now, and as I said, 150 is a big level. And I feel like if we're not really screaming, it's done a lot of work. 150 is its own trade because of what we saw on the daily chart. So, here's 150. The last time was at the 50 period. The thing tanked 30%. And then you go back in and with major support as well. So I feel like 150 is going to be a bit of a roadblock for him. It already has been once. It looks like it could be again. So I think we're going to get some other opportunities on this. If it dips again, look into VWAP. I feel like if it gets to VWAP, you don't want it because it probably runs stops. It's been so strong that if it tags VWAP and tries to go underneath, you're going to want to wait for it to make a bit of a bottom. Like you could easily bottom down here instead of just there. That's why I like it over VWAP on a really parabolic stock sometimes instead of tying right into that 146. I don't want this getting back underneath 146 half. And we have a 47 in. I'm thinking about just getting on the offer in front of this 49 in case it tags it. But you're now getting a decent retracement. Tesla's coming back to the upside. Apple's coming back into the upside here. That's about to retest VWAP. The market's at the high of the day, and Tesla and Apple are trying to just hold a VWAP. That's not a very good look for either one of them. If we fail this top for like the 5th time, then those are the two things that are shorts. But I think finally we're in at least the right long here. The other one you could have would be Intel. Intel's looking very strong.
Yeah, another name that's super strong as well is PDD. PDD has almost reverted pretty much the whole move that we had in that pre-market session there. So a little bit of tariff news coming out on PDD there. 98, 97, 83 highs there. Flushes all the way down to 90, 30s off of the open. We hold some of those levels, and look at that trend break coming in right off of the open there. So yeah, look at that right here, bang bang, and yeah, that trend breaks VWAP claim, and then a push from 92, 93s all the way to 96s as of right now coming in. Let's see if we can revert the whole move. 97, 83 is only about a couple points away from that level right now on PDD. So definitely longs are still there in this market, Neil. Where are they? I guess PDD was definitely one of them. We were talking about Kroger as well. Kroger, KR, a bit of a continuation from yesterday. So yesterday, super strong on earnings. If I can push that away. Okay, earnings day one right here. Again, holds the dip off of the open there, closes very strong on the day. We're trading above the close now with after a little bit of a pullback into prior days, end of day consolidation right here at that 54 halves, trading at 55 halves as of right now. What's up, Adara?
We have a new scale here on, MSR. Yeah, this is new scale here. MSR is the ticker. This one pushing up to new high of days here, getting a outperform rating here, an $11 price target from CLSA. They do have a 7.9% short float. So SMR moving higher here in a positive analyst note, guys.
Marty. SMART. That was Homer Simpson. Anyways, but you know what? Good times, any. So before I get to this, just want to point out here, the market again wicks the highs. The NASDAQ just keeps on trying. It goes above, and then we wick the top. So jumped over to Apple, which was at VWAP for a bit of a curl. Going to give it right into here, about the 15 to 20s on the other side of 223. So it is a relatively tight stop because the market is very, very tight into some of those highs. But hey, it's a lot of rapid trading in here today. And obviously, some days are going to be better than others. That's why you're always trying to learn the right way. And if you're in Canada, then to me, the right way is our campus program. It's back. If you are in Canada and you have a passion for trading and you want to learn to trade and you want to be a professional trader, and you want to trade for a living or make it as a second income, then this program is for you. It is an all-inclusive free program. And what I mean by that is you get every single step of the way in terms of a trading journey. You get to start with an introduction into the markets. I'm talking about basics. I went through something similar over 20 years ago where you learn basic market structure. It's just a couple of days. I did the same thing when I started out. Then you learn this platform, Pete Pro 8, built for traders, by traders, for traders. All of us trade on this. Myself, Sean, Obi, Sharif Adair, all the traders behind us, Big Patty Ice, Max as well. It's a great program, but you got to learn the platform. Once you get into the simulator, you get one-on-one coaching. You're trading in a very, very realistic setting. You get a few symbols and some goals to be able to hit. Once you complete that, you get a nice certificate. I actually don't know what it looks like, but you get a certificate. Then you get to go live. That's what you care about anyways. Live trading, trading real stocks for real money, still one-on-one coaching. You're talking about 16 hours a week minimum within this program. You still have to hit goals to advance in buying power and in terms of making profits, but at the end of the day, it is free. It is a free structured program. You get risk managers to guide you along the way. There are daily meetings as well that you get to take part with. The boys in the back that risk manage this floor are going to be with you every step of the way. And I think it's a great program. Trading is hard enough, especially on a day like today where it's just chopping us all around here. Trading is hard enough when you're doing it alone. Why not do it the right way? Why not try to start your trading journey from a professional approach? So scan the QR code for this. It's also a description is going to be usually in the video here every single day, or realtrading.com/campus. Fills up pretty quickly. And yes, you do have to be in Canada for this program. We get that question a lot. I wish it was available everywhere, and that could be coming down the line. Don't get me wrong. That is something that they're looking forward to. So as I was doing that, there was probably a good re-entry in Apple here at 223. I wanted to see how it responded to that high before I got more shares in. Now I think it is an add underneath 223 even on Apple. Let's go to Money Talks with Adara.
Lots of economic data from this morning to unpack and digest. So to recap here, at 8:30 a.m., getting export and import data here for the month of August. Lower than expected for both these prints. So negative 0.7 versus negative 0.1 expected here for export price index for August on a month-over-month basis. Import negative 0.3 versus negative 0.2 expected. Then we get higher than expected Michigan consumer data for the most part here. So consumer sentiment for September for the preliminary print, 69 versus the estimate here was 68.3. The only print of those Michigan prints that was lower than expected was this one-year inflation expectation print. So coming in at 2.7% versus estimates of 2.8%. So interesting look there. Of course, these numbers are going to be very interesting ahead of the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. 2 p.m. we'll get the rate decision, and then at 2:30 a.m. comments from Fed Chair Powell. So September 18th, definitely a must-see. Also worth noting here, a bit of a double top on the DXY, with it then also falling below previous support just above that 101 level. Let's see what the DXY does from here ahead of a very exciting week of economic news, guys.
Thank you, Adara. So there's no headline, but DJT just made a power move to the upside here. Not really sure what caused it. It was under trouble the last couple of days. I think we all knew that. Like after the debate, you saw the move into the downside, but only 5% up. But it's now back through that lower high from the post-debate. Like that's a biggie. You're back through 1680. So it could just be like a technical squeeze of sorts here on DJT. I haven't paid for locates today. I feel like there's always a place that it could go to that I'd want to fade. So I'll likely in the middle of the day grab some locates on this, see if it settles down and give some kind of a short entry. And again, try to get political, but you know, at the end of the day, like this is what it looks like on a daily chart. So shorting the pops, generally speaking, has been very, very good. So if we're shorting pops on this, I think I let it get to the next level. Might be that 18. I just want to check back in here with ARM. The market's still making a rough attempt to break the highs. I was trying to get filled in front of 148. 149, check that. It got to 148.5, so now you're getting a bit of a consolidation. I don't know that I like what's happening here. Now you've got a bit of a double top, not double top, but like a trend top forming that would lead you back into VWAP. So my approach is, hey, if it holds this line, get out. Like if I see it try to run this bit of a trend line that's forming, I could have drawn that a little bit tighter. Like it tries to run the top of this and fails it, then I want to get out and then wait for a re-entry into ARM. So we got the long off 77s. 47 when it broke back up. It kind of held that low. My stop was at 146.5. I haven't changed that yet, but I feel like I'm going to. But if we break out this little trend line here, fail to follow through, I'm just going to jump out of ARM. Just kind of take the win that's out in front of us here. Fairchild says DJT's not going to get back to 18. Well, I only said 18 because here I'll finish that. Yeah, I mean in the chat if you think it's not getting to $18, I simply said 18 because when I look at the significant price levels on the stock, the last time it was up here, it literally had $18 as support. So support turning to resistance, like the most simple concept you can ever use. That's the level that if it gets there, I'm definitely looking short. It doesn't mean I think it's going to 18. I just feel like that's an obvious one. It could be somewhere else, like maybe it finds the top here at 17.5. I don't know. Cross that bridge when it gets there. But I am looking for a fade on this every time it goes up in a general sense.
Yeah, so we're looking at that.
Okay, I might not be able to get my tea.
Uber, that 72, definitely we lost that 72. So we're pretty much in a sideways consolidation here on Uber. We did gap up, or we did have a strong bid up there in the pre-market off of some of those, off of that news there, and then sideways chop happening here on Uber. So here, a little bit of a bid coming in finally, potentially here on Oracle as it breaks or attempts to break once more. It's a 8 moving average that it has been holding. So a bit of a potential trend break here. Let's see if we can break back above that 165 there. So it was a bit of a tough, push. I definitely did do a little bit of a bag hold there on the way down. But potentially some bid coming right back in. But we talked about that 165, and somebody in the chat as well kind of identified that 165 was being held down. Any sort of pop above 165.10s, 165.25s was holding on the ask there. That was definitely something to be respected. And we're trading right back above. So 164.60s with the bid coming in aggressively here on Oracle. Let's see if that seller kind of steps right back in into that 165. We continue to the downside, but earnings day 4 on Oracle. It has been bidding up. These are technically all-time highs, or they were 175s. We almost pushed into 175 right off of the open there, so technically all-time highs on Oracle, pulling back into some of these prior days levels. But prior day high I have at 162.40-ish, 162.30s. So we're still a couple points away from there, and we've been kind of started to slow down. So the selling has definitely dissipated significantly relative to what we had right off of the open there, but the sellers still seem to be in charge, Neil, as that 165 still has not lifted, and we're continuing to kind of chop and churn sideways here. 19.5 hold, so I don't really see too much else here on the board. Again, we talked about everything that I was looking at in off the open. I was looking at Adobe, I was looking at Kroger, I was looking at Meta, Starbucks, Spider as well. Spider, I was looking for that 560. That 560 half is that month open price. We did trade above it, and we got to 562 half, so 2 points above that. But again, it's a $500 ticker, ETF there, and 2 points. A little bit of a wish-wash of that month open as of right now, going into the close of this week. Oracle, of course, again, we've been very aggressively involved with Oracle, a little bit down on the day due to that, but again, more than willing to kind of put on some risk in a different way there for this move to kind of come into fruition, but still no real sign of a bid. That 165 seller still holding. PDD was also on watch, and PDD, if you guys know, reverted more than 50% of its move back to the upside there. And obviously Uber was one on watch right off of the open due to that news opening up some doors in California for Uber, right? So they're finally going to be, I guess, a little bit of room for expansion there. And obviously DJT, we know, is on watch. I did pull it up after you guys mentioned it. Bit of a pullback off of that 1705 high of day as of right now. Was holding VWAP throughout the morning session there, and as we push into the midday session with only about 1 minute left, Neil, that VWAP pulled acceleration to the upside. So let's see. We're getting a little bit of a sell-off right now. Let's see if the pullback continues to kind of pull back into those opening range highs here. This is a 3 minute. So those range highs being somewhere in and around that 16.5, only about 20 pennies away from there. And that is confluencing with VWAP area as well on DJT. Wasn't really on watch for me, but again, you can see that it's starting to catch a little bit of volume. Definitely catching a lot of bit of a bid, Neil.
So just a quick update, and I think literally the only trade, and when you go long a strong stock, that's what happens. The only trade that went pretty much exactly technically to plan, which I like. That's what I like to see happen. And you've seen me do this like every now and then. Like I'll have an idea and it'll go like structure, give you the bounce. It goes right to the resistance level, and I get the long where I want. I get out at first resistance, and then the trend line breaks. I get out of it, or it just goes right into the high. Like this is the first time it happened since that first breakout on Tesla was ARM, just the strongest stock maybe not the strongest stock in the market, but it was a strong one. Made a bit of a trend line. I said, if it loses that, I'm just going to jump out of it. And I might have even just gotten wicked out there. I mean, trend line's a loose thing when you throw it in. I feel like if it lost that, we're headed back into a VWAP dip. But for now, it's trying to consolidate and go higher. ARM is like the strongest thing that I'm looking at here. We're still in Apple. It hasn't really broken out that quarter top, and I'm short underneath 23. But it is 11 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
It is time for some midday madness because the market's still trying to break it out. It could do it. You got DJT moving around here, but let's go to Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade, everybody. We're back at 2.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That in the green this time is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over. Oh, my man is already in the chat. Big smile, big spile, big style. Burdette, shout out to him, man. Good to have you in back. We got the OG Darwin, 2 pimps. He knows exactly what that is. We got Bot Rakes Joe. What's up, Joe? GME broke out. He says Pawns, Fawns, Vicky and Novak, a proper paradox. And we got my man, Pattern Day Trader, Cesar Sandoval, and Paul Goodson. Christopher Holcomb joining us as well. Oscarito and Derek Thompson. Ron John. We got Blue Arrow and my man, Gorev. Let's go to you too, sir. We got 1320. Oh! And we got the Sankofa and Jimmy J, Lionel Flores, and Blind, let me just see. Blind leader, Yannick Nesbeth. We got Alaric B and Mary S. Lyman. Welcome back, Mary. Hamster, shout out to the hamster one. We got The Beautiful Gate, as well as Nania Biz, TH, Tony Price, Day Trader Cut. Let's go, my man. There's a bunch of small cap gappers. Let's get them, you and I. Neo Rob and the New Mexico Misfit. I love that name. Shout out to you. I think that's the first time I'm calling you out. Kenneth C. and Kirk Brooks joining us as well. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning, Sharif. How are you doing today?
Cannot complain, Adair. It is Friday. It is hot, you know what, out there, and it's sunny, and it's going to be a beautiful weekend. So who's going to say no to that?
I don't know who, but you know what?
Probably somebody.
This show is brought to you by Slight Sadness. Look who got stopped out here on Adobe. I just want to show you guys this chart. This is chart ache. This isn't heartache, Sharif. This is chart ache. We're not emotional while trading, which is why I didn't panic, get back in. But like, look at this.
Beautiful idea there, Adair.
Thank you. And clearly, like, I was correct. But again, and Obi said this before too. Does it? You can be right and then be wrong because you got the timing wrong. In this case, I don't even think the timing was wrong. My stop was maybe too conservative. Also, I want to shout out Wayne for helping set me up with some cool brand new stop orders today. So that helped me be very chill in this Adobe trade. Like I said, I had some stop issue on Broadcom yesterday. So that should all be good. Now, speaking of Broadcom, I have thoughts on that. But quickly, I'm just going to run through Adobe. I like the VWAP long here. I like the idea of breaking out that 536 with these higher lows, and then that didn't happen because we and Sharif was like, maybe next time get a little bit low VWAP though. He got why I did it because with Adobe I did risk $1. You have to with Adobe. I was trying to make minimum I want at least 2, so it's all good. If I see something nice around 536, I will get involved, and I think 535 is a decent risk area from what I'm seeing on the book. But we'll watch. We'll wait. AVGO though, to quickly talk about before I pass it back to Sharif and the lesson. AVGO, I initially was thinking was a short. I talked a lot. I don't know if I talked about it. I think I might have talked about it yesterday, but I definitely witnessed it. I definitely ranted to Sharif about it yesterday. That 164.50 area on Broadcom being crazy support. So today, we have lower highs into that. I was like, man, if we break below that, that's going to be the short of the century. You know what it wasn't? The short of the century. Because now we're getting these higher lows. So if we bounce here off 165.60, you can risk that into the next low here. I like this pop. And Broadcom's like, oh, cool, you have ideas? I don't have to respect them at all. So thanks, Broadcom. We'll see what happens here on this market. Also, I like to give you guys always my daily side chart rundown. Adobe, Boeing, SPY, Oracle, AVGO, IWM, Moderna, Starbucks, and shout out to my man, Kelly Ortberg, because I just said Boeing, so he might be coming out of the woodwork there. But let's also talk about reversal days.
Yeah, your boy's got to pick up the pace there at Boeing, Adair. That might be some trouble.
Yeah, Kelly. I mean, it's been kind of a smelly situation there. I don't want to.
Smelly Kelly.
Smelly Kelly, Smelly Ortberg. I don't know.
Get
Sorry,
it
yeah, but shout out to Kelly Ortberg in the chat. I do appreciate the mileage that has been gotten out of that joke.
All right, we're going to shout out the big spiled one, $10 super chat, just to start off things on a good note. Love this guy. When blood? He asks. Bought SPX puts at retest of SPY 56.20, 562, 50. Let's get down. Missed you all yesterday. We missed you, big spiled one. I know you were out on a job. Kill it, my man. Thank you for joining us again. And if you're into trading the SPY, the future in general, keep your eye out for big spiles levels. Also, Dan, the dang man, Emmons as well, always trading the NQ futures contract into that kind of thing. Keep your eye out in the chat. They're always dropping their levels. Shout out to both of them. Let's get to the lesson. We're ending our conversation about trend with what ends the trend, a reversal day. Perfect segue. So let's get to that. Today, we'll dive into the concept of reversal days, a key chart pattern used to identify potential market turning points. This concept is particularly useful in trend analysis, where understanding when the market might reverse is crucial for effective trading strategy. So reversal days can signal the end of an uptrend, a downtrend. It doesn't make a difference. Recognizing them, though, and recognizing them early will help traders make better informed decisions. Today, we'll explore the characteristics of the top reversal as well as the bottom reversal and the significance of volume with those reversals and how these patterns can extend into the weekly and the monthly charts, not just the daily and intraday. So let's get right to it. We'll talk about what everything is on a very general sense, as we typically do for the newer traders. So a reversal day occurs at the top or at the bottom of a trend and signals the potential turning point. So the winds of change, you've heard me say that on the show. There are two types of reversals. The first, a top reversal day. Prices reach a new high, then close lower than the previous day's close. This is operative. We have to think about that. We make a new high, but we end up closing lower than the previous day's close. Imagine what that looks like in a candle. That is the mother of all topping tail candles. Bottom reversal day, the exact opposite. Prices hit a new low, but then close higher than the previous day's close. We've talked about candlestick patterns in the past. This is one of them, but we're not talking it from a candlestick pattern perspective. We're talking about it from a chart perspective. So here's kind of what it looks like. And I should tell you that this lesson is based on John J. Murphy's conclusion of chapter 4, the reversal days. So we'll be basing it on his perception of things. So this is the bar chart, obviously. You can see we make a new high, but look where the closing print is on the previous day. Boom, we close much below that. Same look over here. So this is a top reversal. This is a bottom reversal. That's kind of what they look like. Just we can understand the depiction. So the characteristics of a reversal day. Typically, prices open strongly, as we mentioned, in the direction of the current trend, whether a new high, whether a new low. And then later that day, prices reverse direction, creating a sharp move against the trend by closing either lower or higher, depending if it's a long or a short, depending on the reversal type. The range, this is important. The range, the distance between the high and the low of the day is usually much, much wider than normal for that particular instrument. That's one way to identify them, obviously, indicating significant market action. Volume in this type of reversal pattern is super important. So let's talk about it, especially heavy volume on a reversal day adds weight to its significance. For example, if the top reversal occurs on higher than normal volume, it could indicate a strong selling pressure. Similarly, a bottom reversal day with high volume is often referred to as a selling climax. Where have we heard that before? So we were going to hear about the buying climax. Right now, we're talking about the selling climax. Essentially, this is where the sellers are exhausted and the buyers end up taking control. Selling climax, sellers exhausted, buying taking control, and we can kind of look for the volume to help gauge that. So what are the types of reversal days? We kind of prefaced this in the beginning, the top reversal day. Let's talk about that. So in this scenario, the price moves to a new high during the day, but within that same day, it reverses and closes below the previous day's close. This is indicating to you that the bullish momentum that preceded that big move is weakening, and it could actually signal the start of a new downtrend. Doesn't have to be the start of a new downtrend. We could consolidate, but keep in mind that it could be. So you should be on the lookout for lower lows and lower highs. And here's what it looks like. So we're chugging along on the S&P 500, yada, yada, yada. We get this big boy candle. And then basically that's where it ends there. And then we have its exact opposite on the bottom on the right. So it's on the middle. That's the top reversal day. This is a bottom reversal day. So let's talk about that bottom reversal day. It's kind of the exact opposite of a top. Prices make a new low, but within that same day, it reverses and closes higher, signaling exhaustion of that selling pressure. This day often marks, the end of a downtrend and is referred to as the selling climax. And here's kind of what it looks like IRL. We're chugging along on the move down here on the E-mini, and then boom, that's the end of where it is, and then we end up closing a little bit higher than the previous day's low. Let's talk about some additional patterns. We'll call these two outside days and the weekly and monthly reversal. Let's start with the outside day first. So when both the high and the low on the reversal day exceed those of the previous day, so when both the high and the low on the reversal day exceed those of the previous day, so there has to be a gap there of some sort unless the wick comes in, the reversal becomes even more significant, forming what we call an outside day. This pattern suggests heightened volatility and is often associated with important turning points for that particular instrument, as showed here in the next chart for the Dow Jones Industrials. So this is what we call an outside reversal day, and that's when the high and the low on the day exceed those of the previous days. And this is applicable to both the top reversals and bottom reversals. And here is kind of exactly what it kind of looks like as well. 2 slides for this one, an outside candle. let's talk about some weekly and monthly reversal patterns. We don't just chart on the daily, obviously more credence on the higher time frames. So reversal patterns are not limited, obviously, to daily charts. They also occur on the weekly and monthly time frames. A weekly reversal is more significant as it reflects the longer-term shift in the market sentiment. For instance, an upside weekly reversal happens when prices drop during the week but recover to close above the previous Friday's high. So you'll be able to see that reflected on the candle. Obviously, it'll look like, for a bottom, it'll look like a bottoming tail candle. For the top, it'll look like an inverse hammer candle. And it's more important than on the daily, for sure. No question about it. The higher we go up on the time frame, the more important. So let's talk about some practical applications of this concept. First, we're going to talk about identifying reversals in real time. So traders should monitor price action closely near the areas of key support and resistance for signs of reversal. So you're watching at those levels, those specific levels, for heavy volume and extended price range during the day, which often precedes the reversal. Pay close attention, though, to the close of day, as it's the most important indicator as those market on close orders come in. So if there is real market bearishness or bullishness, you're typically seeing that in the market on open orders or the market on close orders. Obviously, there are exceptions where there's big boy buying midday, but keep your eye on those imbalances at the end and how it closes. Now let's talk about incorporating reversals days into your trading plan. How are you going to incorporate it? So use reversal days either as confirmation when planning entries or exits. For example, after a bottom reversal day, traders could consider entering a long position if it's warranted and if other technicals show that it's valid if the reversal is confirmed with subsequent bullish action. Conversely, after a top reversal day, you can exit a long position or initiate a short position. You could consider that as well. So to conclude, reversal days are essential tools for identifying potential turning points in the market. But remember, the heavier the volume and the wider the range on the reversal day, the more significant the reversal is likely to become. And don't forget to look for these patterns, not just on the daily charts, but on the weekly and the monthly charts as well. I hope everybody prints up a storm.
Yeah, we hope everyone prints up a storm. I am not right now, going to be really real. So IWM, I feel good about this trade right now. I don't feel anything. I don't have emotions, but this trade seems okay. So I'm short here, 215, 79s. I guess you're trading Google then today with your googly eyes.
That's fantastic, Adira.
I mean, to be fair, I think that was why Ramin got them. So I can't even take credit for that. Shout out to Ramin. But basically, so I had my stop here, 216.01. And then we get to I don't even think we get to 216 on the ask. And then we fall. So I was like, okay, dope. To be fair, this might be some weird support at 215.80s. So that could be dicey. But here's the plan for this trade. Given the rejection, okay, and as I said, we're trying to bid up higher. Given the rejection here, all of these kind of red candles here, I think we could still go lower. If we break below that 215.60, which was hard support earlier, that's where I would be adding to the position. And then we're going to start taking out here around 215.20s. However, if we break above 216 and I see that hold on the book, that's where I'd be going long. Here's the thing. Basically, I did again, I usually don't look at P&L, but I kind of had to look to see how my risk was doing because I like having my new stop orders, but I think because my stocks are spreadier, you get a little bit of slippage, which I had to be aware of. So some things slipped a little bit more than I would have wanted them to. So I have to address, look at that for myself.
Oh, yeah.
This Broadcom long here, we got it boring. I got involved, we held VWAP. I risked into kind of the next area of support, didn't work out. Next trade, ADBE, that long also didn't work out. I think this is rejecting, but I said in the chat here, I'm not trading this again unless I see something like crazy, and I highly doubt I will. Bless you, Ramin there. So it looks like we're not flattened out of this EWIM yet, so hopefully this wasn't a trade that I took on an IWIM here. Let's find out. Good luck, Googles, says live trader. Says Ramin. So good luck there. Good luck to you here as well. Let's see what happens here in this EWM because I am feeling, again, no emotions for my trading. But it's been a bit of a yucky week for me, but that just means the only way to go is up.
Bang.
Although your P&L can always go lower, but your positivity can always go higher. That's what I've realized. And I get motivated by having things go against it. It just means you got to work 20 times harder. Let's keep going. Let's keep pushing. And let's keep voting for tickers.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you don't vote for tickers, what Sharif could gesticulate wildly about?
I know.
I mean, he could probably gesticulate wildly about like the Arsenal.
I can't.
But you don't want like gun for your tickers. I'm not even talking about the gunners. You can gun for whatever ticker you want to see.
Adara, riddled with injuries. We're riddled with injuries, Adara.
I mean, to be fair, you guys are named after guns. Like, I guess that makes sense.
But none of them had to do with gun injuries, thank God.
I figured.
It was the international break. Go ahead.
Also, apparently that was a typo. Ramin's Goog Luck was a typo. That was a beautiful typo. Thank you. I appreciate the honesty, Ramin, but that was also still dope. Quickly, before I throw it back to you, Armando Zapata mentioning one of my favorite tickers here that I probably do not have enough risk or mental stability, no, I'm joking, to trade right now, and that is SMCI. Up over 5%, 15% short float for the McKeed one. So that is worth noting here. This is a super move. It is not very micro. It is a nice move to the upside. Oh, I'm upset I saw this, Sharif. Look at that 460.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is like my type of trade. 466 support resistance flip. I would have to risk this super tight, and I don't know if that's the vibe for SMCI, but I'm not going to lie, I do have eyes on this. Thank you, Armando Zapata. This is going on a side chart. Somebody's getting the boot, and no offense to Kelly Orberg, I think it's going to be Boeing because there's not much for me in that sky right now. But the sky's the limit for SMCI for me. So I think if I risk that super tight, if it makes sense, the key might be my move. How are you doing?
I'm in Google. We'll see how this ends up. I'm going to get stopped out if it breaks through 25, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Look, I was like surprised with Google today because it seems to be awfully strong. Is it the strongest mag? It is. Goog and Google are independently the strongest names on the day in Mag 7 World 1.7 and 1.73 respectively. And so I was looking at this, obviously, to start out the day. It had a nice hold at the 20 exponential. I could base my trade off that 157.20, 157.16, or wherever the 20 exponential is hanging out. But I front ran it a little bit, basing it essentially on this green candle to make a new high. So we'll see if this candle can hold that high and whether I can print. We're about 10, we were 10 pennies in the money. Nothing to write about. I'm going to look to take profit ahead of that. $0.75 we'll pack our patience. We get stopped out through the $0.25, then that is the trade. Keeping an eye on the future as well, up 0.4. Let's put respect on this one's name. And I was looking to see what discernible patterns there were on some of these Mag 7s. Other than Google obviously being strong, I was gauging possibly a double bottom on Apple at this 222.5. We had kind of a manifestation of that because it broke through 223.5, which was like that neckline of the double bottom. But you're seeing topping tail candles come in to that 223.75 area. Technically, on the day, 223.85 is the high, but we made that in the implied balance open. So we didn't do it after that hour. So we'll keep tabs on Apple. I was watching for a double bottom and a possible continuation, but in the back of my mind, I do know that my bias with Apple is we are in a state of accumulation at the moment where we zig and zag in that low to mid 220s, and I don't expect any breakouts here unless there's some news that the market wasn't expecting. So keeping my eye there. Going back to the Google trade, just got stopped out through the break of the $0.25, so I'm not going to keep trading this and get stopped out. We're going to have to set up something a little bit different right now. And yeah, we've been putting in lows. I mean, lower highs, quite frankly, since making that top at 158, almost 40, 158.38. So back in my patience, 0 for 2 already to start here on goggles. And then we'll see exactly what we get. Let's bring in some of the small cap gappers, which I have had a fantastic time trading as of late. Donald Dang John Trump is up, just printed highs not that long ago at 1707. Triple top through 17 and change over there. So that'll be interesting. Yet it's still trading above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at around 1680. The volume, though, is dropping off on Donald John Trump. So I don't want to get in here. I'd rather get in a bit somewhere safer. I like this area crest from the IB high at 1659. It also jives with where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So I could be persuaded to front run this possibly at 16 and 2/3 in and around there. Yeah. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate that. So we'll keep tabs right now on Donald John Trump, and we'll talk about many more of these small cap gappers after we pay some bills, Adara, because that's kind of what we have to do around here.
Yeah,
Things
gotta
aren't
pay the
free.
bills.
Yeah, Adara.
These lights don't turn on themselves.
All right, are you guys tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out, Adara, on the big moves because you're too dang slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Shout out to the good folks at Benzinga, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Benzinga. Russell 2000, I'm not going to shout you out right now because you're just kind of chilling. I think, okay, I might have been a bit premature here. I was like, so basically I was like, okay, I'll take some out here if we get to 40s. We did not get to 40s. I was like, okay, cool. I think there's some kind of bounce and we just got stopped out. So it's all good there. Took another L, so I'm doing the opposite of 21 Savage now, taking less L's, making more M's. We are taking more L's, but you know what that means, Sharif?
What?
Someday we'll make M's. I don't know. I'm making the song my own. Shout out to 21 Savage. Yeah, so like I said, depending on what we do at 215, I'm okay flipping long here. That was a correct, and in retrospect, it's like, you know, there clearly was some strength there. It's all good. You'll figure out, you'll find a new trade, you'll find new opportunities. As Obi always says, where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for right now, and I don't have one. SPCE was like, yeah, what, long off 466? So that was a good opportunity that I'm happy I didn't take there. Because, yeah, that actually rejecting a bit here. But then we get a bottoming tail candle. So I'm going to let SMCI do its thing because it might be super micro, but it's also super bamboozling. Ooh. So that happened. And now you want to reject again? IWM? Okay, cool. Thanks. Whatever, fine. Gotta love these stocks and they treat you like...
They treat you like...
They treat you like dirt. Like,
yeah, we come back to them every day, Adara.
We're gluttons for punishment.
Every day.
We are gluttons for punishment. I might start a really small position here in Apple, but I want to wait and see what happens because there are two levels I like, and I think Apple's ping-ponging between them right now. 233.35. Look at how well we held this. Then, though, you've got that top... Okay, Apple, I think you are a short, and I think you're a short into 223.60s, and I don't know how I want to play you or why I want to play you. I need to figure this out. But I think this thing's already falling like aggressively, so I probably missed that opportunity. Yeah, it's been not my day or not my week, but that's the thing. Your markets are going to give you. You have to bring your A game every single day. And yeah, you know, like I said, it is what it is, right? You're going to keep pushing, keep going, and hopefully that Donald John pumps for you. Also, guys, any tickers you're looking at that you want us to make puns about or you don't want us to make puns about, we're sorry. Get into the chat here, !, join space, $, that ticker. One ticker that has been on watch the last few days here has been Moderna, and I'm pretty confident that I can't tell what it's doing right now. Look at this lower high, slightly higher lows. I'll watch what it does here at 66.40s, which actually ironically is I think an area where I added yesterday in this long off 66. If it rejects here, RIP, but I think it might bounce, so we'll see what happens. Like I said, though, not as confident in my read in these markets right now, so we're going to take a moment, we're going to breathe. Now IWM's pumping off 216, so that might be a long. Lots of levels I have an eye on. Also, if AVGO ever breaks below 164, I'm taking that all the way. Go markets, go times. Trader Cut saying, interested, I like this comment. These big drops don't mean nothing if they buy it right back up in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, there's a lot of bamboozlement, right? I think that comment kind of summarizes that. So let's see, Apple's trying to pop now. EWM's trying to pop now. I definitely missed my EWM long. But the great thing in the market is there's always new opportunities, Sharif. How you doing?
My shirt is unbuttoning.
Oh, never mind. I'll keep talking. So AVGO at kind of an interesting level here. If we kind of break below this VWAP level, this could maybe be, you know what? We're going to take a really small position here, and we're going to short this. We are going to short this. So, pardon?
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, you're good? Okay, pass it back to Sharif. Hello, Sharif. How you doing?
Yes, we had a wardrobe malfunction, not the one at the Super Bowl or anything like that, but
oh my God,
it was a little bit of a malfunction there. Dara, we're sorry, Neil. I apologize. You know, I shouldn't mention that. All right. I'm in Donald John Trump right now. Get it, Neil. I'm in DJT. I've got a plan DCA here. I'm going to look to defend the $0.75 area. This area trough over here isn't that far away from this area crest. Crest showing at 70. trough showing up at 70. I'm going to look to defend that 70 penny level. I've already put my stop. We're going to look to trade Donald John Trump. But this is not the only dang one that's moving. There is a lot of small cap gappers, and I'm sorry I got interrupted by Benzinga ad read when we were talking about this. Okay, so Donald John Trump up 4.5%. Yeah, not the greatest percentage, but good look on the chart. WHLR continues to print. So does SMMT. And I'm going to get to all those in a second, but we'll start off with WHLR. This is another holdover from a couple of days ago. It's been zigging and zagging. Today it's having a good day. Yesterday, not so much. Started out at around $4. Now we're knocking the door of that 675. So let's put some details on WHLR. Almost $12 million market cap, 4 2/3 million shares traded today, and 500,000 share float, 562,000, 464,000 shares. This thing can go parabolic if it gets a bid. Let's see exact. Oh, I didn't load up trade ideas. Silly me. So we're going to load up trade ideas and wait for a second there to find out exactly what the short float is on WHLR. But while I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. This stock has been a dang rocket on the daily. SMMT. Have a look at this daily chart, boys and girls. This thing has been flying. We were at, in May, not that long ago, May 30th, we were at $3. Now we're at $32.65, the high. It really got going. I mean, it's been having a good time since May, but it really got its footing under it September 9th, and we have not looked back. Look at that greenery there on the chart. So this has been closing out at the highs almost every day. So the strength on this one should not be disrespected. It's up a 19% today, or almost right now. So I'm going to keep my eye certainly on SMMT. We'll look to get it on possibly a better technical level. It's had a lot of respect for the 10 exponential and the 5, and I'm not surprised with that because it's just been so directionally a high to the high side. So it stands to reason that, you know, we don't get those nice retracements perfectly that's set up into the 10. So we're going to have to front run this if we want to trade it. Otherwise, we got to wait for a better setup. Let me bring in trade ideas and shout out the Nos boss and his crew there. And look at the short float for WHLR. Didn't have a chance to look at that. 17.12% with a float of 541,000. Of that 541,000, 17.12% is short. WHLR can fly. It's got all the right recipes, or all the right ingredients, I should say. Whether it manifests or not, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. So we're going to keep WHLR on there with SMMT. I got to tell you about Redfin as well. Look at the direction on Redfin. Kind of looking like it's maybe consolidating a little bit right now with that 13.5 area acting as resistance, topping tail through 1360. I'd like ideally a $13 pullback into the volume weighted average price. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. But this one is on the look or on the watch list as well. AZUL, a good looking chart, but poop volume. So it's not doing the kind of volume that would give you confidence of that you can get in and get out without any trouble. It's a good looking chart, but it's going to have to pick up on volume. FTEL. This is the mother of all topping tail candles right now. I'm kidding about that, but this one looks like it is on the reverse. If it holds up at this 2150 where VWAP is hanging out, it changes the trade. Right now, though, it looks like it's going green or red and that Christmas tree retracement. So we'll keep eyes on that. GIVO, you guys saw me trade GIVO. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I forget. This one is now claimed $1. We are now looking like we're going to use that dollar as support. It reclaimed it there in right at the open there at 940, and we really haven't been below $1 since that time. In fact, VWAP now well above $1 at $1.06, and when I say well above, I'm speaking relatively here. It's a dollar stock. So fantastic amount of these small cap gappers today. It's just about whether we execute appropriately on them in there.
I mean, yeah, I appreciate you saying appropriate executing because I feel like that has been my issue. Like, you know, it turns out you could have like your fun little stop order set, but that doesn't change problems with your trading. And, you know, like, shout out to Adobe, not giving this enough risk, and then you miss opportunities, so it's all good there. I mean, I would love that 531 level, but truthfully, probably do not have enough, not able to dedicate that to that, the risk that it would deserve. SMCI, another great looker there. I hate that I said that, but we're going to, you know, just breeze by the fact that I called a stock a looker and just keep yapping. So, Yapple here. I'll yapple about Apple. Apple, I think, Actually, I feel, again, no feelings, but I like this look here. Look at this 90 EMA bounce. I said I want to see what we did at 223.30. What we did at 223.30, Sharif, is ran. We popped. It was beautiful. It was amazing. I want to see what we do here at 223. If we push above these wicks here at 75, I think that would be a decent add area that we'll start taking out at 224s. That's going to be the plan. I'm not going to add too much here. So I don't think the stock needs all that pizzazz, but I do. I want to give it again. I want to put, be able to put risk on, give it what it deserves. AVGO I've been watching here as well. Avgo, but Avgo hasn't really gone. We're holding up decently here. This support of 73. If we break below that, that's when I would start shorting because I do think it's kind of a short here potentially. To be fair, off that bottom of that pivotal level, I love the 164.50. We have higher lows, but you know what else we have, Sharif?
What?
So many lower highs. So I don't know. It needs to pick a direction, but if it does, if it picks a lane, I'm gonna go beep beep, pull up, pick it up outside, take it on a date. Make sure its hair looks nice. I don't know. We'll go to the movies. We'll go to like a diner. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yes, that's what I'm here with Apple. Apple is a really slow burn trade here for me. But IWM, you're doing things. IWM once routinely rejecting 216. I know because I was at it. And now we're bouncing off 216, potentially speaking. That being said, this also looks a bit head and shouldery. However, this 216 bounce is fairly significant. I was watching the book on that. I was like, is it a short again here? You know what we do? We're like, oh, what's a short? Just keeps popping. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I think my short opportunity for Broadcom may have come in. Apple looking like it's swishing up. Maybe things are looking up Adara. I don't know. We'll find out. But like I said, I'm still trying to strike that sweet spot between a conservative stop that makes sense and giving yourself room for the trade to run. But that's what, your brain has to work and grow every single day. Shout out to Firefly.
Absolutely. I love it.
Thank you.
Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing something, but there's...
Tell me more.
It's revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and with 15 years of research and a wealth of brain data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared DNA technology is here to supercharge your trials and enhance. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as IFF and be part of the next big night. Hope one brain at a time cannot. I love this kind of thing. Alzheimer's does run in my family, and it's ugly. Yeah, we're gonna absolutely out and hope that they cure. That's a look there. Let's look at what we're doing right now. We're in Google. We're looking for a 157 VWAP defend. We're in Donald John Trump looking to add at 1670. All the while knowing exactly that this is the level that we need to be holding, this 10 penny level from 1670 to 1660. I realize this is trading like a small cap gapper and the bamboozlement can be fast, furious, and real. So I place my stop to account for that. If I get wicked out, I get wicked out. That's a situation. The trouble I'm having with is Google. The market is kind of a little bit stronger. You see Apple, the future near close to highs, and Google has just become dead weight. Not holding 157. Let's see if it holds a volume weighted average price. It looks like I'm getting stopped out for the third time today if we breach this level over here. But it looks like I'm betting on the wrong horse to go long, or so it feels, because Apple is pumping into high or close to high. What? Oracle, something's going on with Oracle. Mike. Okay. So sorry, guys, we're having issues with the mic. We will apologize about that, but Obi telling me something's afoot with Oracle. So let's go over here and have a look at what ORCL is doing. Do we have anything on that?
I'm not seeing. There's a lot of Twitter. I don't know.
Oracle is maintained. Heard on the street. What is this? Heard on the street. What is this showing up for you? Oracle used annual user conference. No. All right. Well, this is the price action here right now on Oracle. It is on the way down, but this has been going down the entire day. That aggressive flush. Saying. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So it did dip quite aggressively. Obi making the point that it came from that 163.75-ish area, dipped down aggressively into 162. In fact, the print of the low day right now, 161.74. Is the thing red? No. Wow, Oracle just about to go flat. It is only up 0.86 after being up high single digits to start the day. So interesting look right now on Oracle. We're going to have to keep an eye out there. Keep in mind that if you do like the closing prints as areas of support and resistance on these names, Oracle's closing print from yesterday prior to the earnings bump, 161 1/3. We just dipped in there into 161 3/4. So we'll see if we find support. Right now, we have a bottoming tail candle on the 5. So we'll have to see how that manifested there.
Yeah, I'm just watching Apple here. There's not much to report on this. I'm getting out if we break below. I'm doing prior bar lows on the 5. So if we break below 53s, I'm going to be out of Dodge, getting out of Dodge. I don't know words. But yeah, I don't know. This trade is happening. There's not much to report. Sorry. I'll be adding, I think, one more piece here if we get above 75s. I added on that push here above into like 70s initially, but that was pretty anemic, and we are going to have to get out of here. I'm going to be watching this book here. Yeah, we're going to get out there. Good times. I mean, no, not actually. It was pretty brief. Yeah, not like I said, the trading has been a little yucky, but you know, things can be cleaned up, you know, stops, choices, rooms. Lots of things can be cleaned up. So hopefully this trading will get cleaned up here today. Oh yeah, I just saw this on Twitter. I literally just pulled up my Twitter to look for the Oracle news, and look what pulled up here.
Katina, man. I love it.
Sean and his thing, and he said,
there,
proud to sponsor. He's got a big old smile on his face, so shout out to Sean. Happy to have him there. Apple, maybe flu. I don't know, Sharif. My read on this market is like as bad as my read without my contacts, and I have like vision that is so bad. My eye doctor says my left eye will never be fine even with contacts. So, sarcasm aside, yeah, I feel like I can't. This market and I are not besties right now. I'm just trying to find opportunities, but you got to stay positive, right? Like, and you got to admit.
Can I read out what your boy Kelly Ortberg wrote in the chat?
I totally missed that.
I loved it. He's talking to Elon in the chat. We obviously know one of our viewers. His name is Elon. So, Mr. Kelly Ortberg, hey Elon, do you think Optimus could assemble aircrafts and do machinist work? Oh, sorry, wrong chat. Yo, your jokes, bro. I love
this guy's commitment to the bit.
The bit is quality. Shout out to the OG there, Kelly Ortberg, in the chat. We're loving your sense of humor, brother. Thank you for bringing that kind of humor on a Friday. Keeping it light, keeping it funny. We do appreciate you, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but that was just too funny to not.
That was really good.
There, come on.
Yeah, also Kyle Burdett being funny here too, saying, did you get a new software update that allows you to express sarcasm? I guess, yeah, okay guys, I also should address this because I get this a lot. I'm not a robot, nor am I an AI. No, I'm not. I know Kyle Burdett didn't mean that.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
saying, I get that a lot.
Yeah.
No, I do get that a lot, which is why I said that. I just, you know, I enjoy a pun. I am not very good at sarcasm, but I do love the markets. So maybe I am a robot because algos do that too. I don't know. But good times. You got to laugh. You got to be able to have a joke. And I shout out to Skull. Stay positive. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? I think that's the thing. And that's why I always like to keep that positive attitude. Your mindset can be green even when your PNL is not. And in my case, the color of my P&L would be the color of my outfit last Friday. Ooh. But you know what? You just got to keep going, got to keep pushing. Also, yeah, guys, I wore green today for everyone because I know there's a lot of concerns. Obi and I are both in green sweaters, so accidental matching there. Happy Friday the 13th, says live trading by Traded TV Live. I like this for Tony here. Go to trading like 2 or 3 stocks only versus bouncing and work on that. Maybe that will help finding good daily vibes. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't take any offense to that. I've tried that, and I find then I get too anchored to those stocks, and then I only want to trade those, right? So I appreciate that idea. I think I'm still trying to figure out what works for me. And to be clear, I don't even think all my ideas were necessarily wrong. You're like Adobe, that first long off VWAP was the right idea. My stop was too aggressive. I do think my stops are a decent portion of what my issue is, but that's why you're not going to learn unless you take the fills and you take the L's. And that's what I'm really, it's not fun to take the L's, but you know, you have to get used to losing. And I think that is really key here as well. I was reading this tweet from Linda Raschke, who is like a noted trader who follow her on Twitter. She's really dope. And she was basically saying that the biggest thing, like for people she trains or people she helps work with or whatever, and mentors, the biggest issue is going to be like the mindset, people who don't care about the psychology and the mindset and the process. And that's why, as I said, for me, P&L means progress and learning. So I appreciate what you have to say. You have to figure things out every single day. How are you doing over here?
Good. We got our DCA into DJT. Now it's going to be whether or not it moves up or down. The stops are in place. Everything is done. and we're going to have to let this manifest one way or another. So here's where I got in initially at 1682. And then I did add to defend that 1670 level owing to this area trough. I'm alive to the fact that we have an area crest and an area trough that are separated by 10 pennies. You know, usually they're basically the same level, but, you know, front running and aggressive buying or selling at those levels sometimes prevents it from ascending or descending into that actual level. So I'm holding, you know, everything's done here. The stop is in place. The beak wetters are not, because I'd like to see exactly how it trades. So we'll pack our patience and see there. Now, I want to let you know that SMMT is at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And I'm really interested in this name, but it did do this kind of double candle rejection over here, so into 33. So I am you know, I don't want to say it got too extended off the 10 because I really don't feel that it got that extended. But I don't want to sit here and, you know, put an order at 32 just because the 10 exponential is moving there. I'd rather get something a little bit better, whether it's, you know, off that 31 level to deal with this topping tail candle, which could have been resistance. Right now, it does look like it's finding support at 32. We'll have to see. I want to get involved in SMMT over here. Sorry, I don't have the ticker on. I do apologize about that. SMMT. And throw that in there so we can follow along. But yeah, there, well, shows how much I know. It just bounced 30 pennies, 40 pennies off that $32 level. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Can't win them all. I got this on my watch, though. We'll see if it does set up and print new highs. So that's a look there. Let's have a look at GVO. Just found support at the 20, but it's kind of light on volume here. Not a bad look for GVO. What else we got? WHLR also possibly coming into this area at 6 1/3, 6 1/4. It's been awfully strong. We mentioned the short float as well as the float on this one. I like it at 6 1/4 owing to these areas of resistance as well as the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to look to front run this a little bit by putting my order possibly at 650 and then with a DCA into 625 with the ultimate out at 6. So we'll pack our patience and see what we got. I just have to load these up all on trading screws. I'm going to remove GVO and put WHLR because I'd like to trade that. So we got WHLR, SMMT, Google I've done poorly on today, and DJT. We're like 4 pennies out of the money. Let's see if this one can work its way up. It's holding the level, but I'm alive to the fact that it is putting lower highs, which is fine. That's how you need to. That's how you pull back. You put lower highs for you know, for a pullback into a support level. So I'll keep my eye on this one and see what we get in there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, sorry.
I want to mention one quick thing.
Yeah.
You have a short, so talk about that first.
Yeah, so we're actually, I'm shocked to tell you all, I'm actually doing well in a trade. No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, we're doing well here in Tesla. If we keep bouncing, I'm going to watch here. I want to see us break below this level I drew here of 55s. I'm not going to add to this. This is a really small position. I am taking this basically just for like the sake of trying to, you know, get some reps in. I risked this. What I liked was what I was seeing in the book, which was an inability to hold 230. And then I also liked what I saw in the chart, which was a hard rejection on a wick basis here of 230.20, which is where my stop is. If we break back above 80s, though, I'll get out because just with I have to trust my read on this. And this is also a support area. If this bounces here, I saw the same thing happen in one of my other trades. It was IWM. If it bounces off support, that thing could actually fly way more than I want it to. So at this point, I'll get out the rest of this. If we get to 80s, let's see what happens. But I actually think we might be breaking below, Sharif. I am really happy to have this trade. Let's see what happens here. I don't know. Tesla's going to make me work for it, though, Sharif. But we have a lot of topping tail candles here in the queues. I'll pull up the queues right now because I always have my Tesla book up, just watching my Tesla order book, seeing what we do as we head into 80s. But the queues here with some topping tail candles. Also, appreciate the support from everybody in the chat talking about, you know, the P&L, the progress and learning. Yeah, I think that's how you have to do it. I like these lower highs here on the queues with these topping tail candles. But again, Tesla is like a bratty younger sister. It doesn't respect the queues. It doesn't respect its parents. So let's see what happens. A bit of green coming into this market, but we are below 80s. I'm watching out for Tesla here. And Sharif, what were you? I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Adair is going to be on for a couple of hours today from 11 to 1. But you know, we need some more manpower or woman power, right? People power. We got the OB to fill in when there is not that many, or when some of the hosts are not available. Today, the Katina man is obviously gone, so Obi's filling it for him on the big show. But today, we're going to get somebody new on the desk to kind of get their feet wet in the hosting position on the midday, maybe more. Her name is Satya, and she's been a trader on the floor here for a while. And how long has she been around here? For almost a year?
Almost a year.
Almost a year, right? Yeah, almost a year. So she's been here for a hot minute, right? And she's going to be on for an hour today, and we're really pumped to have her on. She's an excellent trader. She's been at this firm. I'm going to let her speak for herself. I don't want to ruin anybody the surprise of what she has to say, but she's going to be on today, guys, from 1 to 2 with me on the midday. So make sure to give her, the old Trader TV welcome, make her feel at home. And so, I wanted to let you know. So if you guys want to hang out at 1 o'clock, got a new trader coming on the show, and we're very excited to have her on. Shout out Satya. She'll be on shortly. So let's have a look here at what SMMT is doing, because I'm very interested in this stock, but it has to set up the right way. It's just been so parabolic. I didn't say anything, Ram. All right. It's finding support at the 10 exponential on the 5. I guess for now, I'm more biased for $31 retracement, maybe 31 and a quarter. I'm going to pack my patience now. If it does find support at the 10 and it says the hell with your $31 level, we'll obviously look to get in. In that case, we'll get in on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, get it to prove to you that it's going to hold the 10 before waiting there with a resting order. But ideally, I'd like to have a resting order at 31, but not 32. 31 because it's price action support. Below that, looking at 30 and a quarter, if that doesn't work, because that's where the volume weighted average price is, but we'll pack our patience and have a look. There's also umpteen amount of resistance at 30. Look at the closing prints on all these candles, reject 30. And then you got the big boy break on a closing basis at 1035. But prior to that, you'd been having a lot of trouble with it. So keeping my packing my patience. I'm flat right now on Donald John Trump, but I feel it came in to that level that I liked where resistance flips to support, or so they say in the textbooks. Right now, that's exactly what it did. However, that doesn't mean that it curls back up and touches highs. So I'm going to be looking to wet my beak. I've got a bit of a bigger position on this one. So if we take a hit, we take a hit. That's the situation, and that's what I'm looking at right now. We'll pack our patience and see what we get there. Secure that bag for Max or Luca Magic, LOL. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so moving on here with some other small cap gappers, keeping my eye on Redfin as well. I'd like to have that $13 retracement. It's kind of putting in a bit of a rounded top, RDFN. Decent day, 16 some odd %. I like that $13 dip though, Adara.
Yeah, I am doing something here. I'm trying this reversion on Tesla. I have a feeling this might not work out, but you can't trade based on feeling. You have to trade based on what you see. And this is the type of trade that I love. I love these book-based trades. I love a good reversion when it sets up. And we're kind of sort of around this pre-market top here. We're finding a bit of a base on all that selling off in TSLA. Look at all this green we got coming into the book. So I actually took this with more size than I took that initial short, and the short clearly got out too early. That's fine. I was, definitely a little bit of stress trading, and this is just due to my own poor decisions earlier today. But look, Sharif, this reversion actually playing out pretty well. Why I took it with more size, because I felt good about it. We have a stop set. We're risking into 229s, which I think is reasonable. But also, the other thing, too, is I've noticed, I'll talk a lot about cent levels with certain stocks. Being interesting at, like today, Tesla at the 20 cent level, like 230.20 I mentioned I thought was interesting. So 229.20, nice little support area. Again, this is almost a purely book-based trade, but I've always said with Tesla, I really like trading based on what I see in the book. So let's see what happens here on TSLA. I am taking half out at just before 60s, because that level, I talked about that base earlier, support resistance flips. That is the bread and butter of my trading. That is like the ciabatta and urban garlic butter of my trading style, Sharif. So let's see if this ends up popping how I would like it to. You never know if things are going to go how you like, but that's why you can't give up. You could have, like I said, sometimes I feel like I'm trading better when your back's against the wall. You just got to keep pushing, got to keep fighting, got to keep working for the trades that you believe in that make sense. Because if you don't believe in yourself, Sharif, who's going to believe in you? Tesla's not going to believe in me. Tesla does not give a hoot.
Well, my mom believes in me, Adara, so whatever.
So does mine. Also, my dad's actually coming in town tonight, so that's cool. With his friend, they're going to a concert, so shout out to them, I guess. But not the point. The point is, that was pretty funny, Fabian.
That was good, Fabian.
But yeah, no, so not that. But let's see what happens here. I love this bottoming tail candle. I don't know if it'll manifest. I'm not moving my stop. I'm still risking it to 229s. This is also realistic given what I'm able to risk here. But like I said, took some paper cuts earlier, maybe more than a paper cut. Adobe might have stabbed us a bit, might have shivved us, but you know what? You just got to keep going. Dark. If you like the trade, and you have the risk for it, in this case I do, you've got to go for things. A proper paradox saying garlic butter is the best. Yeah, garlic butter is dope. Thank you, a proper paradox. That is a proper opinion. No, I'm joking. All opinions are valid. But I had to shout that out. Apple, I think I had the right idea with the long, but definitely the wrong entry point. You should have been trying to get long at the 30s, but if that keeps making higher highs, higher lows, I still like that look. EWIM, that one, Russell keeps hustling up to the upside here. I love that. Wow. Really should have gotten long. It's all good, though. If we bounce off that 1650s, that might be the opportunity. And sure, even actually looks like there's a small chance we'll get filled on this Tesla short or get profit on Tesla. So good look. JKL, 146, $2 super chat. Do we break the ice on the fuse? Short it. I'll pull up the cues right now. I think we're trying to curl higher. That's my opinion. I initially thought we were short, and that's because while I was in that Tesla short, who I mentioned, and that short did work out. At that time, we had all of these kind of topping tail candles, but look at that support we're finding here, that support resistance level. And I don't know where this is on the contract, but on the QQQs, that 474.80 level is a great look. Let's see if that holds, because right now I think it could be a little bit more bullish, but again, only time will tell. I'm just one person looking at this market, Sharif. What is your view on this here market? How is your Donald Trump?
It's okay for now. I'm trying to get into some. It's not letting me in. It's just too quick, too fast, too furious. Let's see if it comes back in. Now we're long, so let's put in the stop through the break of 31. We're going to look for essentially something a little bit higher than we're at right now. Account for this one, though, guys. When you're putting your stop, it needs to account for the spread on the name. So we're long 55s, and we'll see if we can get something in and around that 77 penny area, which would test the high of the day. But that's the whole idea of what we're doing here, is to move up. So keeping an eye on WHLR as well. Here comes that 740 area, looking to break through 7.25.
Is this super chat on WHLR?
Oh, thank you.
Garrett,
so yeah, he's talking to you. Do you want to cover it?
I mean, I don't. This really, I think maybe more your type of play. Thank you, though, Devion Wave. I just don't feel comfortable like I could give you the right read on that stock. So that's why I want to, if you don't mind.
No worries. So I'm in SMMT, looking to wet my beak if it does get into that high 70s area to ultimately test for 33. I want to tell you guys that this thing's been a rocket ship on the daily. Whether or not it's a rocket ship intraday, and when I get in, an entirely different story. Looks like it's zigging and zagging right now. Let's pack our patience. WHLR also having issues with 7 for Devon Wade. So this one basically coming back in a little bit below 7. We're keeping an eye, though, on whether it finds an area of support. I like this 620 area. I didn't mind this so much. Here comes that 620 area. Let's see if it holds. It could absolutely fall through here. Let's see if the 620 comes in. We're printing 650s. There is some support at 640s as well, but this one is, it's coming off the highs, and it's definitely rejecting 7 for now. The area that I like, 6.25, 6 1/5 to test this area top. So this was the area top that we put in for a hot minute, for around 10.50 till when we broke it at 11.30. So interesting area if it holds. If it doesn't, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Donald John Trump also zigging and zagging here. It just broke through 80s. It printed 83s. It's still kind of putting in lower highs with this double top off 17.05. So I'm cognizant of that as well. But it did hold up at the volume weighted average price, and it did hold up at this key area of support that I ID'd to be between 1670 and 1660. So we'll pack our patience and see if we can get the print on that. WHLR, keeping an eye on this one because I'm interested possibly at that 620 level. Right now, putting a bit of a hammer candle in as the buyers buy it up off that third of $1. We'll pack our patience, and we just got the print, baby, right there on SMMT. Finally get the day high print there at 77. I appreciate you, Adara. We're long 55s. Let's see if we can break 33 through the high of the day. Seller at 75. You can see there's like only one showing up. There goes 79 now printing here with the bid at 75. So not too bad of a spread for this name. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit higher. We're up 20% or thereabouts. I mentioned to you guys that this thing is a dang rocket on the daily. So let's put in the beak wetter over here. Shout out to whoever's hitting the bang. I appreciate you guys. Let's put it at 96 to defend that level. And boom, we get the fill, baby. I love these small cap gappers. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher over here on this one.
Much higher.
So high. Get it, Adara. Having a good time, baby. Let's see if we can weasel up through 33. It's such a good name, this stock. I mean, I don't know fundamentally, but the chart looks fantastic. WHLR just broke 620. Does it hold here? Big move down here for WHLR. I also see Donald John Trump with a bit of a topping tail through 680 through the corner of my eye. I am worried about that. So let's see. Here we go. We're getting some buying here at this 620 area. We know that buyers were selling here initially, or shorts, or buyers were taking profits, or shorts were initiating at this 620 area. We did break it. Do we hold it this time? A lot of zig and zag. We already broke it on a wick basis, but we're essentially there right now as we speak. 30% in the clear right now on WHLR. You can get long here and put your stop a little bit below 6 at risks about 20 some odd pennies. Ideally, you're possibly you could make $1.20 if you get back into the highs. Obviously, you can make a lot more. I'm just speaking about the highs into that 740 area. So WHLR, interesting look here, Dara. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, so we've heard of stop hunting. Have you heard of profit taker hunting? Because I'm pretty sure that's what's happening to me right now. We were trying to get some profit here at 58. So we got a couple cents away from that. Didn't happen. I was like, you know what? We'll switch to 54. So that's fine. We get to 53s on the ask, and now then this thing starts rejecting. So then I'm like, okay, fine, Tesla. Fine, I can play your game. We'll move to 49s. We get to 47s. Sharif, I am getting like some kind of weird profit taker hunting. I don't know what's happening here. Let's see if we finally take the There we go. Okay.
Bang.
It's like the market heard me talk. It was like, oh, your conspiracy theory. Oh, crap. She's right. We got to stop. But anyways, no, it's all good there.
Can I just mention a couple of things? Because Brendo sent a couple of messages here that I just want everyone to know. All right, Boeing. Brendo sending me a message with respect to Boeing. Speaking at a conference, Boeing CFO says strike will impact production and deliveries, have laser-like focus on actions to conserve cash. He goes on to say, we want to get back to the table. The company CEO at work to get an agreement. That's Boeing. So Boeing CFO dropping hot lines. Separately, Adara, there is Mullen news as well. M-U-L-N. Brendo saying Mullen Automotive 1-for-100 reverse stock split effective September 17th. Neil shaking his head. It's so funny. Effective September 17th, 2024. Common stock will trade on NASDAQ under symbol MULN on a split adjusted basis starting on the 17th. You see the market reaction there. The reason they're doing this, they have to remain in compliance with the NASDAQ rule, respecting the dollar, the market not liking what they have to say. Obviously, it's a reverse split to get back into compliance. That's not usually a good thing because you want to get it back organically, not through a stock split. So big move down. Just want to give you guys that as Brenda was sending me that live in living color.
Oh.
There? Yeah. Just want to let them know that.
Okay,
that's
no
all.
worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, I totally missed that as well.
Chum chum.
So, ching ching. Hey guys, I don't know why I said beak wetter, though I did finally get my beak wetter in Tesla, so maybe that's an apt animation. But guys, get in the chat. Let us know what ticker you're looking at right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker of your choice. Bless you. Whether or not it is Mullen, whether it is Boeing, maybe you're mulling over getting into Mullen.
Oh.
If you're having lucid dreams about Lucid, whatever ticker you want to look at, let us know. Bless you. Adrian said you have to slap that ask. I mean, to be fair, I think Tesla has to slap the ask. I don't think that would be me, but I appreciate what you're trying to say there. Fabian making hand sounds in the back. Shout out to Fabian. I moved my stop here. We're going to be stopping out if we get to 229.30s, just because at that point, I think that's the most realistic area. Happy I took my profit. We're bouncing off 30s really well. If we can't hold 30, Sharif, I really don't want any smoke. That's what I realized, and that's why I moved my stop. So there we go. That's that on that. Arguably could have taken all my profit out there, but that wasn't the plan for the trade. So it is all good there, baby. Tesla really finding some rejection here, some resistance at 229.60. There was a part of me at one point that was tempted to add at 229.30 because the book is strong there. But alas, we get stopped out. I need to work on how these stops work because I feel like I am slipping a little bit more than I want. You don't want to catch yourself slipping. That is for sure. Really no other tickers I'm looking at as of right now, though. If Tesla breaks below, that's maybe not a bad short. Gurov, I did notice that move in Starbucks. I just don't really have any plays in it. Double bottom. I wouldn't even call this, okay, let's see the 15-minute, because you mentioned the 15. The 5-minute, I wouldn't call this a double bottom. I would call, like, Starbucks, to me, I just haven't been able to get a good sense of the trend, which is why I haven't been involved. Yesterday, we had a range and then a breakout to the upside. That was a clear trend. I was cool trading that. It's a little double bottom-y, yeah, but even then, it's like double bottom, a slightly higher low. I want to see what we do here if we get to 911s. Like if we can kind of close above that level, that'd be a little bit more bullish to me. I see what you mean though. It is a good look. I just think it's also worth noting with Starbucks. We kind of made a new low, then pushed up almost into today's highs. Again, I need to see us make a higher high, or to me, it's not going to be super bullish. That would be my take on that stock. Apple, another stock I had a
dead
good
one doing?
I was gonna say the dead one
it's
is
on the way
pumping,
up,
Sharif.
Adara.
The dead one's pumping, and I was in a long, and it didn't. I guess my stop was too conservative once again. But look at this beautiful push up here in AAPL, trying to tag 24s now. IWM pushing higher. Broadcom continuing to be interesting to me. I saw someone in the chat saying there's all these big movers. Yeah, and I mean shout out to Shrink. Shrink will trade those big 100%, 200% names. You're very adept at small caps. I like my names that kind of sneak up on you that I can have some plays on. Everyone has their own
Respect that.
plan, their own attempts there. So let's find out. Donkey Trader is saying that he submitted his ticker as CL, meaning oil contracts, not Colgate. We don't actually do that ourselves. But thank you for telling us that because the system kind of puts that all together. But thank you for telling us about that, Donkey Trader. In the meantime,
Appreciate that, Donkey.
thank you. Broadcom here. I like that we're pushing higher. Let's see if we can hold maybe there could be a long here. We'll find out. Let's figure out what's going on. Shoan wants to go over Oracle, asking you, but I mean, I don't mind looking at Oracle because I actually really like Oracle here. So if you don't mind, I'll take
Absolutely,
care of Oracle.
Adara. Kill it. Yeah.
O to the R to the C to the L. I know Opie was on this one earlier. Neil was on this one a bit. I was on this at earnings. This is a very spready ticker, so it is my type of name, but I find the way it moves a little bamboozling. Also, shout out to Grov there. Starbucks was making a new high, or trying to make a new high of day here. So Oracle gets a pushback. I think it's my first pushback of the day.
Okay.
Because look at this 163.40 level. We wick into it, kind of reject it here. You know what? Oracle, don't do this to me, man.
I like when you say that. It's so funny.
We're going long Oracle.
Good.
Because I like this. I guess I didn't answer your question, Shohan. To me, as long as we can hold that support just below 163s, I think it is a long. But if we reject that 163.80 level, that's going to be a little sus. So we're going to actually get long here, and I'm going to risk it into where it makes sense to risk. We're going to have a small position. We're going to risk 50 cents. I can live with that, Sharif.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess I'm just talking.
Yeah.
I'm high.
Vent, Adara. I'm listening.
I appreciate that. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to risk that into, again, I'm trying to figure out, because I'm doing midpoint stops. I'm trying to figure out how to make that make sense. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do 96s. I think that's fair. Let's see what happens here. If we get filled for that long, I think that's going to be a nice little long. They're happy with what we did with TSLA there, and we took profit on both of those positions. So even my stop, I still got 10 cents there. And again, I moved my stop just because I figured if we broke, basically my read on the stock changed. So I thought that was fair. Let's see though, Tesla, I'm still down to do some scalp stuff here if it gets scalpy. Apple, topping tail candling, the huge topping tailing here. There could be some reversion on this here market. IWM, and IWM, to be clear, has been upside. Already had a failed short on this, but I said IWM, I'd like as long if it bounced off 216.50. Now I'm wondering, with this topping tail little action here, if IWM is actually a short, in which case I don't want to get involved in a whim on this IWM, but if it sets up, it wouldn't be a whim because it would be a trade idea that I have. I'd like to see what we do at VWAP. The 217 level is going to be pretty key for me, though, I believe. On to the I, to the W, to the also, I'm definitely not getting filled in Oracle. If we clear that 80s level, which again, that was that next kind of topping tail, that could be a look. Let's figure out what occurs here. How are you doing over here?
The Chilean nightmare. The Chilean nightmare is bullying people in the chat, bro. Fabian, what's going on here, bro? The dude's calling out a good level, and no, we're joking, of course. Shout out to Davon. Appreciate that call out on Wheeler, my man. I'm in here. We're looking to defend 6. That's the move, but I'm looking to wet my beak at the 39, 40 penny level, guys. In and around this area, we're looking to defend 6, taking advantage of those wicks. We're in the money, but nothing to write home about. Seller here at 22s, showing up about more than 300 lots, about 340 lots, a bit more than that. That's not big boy size for a name that's done. How many shares has this done on the day? Well, we're about 10 and a fifth million shares right now. So we'll see. We'll see if we can weasel through that level. In it right now, looking to defend $6. Donald John Trump is in trouble here. So it just dipped into 1660. So this is the level it's going to have to hold. I have my stop south of this level to account for wicks, but this is not good. Let's be honest about it. This is not good if you're looking at this from my perspective, being in a long, it's got to hold up here. The whole point of why I'm in this is for resistance to flip to support and and hold as that way. So I didn't want to trade this as a scalp. I was looking for a bigger move up, possibly into 17. But if the bottom drops off, we're going to take the L, and here it comes. So if it breaks here, that's it. I got to watch this because this could stop me out at any time here. DJT losing the bid, baby. It is breaking down through that 1660 area, and I'm awfully close to getting stopped out on this bad boy. So that's the way trading is. We get stopped out, we get stopped out. The only reason I'm looking at this is because I want to make sure that my stop triggers. And here it is. There, we're out of this, so the end of the trade is there. Now we can focus on WHLR, which we're now break even on. So some of these small cap gappers not having that green Friday, baby, and hopefully we can get a little bit better of a win ratio when we do get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to Lesson of the Day, brought to you by Moomoo, our good friends over at Moomoo. Tell you, rate cuts are on the horizon, and the market, hey, it's about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA. We keep talking about this. It's like up, down 35% at one moment, then bouncing back the next. So in order to protect your gains when trading, you want Moomoo's trailing stop orders. With the NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders that just simply lock in a price, ours move up when your stock rises. This locks in profits before a drop. Use those trailing stops, and it works for options too. Plus, enjoy zero commissions, zero contract fees, and 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, and a free 15 stocks. Don't miss out. Check the link in the description of this video or scan the QR code below. So there you go. Shout out to Moomoo. Appreciate them. The lesson of the day today is a simple one. Short Mullen, short Mullen, short Mullen. No, actually, that's not even remotely the lesson of the day. I'll get to it in a quick little second. But, and I have to slap the fail on myself, and I've got to hold myself more accountable because I shorted Mullen in the afternoon yesterday, and I was talking about when a stock is doing this on a daily chart, and when a stock looks like this the last couple of days, like when it gives you a pop, that's usually an opportunity to fade. Like there's an up day, there's chances to fade the days after. Lower high, breakdown, then just trends down. Up day, failed breakout, trend down. Failed breakout of prior high, trend down, announced stock split, reverse stock split, stock creators. You got to have them. But the other thing that I have to consider is we all have these ideas out there when we're trading. You know, you'll come in, you're like, I like this stock. I like stock X at price Y in to the long side or the short side, whatever it might be. And that's your preference. Now, going into today, obviously there was nothing wrong with NVIDIA longs the last couple of days. Dip and rip and dip and rip. And if it had done the same thing today, I wouldn't be complaining about it. But that, even if NVIDIA had dipped into the 118 and actually managed to get past 120 or get into the highs, it still wouldn't have made it the right play. And it's an obvious reason why. When you've got a lot of similar things to look at, you do want to consider what you did the best on previously. Of course that matters. But you've got to grade setups according to their own merits. When I juxtapose this with, before we came on air, Obi and I were both looking at a couple of chip names, and you know which one I'm going to talk about if you're watching the morning show. If you look at ARM, in a very similar setup here. ARM did the big move 2 days ago. It's been an upward trend, did the dip and rip. Now, what's the difference between ARM this morning and NVIDIA this morning? Well, dip and rip yesterday, above prior resistance, set up for breakout. On the daily chart, above the 50 period, broken out prior resistance, continuation trend. And you go, like NVIDIA's a great stock. I'm not complaining about NVIDIA. It does tons of volume, everybody loves it. But NVIDIA, hold a 50 period, no break of consolidation. This isn't rocket science. You have two similar stocks the last 2 or 3 days in an upward trend, one of which rejected the consolidation high and is still in the consolidation. Why am I surprised that it goes inside day? And you've got another one which very simply is showing you breakout. Now eventually join. It's like the one long trade. I was long like a million times on NVIDIA. One easy long on ARM. That's all it took. And you could have had that as a breakout trade. So you want to go for the lowest hanging fruit. Like you could look at something like an AMD. Maybe that's your cup of tea. See what I did there? Like I would have rather lost on an AMD long today than even Nvidia, because like ARM, at least it was up the last couple of days. I keep leaving these trend lines in here. It was up the last couple of days, dip and rip, above close, above prior high. So it was pressing. Eventually it couldn't break the double top, but at least you have something which is through resistance above the 50 period. Like even this was a better setup technically than Nvidia. So you could have scalped some dip buy wins, don't get me wrong, but the one that was actually breaking out to the upside and consolidating off those breaks ends up being the best one in terms of ARM, and AMD was even a better setup, and I have to acknowledge it as well. Now, where you can start to look at other things here, and I'm going to show you one that isn't as good, and I'm going to show you why. So if I zoom in far enough, and I kind of spoiled it by showing you the 15-minute. See what I should have done? Is started here on Intel. Just giving you like this look. So you can see, okay, yeah, big day, dip and rip, holding above prior lows. Look at that, holding above prior lows and consolidating. So why wasn't Intel as good of a breakthrough? Well, zoom out a little bit further, right? Like the other ones on the daily chart, you saw you're going into rarefied air on ARM. You're going into rarefied air a little bit on AMD. So even if it doesn't continue, the potential is much better. Well, with Intel, you've got tons of overhead resistance still in there. You know, it's specifically right at the prices it was trying to break. $19.8, $20, $20. Like it's a little bit choppier in here, so it's not quite as clean. And it just goes to show when you are setting up your trades, don't just leave it at, ooh, this stock was good yesterday, it's going to be good today. That's not how it works, because you can find an upward trend and it's great, but you should always try to be on the best trade. Like don't leave your work is done. Well, I'm just going to do the same thing I did yesterday because buying the dips in Nvidia worked, so that's probably going to be the best one out there. No, it was ARM today, and it was SMCI today. That's another one. I mean, what is SMCI set up like? Dip and rip, big move up. They all have exactly the same chart. 2 days ago on Wednesday, big move up, dip and rip, some held better than others. But what are the ones that actually took out the prior high? And on top of it, which are the ones that actually took out prior highs from before? Oh goodness, this looks pretty good through 470. Have a look at this 470 on SMCI if it can shoot through that, by the way. But it's all about the ones that are showing you they're through resistance for better continuation. If the group's going to go, the group's going to go. You might as well be in the one that has the best potential to run because it's chewed through where the sellers are likely to be. And what's interesting about it is I was joking about Mullen. It's exactly the same principle with Mullen. There's a million stocks that have daily trends to the downside like this. But you want the one that's in play. And oftentimes it's after it does the pump and then fail. That's when you want to be on it. And the bigger the move up, the next day, if it does one of these, your best day for the short, it'll trend down again, but your best day for the short is literally the day right after. So oftentimes I feel like we get stuck. And this is especially true when you're doing well. So you know, a lot of times you're like, oh, this is working for me. I'm just going to continue to do whatever, the same thing every single day. That's a bit of a trap as a trader because it's so easy to just fall into that pattern and then miss out on the best opportunities. Like Nvidia should not, regardless, Nvidia shouldn't have even been a trade in my opinion. Like there's just no way in which it was setting up better than ARM. Or AMD didn't even do anything, and it was still setting up better than NVIDIA. And SMCI was setting up better as well. So it probably shouldn't have been a trade. It's generally speaking a good idea to do what works for you. But your work is not done just because you checked out the 5 symbols you traded before and are continuing that trend and kind of working out your plan of action for them. Do a little bit more. Find the best trade setups and opportunities. They might be in the same sector. They might be somewhere else, man. It doesn't matter where it is. Your work is not done just because you want to rinse and repeat what was good for you before. I can't say that enough. I mean, I'm frustrated with myself today that I was stubbornly trying to overtrade NVIDIA and made a single trade on ARM today. It's inexcusable because as a day trader, your entire job is to pick the best opportunities then pick the next best opportunity. And then when you're out of that trade, pick the next best opportunity. It's not to just sit there and trade the stock because you like it. So it is what it is. When we're learning how to trade, we've got to be getting better on a daily basis. And a lot of times you're going to fall into that trap where if things are working on a daily basis, it's going to stop you from looking at new and fresh opportunities. Try not to do it. Put in the same work every single day, regardless of your performance the day before. That's your lesson of the day.
Around these parts, we call that Neilage. That is Neil's lesson of the day. And needless to say, it was a good one. Hotline dropper, a.k.a. Neil Roberts. If you like what you heard, he's around every day around that noon hour. Make sure to catch Neil's lesson of the day. Thank you very much, Neil. And on social media, thank you very much, Chilean Nightmare. Chilean Nightmare letting me know you're going to catch Neil's lesson of the day on the gram and every other social media platform that we deal on. So shout out to him and thank you very much for that. Let's call a spade, baby. Didn't do well on WHLR, got pushed out of this, still putting in lower highs. So I'm no longer going to base my entry off the volume weighted average price because it got broken. And 6 also got broken. It's doing the dance right now with 6, putting in bottoming tail candles at $6 on the 5-minute. If it wants to hold, I'll get in on the back end, but I'm not going to have resting orders to try and guess or gauge where resistance is. Or support is, excuse me. So keep an eye on that. Separately, while Neil was dropping said hot lines, a new small cap gapper emerged onto the scene. It goes by the ticker SMX, and for those who were up at 5:05 a.m. today, you'll be familiar with it. Otherwise, you probably won't. This big boy over here got off the schneid.
Service matters.
Thank you, Adara. This one really, it's cool. Thank you for letting me know. 250, it was printing there in the pre-market. Adara rocketed up into that 651, $4, quick as you like on there. What is that percentage, by the way, for all the math nerds out there? Yeah, it's a light 150% Adara. It's not a big deal. And then it got back into 5 right now. Touched 492. It did break this area crest from, 6 a.m. for whoever was up then. But I'm going to base my trades off 5 and see what we get. It didn't really do anything at VWAP. I mean, the only time it really interacted was VWAP was in the pre-market. But it's really going here, guys. Here comes 5, and there goes 5. SMX is going. And it's quite aggressive. Midday just showed up. It is now a triple-digit winner, 103% and still going. And it's catching the bid, kind of like that stock we traded yesterday. I don't remember which one it was that showed up midday. It didn't have its best day at the open or the best time of the day at the open, nor was it the pre-market. This is catching a bid midday. And now it's really rocking up into 520. I've already got it up on a trading screen. Where is it? There it is. It's zigging and zagging right now, but good strength on this name. You can see the pullbacks there are awfully brief. You get 1 minute pullback over here, 2 minute pullback, and another 1 before we continue on our merry way into the highs. I was looking at punching in 467, but I don't like punching in at high. So that's just not my strategy. I need to get it off a key area of resistance or support, depending on whether I'm going long or short. But this thing is on the way up. 530, it's printing new highs as we speak. 535 now, looking to go 550. Lots of strength. Here's the deal: $4.5 million market cap. This thing is minuscule. 10 million shares almost traded probably by the time I'm done talking. The float is 30.33 million shares. And the short float, let's find out here using trade ideas, is 12.25% or thereabouts. There is a marked difference between what I'm seeing here on the float with trade ideas and what I'm seeing on my platform. Mine is saying 30.33. Trade ideas is saying 1.1 million float. So a bit of a contradictory statement right now, and it is halted at 571. It is now up 33% since I mentioned. I was mentioning at 103. Now it's up 133. So very strong name midday. And what is the deal with this catalyst? Not that it really matters. Pause for volatility. Did this thing have a catalyst yesterday, the 12th? Security public. Here it is. So SMX Security Matters Public Limited Company closes $5.33 million private placement. All right, so I guess that's a holdover from yesterday because there's nothing new today to account for this latest pump. But very, very good name here. SMX on the NQ, halted Adara at 571.
Yeah, Sharif, I'm just watching Starbucks lose some caffeine. I'm so proud of this trade. This is an Adara Panera range. This is the type of stuff I should be trading way more often. Look at this thing just drip. like cold foam drip, like a coffee. I realized after I said an accidental pun. Thank you. Yeah, and I want to shout out Groff, who was mentioning this, and I had kind of said, I was like, I said at the time, I thought it was rangy. I said, I'm not, like, it looks nice when it made, like, you know, we pushed above the 98 tens, and I was like, okay, cool, like my, you know, the longs are right on this, but then I was like, you know what, Adara. True. But then we get these topping tail candles. Once again, I said, short this. I took size with this, to be clear as well. Like, this was like a conviction trade. Chung shout out to Law and Order Conviction, which is unfortunately a real spinoff that did happen. We are going to move our stop here to 99.01s, prior bar high here. We've already taken out 60% of this position. Let's see if we bounce here at VWAP. But either way, we're not going to have to worry because we have our stop in, Sharif. I love having all my stops set. I feel so responsible. Like I said, I was having some issues setting stops, and now I'm like, you know, my Oracle went against me, and I was like, oh, not to fear, my stop was set. So all good there. EWIM also has a stop set. EWIM's got, yeah, guys, I was in like 3 trades for a while there. Oracle, once again, I set a stop, and then it hits the stop, and it bounces. So still need to work on the where I'm placing my stops. EWIM, I absolutely would have taken some out had I had enough size. Unfortunately, I did not. I've talked, you know, someone was asking in the chat, like, what's my buying power? We don't talk about buying power here. I will say it is smaller. What I do for my risk management is just like portion of buying power per trade. So yeah, right now we are in that IWM. Honestly, like once we get some more out of the Starbucks, we might add a little bit here. If we keep bouncing off 217s, I have no fear there. And what I'm risking is into 85. So that's like, to me, pretty wait, what am I risking? I don't even remember where I put my stop here. I put my stop at, you not even see where I set it. So that's great. I'll have to check where I put my stop. Either way, the point is it's manageable. We might add here 217s. We'll see what happens. The other stock I like that is also, wow, Starbucks just dropped another 10 cents. A range-related play is M to the R, to the N, to the A. We had that beautiful push up here. We, like I said, higher, I was mentioning earlier these higher lows. We push up. I'm actually going to set, that 67.20 was the level I liked yesterday. We're going to set a dip buy for 67.35, Sharif.
Nice,
and we're going to see what happens there because I actually do like that look. Let's do 67.36s. We'll do that. I'm going to risk it into 10s. Let's see what happens here on that mRNA. Starbucks is just selling off. Shout out to Garoff, though, saying good short of Starbucks, still long from the lows. If it breaks, I'm out. Shout out to you, Garoff. You know, that's the thing. You got to stick with your plan. You got to have your plan. Sharif, we're going to take out, how much of this trade do I have left? We're going to take out a good portion here, these 59s, and we're going to let that last piece just bleed, Sharif, because I think Starbucks can give me my candle macchiato, which it turns out does still exist. I know I was like saying they don't do my drink that tastes like a candle anymore. They do. I just wasn't looking at the menu hard enough. My IWM trade's still chilling. I have no qualms. And that's the thing. I had a rough start to the morning. I was very clear about that. But if you see ideas you like, you must go after them with an aggression, a viciousness. I'm going to stop yelling. I know I'm getting a little bit excited here, but these markets excite me, guys. I'm only here for 2 hours. You only have 2 hours of the puns and the overexcitement. Please vote in the chat here. Exclamation point, join the space, to the dollar sign, to that ticker.
I just back in WHLR, took out a piece there as it zigs and zags, about 20 pennies or so. Let's see if this one can find its way above VWAP. We're going to look to get out through the break of 6, but finally able to rack up a dub. Dave B. Sharif. Thoughts on the Gooners and Spurs this weekend?
I know what side he's on, basically.
Well, you know, obviously, I'm going to go with Arsenal. It's just, dude, we are just so beat up. We have so many injuries. What is going on? I hate international breaks, but that's the way it is. These guys go, you know, and then they play players that don't have as much to lose as them with other teams, and they get injured. So that's the way it is. I still like our chances. Are we away or are we at home to Tottenham? Let's find out real quick over here. We're going to let this WHLR cook, and I'm going to mention SMX. SMX is open, by the way, guys. All right, let's see what we got here. Are we away? It's not this. It's on Sunday. Yeah, we are away to Tottenham, 9 a.m. game. Yeah, look, I don't think Tottenham's played all that well this year, so hopefully we pull one out. I think we have got some good names to help with the injuries. Sterling, Jorginho, I think, is going to help in Odegaard's position. I personally would put Declan back and let Jorginho cook as the distributor, but that's not what Arteta's doing. He's got Declan ahead and Parody back, but it's probably going to be Mourinho once he's healthy again. So Mikel Mourinho, the new signing, injured Martin Odegaard, our captain, injured. So it's frustrating.
rough.
Yeah, it's tough, but that's just the way soccer is, Adara.
That's fair.
Yeah, so let's go back to SMX right now because it's still not giving it up. Here we go again, man, and we just broke the high on SMX today. This thing is parabolic. Let's get in, Adara. Let's just have some fun today, man. Why not? What is life without whimsy?
I'm having fun.
We'll get out at 5 1/3 if it breaks, but we're gonna have some fun here on the show. If we're not trading this, then we're not really having a good time. So we're gonna put it at 77s, come what may. 5, we'll put in the stop as well. Oh, here we go, 67, showing up a bit of a seller there at 67. Let's see if we can weasel up, and we got the print. All right, good. Let's go up a little bit more right now. Now it's a good look. Did I take everything out? No, I didn't. I still have a little bit. Let's go, baby. Let's go through that 6, baby. Let's go. We're long 62s. Let's go. Oh, Dara, I hit the flatten key instead of taking a limit order, so we didn't get the good print there. That's all right. Still positive on it. I'll look to get back in if it does reject 6 and weasels down. Let me give you some levels on this. Oh, there are none. Why? Because the 10 exponential is at $4.50. This is what I mean by extended on the 5, guys, over here. Like, look where the 10 exponential is hanging out right down. Oh, gotta weasel this. Right back into 450 over here. This thing just printed 6 big moves today on SMX. I love these small cap gappers that show up midday that haven't been exhausted by the end of the pre-market or by like 11 o'clock. They show up, they have buyer exuberance during the midday. I love these. We'll look to trade them all the time if we can. SMX, I'll get back in here if it sets up properly. Let's go to the other one over here. Oh, baby, WHLR putting in higher lows, but still having trouble with that 640. I'd like to wet my beak, something around 680. Here we go with 640. Let's see if we can take out that buyer or seller, excuse me, at 40s. Definitely a hidden seller. Okay, now we're printing 43s. Let's get up a bit more, but the spread opened up a bit there, so there wasn't as much buyer exuberance. Okay, now it's tightening up a little bit. Let's see if we can squeeze through the $0.50 on WHLR. It's been a good name for it today. I did get cut up on it on the first attempt. This is attempt number 2, but there is some selling at 40s to be expected. We've been rejecting off there. That's why I wet my beak there last time. Zigging and zagging. There's a lot of buyer and seller tug of war happening over here. A little above 40, a little bit below. We're seeing shorts are instituting their positions, or initiating, I should say, their positions ahead of this level over here. What I do like about this is a cursory break of 6 and then higher highs and higher lows to weasel back up for that rounded bottom. What I'm unsure about is where exactly we meet that wall of resistance. Zigging and zagging right now. Packing my patience. What's your look?
Yeah, so I got stopped at IWM. I definitely should have taken some out here earlier, and I think the reason I didn't manage that well is I didn't have like a huge position. I was like, oh, we'll just wait till if we get stopped out. We got stopped out. It's all good there. Starbucks, I should have taken Roth, who pointed out that range is still holding. I have 5% of this left. And, Neil did a lesson of the day once, and I fully agree with this. You don't want to, just let a position go against you just because it's 5% or because you have only a really small piece left. But honestly, for this Starbucks, if I'm risking prior bar highs, I am just going to let this run. I was using the 3-minute. Initially, I was going to do the 85. We're kind of above that last prior bar here because I just was not, honestly, monitoring enough. There have been a lot of children to watch over, Sharif.
Oh, certainly.
We have currently we are in 3 trades. Wait, am I still long IWM? I thought I got stopped at IWM. I'm very confused with the EOM situation here. Is that I am no longer long IWM, by the way. So that is a typo on my position board. I'm actually trying to get short IWM now, so I'll pull that up. But yeah, in the meantime, for Starbucks, I'm going to risk it to VWAP. I'm cool with that. Moderna actually going swimmingly, so we'll talk about this one here too. I don't like that topping tail candle, so we're going to take some out here at 70s. We're going to take out half the position, but I'm risking this. We'll do 75s. I am risking this though into 20. I was risking 25 pennies. I'm risking to 67.10s. I'm going to move that, though, to this prior bar low, which is actually break even. We're going to move that to 36s. I'm cool with that. So look at all this position management. I feel like such an active manager, Sharif, or an active woman manager, maybe you want to say. I don't know. But I love this. I am so happy with my little stop orders. I feel like such an adult. Yeah, and to be clear, I was trying to use stops earlier. I was just not good at setting them. Now I know how to set them properly. I want to shout out Wayne as well. Because I asked Obi, I was like, hey, how do I set stops? He's like, oh, I'll grab Wayne. And they were both very helpful. So shout out to both of them there. Yeah, it's a good time. Shout out to Real Trading. Also, I'm definitely not going to get this short filled where I want to. So if we can do 79s, I'll risk into two 17s. I'm cool with that because that is also going to be basically the same style of look, and I'd be risking the same amount. I don't think we're going to get filled on this though. But that's what the cookie crumbles sometimes, Sharif. Sometimes you get filled, and sometimes the stock crumbles a cookie in your face. No, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. It's a great time here in these markets, Sharif. I'm just very much feeling. It's a good vibe. I'm just in a good mood, and I hope you guys are in as much of a good mood here as me. We also have a Hog Rider saying, Tesla long here. It's in a channel ascending wedge. Can you please check it out on the 15-minute? Oh, yeah, I see what you see. Honestly, I'm on the 5, and I still see it. Honestly, the 5, it is one of my favorite bullish setups, so I'll look at that, and then I'll look at the 15 for you. I've talked a lot about how bullish I find it when a stock comes to a level and then double bottoms, but the second bottom is only on a wick basis, because to me, that's like, hey, it's so bullish, we're not even going to give you that full other bottom. No, siree, Bob. We're just going to, or Bobette, I don't know. We're just going to bounce here on a wick basis. So to me, this is a really bullish look. I like, we don't hold the 9 EMA. Oh, my gosh. Hog Rider, you're going to tempt me to get into this Tesla long here. No, I'm joking. But I do like that look. Let's see, or I guess that's a 3, I don't know. Let's see the 15-minute here. Okay, on the 15-minute, I'm not going to lie, 15-minute Hog Rider, it kind of looks bearish to me. I'm going to be really real. Look at the support resistance flip we had yesterday at 228.70s. Look at that pre-market level of support, 228.70s. If we can't get above 228.70s or this 229 area in a salient way, I think Tesla might be a bit bearish on the 15. That is just my take. So yeah, I just want to be honest with you there because I think that's one of the great things we get to do. I want to stop yapping because I want Sharif to be able to talk here as well. Apologize, I'm just getting excited by these markets. But Oracle, I can't see the future, but I can't see Oracle continuing to get pull higher. I did get stopped out of this. I want to shout out Elon because I was noticing this as well. I think I'm going to get long the exact same place. And you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to do this, Sharif. Because it's still setting up here. So we're going to have the exact same style of trade. Let's see if we get filled 80s, still risking into 55s. Let's go, Oracle. We're almost definitely going to get stopped out of Starbucks. We did get stopped out here of Moderna, but we took profit on half the position. IWM cooking. How you cooking, Sharif?
I'm good. I'm ready to do the lesson du jour. We are talking about reversal days to conclude our 2-week discussion on trends. I think it's kind of apropos that we conclude with reversals. So shout out to the production team, the best there. All right, so today we'll dive into the concept of reversal days. It's a key chart pattern to identify potential market turning points. This concept is particularly useful in trend analysis, where understanding when the market might reverse is crucial for the effective trading strategies. So reversal days, they can signal to us the end of an uptrend or the end of a downtrend, and recognizing them early certainly helps traders make more informed trading decisions. So we'll explore the characteristics of top and bottom reversals, as well as the significance of volume with those type of reversals, and how these patterns can be extended onto the weekly and the monthly charts. So that's what are going to be our focus for today. So as we typically do, let's just define the concept briefly for those who have never encountered it before. The definition of a reversal day is essentially a reversal day occurs at the top or the bottom of a trend, and it signals to you the potential turning point. There are 2 types of reversals we want to talk about, as I prefaced. A top reversal day. This is where prices reach a new high and then close lower than the previous day's low. Conversely, the bottom reversal day, prices hit a new low, but end up closing higher than the previous day's high. So those are the 2 that we're going to talk about. Here's how they kind of look on the chart. This is a top day, the mother of all topping tail candles. And if you don't know how bar charts operate, the little, this little horizontal line over here depicts the close, of the day. So you'll be able to see that we closed lower than the previous day's close. Conversely, over here, we closed higher than the previous day, which was over here. So that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about these reversal days that not just encompass or engulf the previous day's price action, but that actually close higher than the prior day's high or prior day low, depending on whether we're going long or short. So what are the characteristics of a reversal day? Typically, prices open strongly in the direction of the current trend to new highs or new lows, depending on whether we're talking about top or bottom reversals. But later that day, the price reverses direction, creating a sharp move against the trend by closing either lower or higher, depending on the reversal type. And the range here is quite important. That's the distance between the high and the low intraday, and it's usually a lot wider than it would be normally, indicating a lot of significant market action. So keep that in mind. The range on the day is important. Go ahead,
Brendan just sent us this notification. Boeing, there's apparently Boeing ratings may be cut to junk by Moody's. So that is a junky headline there for Boeing. I mean, it's not shocking, but let's pull up the chart here quickly. Yeah, sorry, Kelly. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Kelly Ortberg, not the real Kelly. But yeah, that's a pretty
disaster.
A pretty smelly look for Boeing. It does smell like junk ratings. Oh, Boeing. Oh, gosh, whoosh, wish, bad. Yuck.
It's not good, Adara.
Oh, it's apparently because I broke Kelly Ortberg's heart. Yeah, I don't know why this is still a joke, but it is still.
Well, the dude tried sliding into the DMs, Adara. You left him on red, and now we're all paying the price.
Oh, so it's my fault that Boeing is junk rating?
Ram is saying yes to her, by the way, for those who care. Ram, put on the mic, bro. People want to hear your voice.
Mayday, says
Mayday.
I think it's Ramin. Anyway, sorry, we'll go back to the list. I just want to thank you, Brendan, for letting us know about that.
Thank you for letting me know that, Darren, and let everybody else know. So the characteristics, as we talked about, important. Yeah, we just finished talking about that. Let's talk about volume as a confirmatory indicator or as a factor for confirmation. So heavy volume on these reversal days, very important. So heavy volume on a reversal day adds weight to the significance. For example, if a top reversal occurs on higher than usual volume, it could indicate strong selling pressure. Obviously, it's true for the other side as well. A bottom reversal day with high volume is often referred to as a selling climax, essentially where sellers are exhausted and the buyers take control. So what we're looking for there is above average volume on the reverse day. And one easy way to do that is to look on the daily or the weekly or whatever time frame you're charting and compare the volume bar that printed on that reversal day to the prior volume bars. Is it above average? Yes, no, or maybe. Top reversals days. Let's talk about the type of reversals days. So there's two. There's a top and a bottom reversal day. We'll talk about the top one first. So in this particular scenario, prices are moving to a new high during the day, but reverse to close below the previous day's low. Again, it closes below the previous day's close. This indicates that the bullish momentum that existed in the trend is weakening, and it could, in fact, be the start of a downtrend. And this is kind of what we're looking at over here. We're on our merry way, printing big boy, and then this topping tail candle comes in. You can't see the candles subsequent to it because of the circle there or the oval, but it does close a little bit below. The bottom reversal day, the price in this scenario makes a new low, but ends up closing higher, signaling the exhaustion of the selling pressure. This day often marks the end of a downtrend and is commonly referred to as the selling climax. And this is kind of what it looks like there. You get the mother of all hammer candles there, and then we start on our merry way into a new uptrend. Let's talk about some of the other manifestations of these reversal days. An outside day is one such manifestation. This is when both the high and the low on the reversal day exceed the previous day. The reversal becomes even more significant, forming what we call an outside day. This pattern suggests to you heightened volatility and is often associated with important turning points, as shown here on the next chart. This is basically the Dow Jones Industrial, and this is what we call an outside day. Basically, this is where the high and the low on the reversal day exceed the previous day. So there has to be a gap in there by definition. And that's another manifestation of it there. Basically, you're above the high, and you're above the low of the candle that preceded it. So you're completely engulf it. You could also call that a bearish engulfing if you'd like. Today, we're calling it an outside day or an outside candle. It's also quite important to keep in mind that these reversals have more importance the higher up on the time frame you go. So reversal patterns are certainly not limited to the daily or the intraday chart, but also obviously occur on the weekly and the monthly. A weekly reversal, I will submit to you, is more significant than the daily reversal or any other on a lower time frame, as it reflects a longer term shift in market sentiment. So for example, an upside weekly reversal happens when prices during the week during the week, but recover to close above the previous Friday's close. these longer term reversal patterns tend to have more importance than the daily reversals, obviously, because they encompass more time. Now, let's talk about some of the practical applications that we can use these reversal day fours. I think reversal days for. I think you guys can glean some of the application, but intraday you can use it as well. Thank you. Traders should monitor price action closely near areas of both support and resistance for signs of a reversal. And then if you do see some selling pressure or buying pressure coming in at those levels, you got to look at the volume. So watch for heavy volume and an extended price range during that specific day, which often precedes the reversal. Pay close attention, I would submit to you, to the close of day as it is the most important indicator in a reversal pattern. I'll submit to you that we're talking about the day starting out either strong or weak. So for a bottom reversal, it starts off weak, right? Because we're continuing to move down. But intraday, we get something, perhaps a news catalyst, that really changes the momentum of things. So it stands to reason that the market on close order that day, because we shifted sentiment intraday, so the market on close has to be super important here as we wait for those MOC orders to come in to see, is there buying exuberance, or was this just an intraday trade where these 0 data expiry options were kind of bamboozling the look? So that's what I would say to you. Keep an eye out on the MOC, the market on close, on that day that you have identified as a possible top reversal or bottom reversal. And last but not least here, incorporating reversals into your trading plan. You should be using reversal days as confirmation when planning your entries or exits. I'll get it right, it's Friday. For example, after a bottom reversal day, traders might consider entering a long position. I know, but it's my mom's birthday, so, you know, it's the 13th, so anybody who tells me, Ram, that 13 is a bad number, I just say my mom's born on the 13th, so I can't think that way.
What?
Right? Yeah. For example, after a bottom reversal day, traders might consider entering a long position if the reversal is confirmed with subsequent bullish action. Conversely, after a top reversal, exiting a long position or initiating a short position might be considered. So to conclude the lesson, reversal days are essential tools for identifying potential turning points in market trends. But remember, the heavier the volume and the wider the intraday range or intra-week range, whatever time frame off which you're charting, the more significant the reversal is likely to be. And do not forget that these patterns don't just occur on the daily. It's incumbent upon you to look at the weekly, look at the monthly to gauge sentiment. I hope everybody prints a dare.
I always hope everyone prints as well. Thank you, Sheree, for that lesson, and thank you, Ramin, for keeping everyone entertained. Someone in the chat called her Raw mean, and then she commented back, Raw, never so nice, always mean. Yeah, I know Ramin cracks us all up there. Shout out to you. I've just been staring at the book at Adobe because Adobe's fascinating here. Quite frankly, I don't know what else to say. I love that 531 level. That 531 level was a level I watched on the book as we had that kind of bottoming tail candle, then we bid back up. I said the only way I would take Adobe again today was if I had like crazy confluence that I just couldn't like shake. And so, this Adobe here. So we bid up on 531, double bottom, great. Look at all these lower highs though. And there was a while here, there was a moment where I considered a reversion long here in Adobe because we were holding 531.69s. We were creeping up on the ask, and then that moment flew away because we still can't break decisively above 32s. The closest thing we bid up was like, there we go. Okay, we're getting our push down here in Adobe. Oh my gosh, do I want to get this bread? It's third time the charm or it's third time a nightmare. We'll never know. Also, we got stopped out of Oracle, stopped out of IWM. Starbucks is still chilling. Starbucks, I moved my stop to 75s. We're going to move it again here to this 60. Yeah, we're basically 68s here. Yeah, I guess we'll to 71s. That 3-minute candle there for SPUX. So let's see. Again, really small position, but that still doesn't mean I want it to get away from me. Do you know what I mean? So we're going to move that there. That is the stop on the Starbs. We stopped out at Oracle once again. Moderna holding nicely, but the only name I want smoke on is Adobe. I don't want to build any huge position yet here also because I will be departing and saying goodbye for the week here in the day. Early. So that, you know what I mean? That means I definitely don't want to be building some crazy position I'm not going to be able to fulfill. That being said, Adobe, I'm just going to be watching the Adobe book there, guys. I apologize. I'm putting this book up so I can continue to yap and look at the book for Adobe. Guys, vote for whatever tickers you want to see. Exclamation point, join, space, $, your ticker. I don't know why I did it rhythmically, but we have to there. Okay, Moderna. See, I initially liked that hold here of the 90 MA. Now it looks like it's flipping short. Could be an interesting look. The IWM as well. I might have gotten stopped out of that prematurely, potentially. So I initially was risking here into 217s. I moved my stop there to basically prior bar highs on the 3. And then that actually, that did work. To be clear, you know, maybe I didn't need to move it, but I would definitely take a scalp short of this if we break back below 216.50. That being said, my Adobe still looks like it's Adobe. I'll short you. Oh my gosh, and I really want to, Sharif, because it cannot break above 532. I don't need a massive position on this. I just need something in the book to scream to me to take it. Starbucks is still chilling. I also don't like the way I worded that. But Starbucks is chilling here, guys, as well. Starbucks is kind of frosty. I honestly don't know if we'll get stopped out. I would love to see us make a new low of day. And like I said, I'm still doing this responsibly. I'm kind of using all of these, like, as we make kind of new levels of resistance, I'm moving the stop. But it looks like even if I don't get my Adobe short, oh my gosh, we're doing an ask creep to the downside. Sharif, I might have to get this Adobe ready. I apologize there. So that might be the move. Also, yeah, make sure you guys vote for your takers. And hopefully no one got rinsed today. I did initially, but we did battle back. Much like, you know, the best thing is if you get rinsed, Sharif, by the tides, you got to battle back. Waves in the shore. We're getting short Adobe 531.40's level I liked in the book, risking to 532s. Let's get that bread. Fingers crossed that this creative suite ends up being pretty sweet for me. Shout out to Adobe Creative Suite. How are you doing?
I'm good. I just got back looking at the future now. I'm not really looking at some of these small cap gappers like I was in the morning, but look at this. SMX, go. Redfin, go. Gevo, go. SMMT's kind of, yeah, it's trying, Fabian. I mean, it's doing its best, but we can't really expect too much of it here. Double bottom right now with two bottoming tail candles on SMMT. And this has been, I don't want to say it's been the strongest of the bunch, but have a look at this daily chart. Put some respect on this daily chart's name, man. Fantastic look here. So even intraday, we are off the highs at 33s. We are still doing quite well. And I do like this double bottom that it's putting in at 31.50. I don't need to be first, but I want to see, is this just, you know, a moment in time and then we make a newer low to come maybe back into that volume weighted average price? We did breach the 20, but look at the closing prints. They're awfully close to the 20 right now. So I'm interested in SMMT as a possible continuation to the long side. But we'll pack our patience with that one. Now, like the Mag 7 or like, what are we doing here on the future? 19.561 topping tail, come back in, breach 19.5, and now we're trying to hold the volume weighted average price. We do have this area crest in the pre at around 130. Not going to really place too much weight into that area because it's on very light volume, but we are trying to hold the volume weighted average price right now on the NQ September contract, but we're still south of that 100-point level at 19.5. Which are the strongest names on the day now in Mag 7 world? Pattern-wise, not percentage-wise. I would submit to you, Microsoft looks the best. Shout out to Gorev. Gorev's been talking about Microsoft all dang day, and I hope he had fantastic trades on it. He's been letting me know exactly where he was looking to get long. I believe he did actually get long at 428. For that ascent into that 429.5. I told him I was looking for a 430 touch today. I don't think that's beyond the realm of possibility because we have a 429.5 HOD. We didn't even come back into volume weighted average price though, Gorev. Like I was waiting for a possible breakthrough 428, maybe in the high 427s. It didn't. It just gave me this bottoming tail candle over here, and then we went up along and made new highs. Still below the high of the day though. I feel like I don't have too many trades on at the moment or ideas for trades other than to look at my Amazon. This kind of bottoming tail right now on Amazon into that kind of low 186s kind of mimic, it's not the exact same level as that candle from 930, but we bounced off 186 almost to the penny. We got into 185.91 and then we ended up moving back into 188.50. We're kind of near that area right now. We're bouncing. It looks like another hammer candle forming right now off that, breaking through that 186.50 level. So Amazon looks interesting, possibly as a long at the low, well below VWAP, obviously. and negative 0.33% on the day. Let's flip back to SMMT. SMMT is looking like it's going to hold that 31.50, so much so that it's above 32. What I will be operative for me here is if we can continue with the trend that we had prior, which was higher highs. Now, obviously, this is more of the liquid time of the day, right? That 9:30 time slot to about, right at 11:30. Then we began our consolidation phase. It doesn't mean that we do that all afternoon, but I need to see proof that we're going to move and trend in the same way or similar to the trend that was happening before. So I don't want to get caught up on this trading a name that's moving in a consolidative way and try to take it as a breakout trade, because that's just a recipe for trouble. But I'm going to keep my eye on it. SMMT Adair.
Yeah, we're also going to thank our friends here at Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool thank you so much for sponsoring us there. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power, and you keep up to 80% of your profits. Well, the firm covers the risk. It is the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. So yeah, there we go. Thank you so much to Trade the Pool. How do I close my screen? We'll never know.
Yeah,
there we go.
Sorry.
Yep. So basically Adobe, we did get stopped out of this. It ended up being a bit of a bottoming tail candle there. And honestly, saw some stuff in the book. I was probably like, yeah. And then also, so I had a midpoint stop because of the spread. Actually ended up slippage, lost a little bit more than I wanted to. So I think definitely trading these spreadier names with stops that might have to change how we do some things. That's certainly going to be something to reflect on. This has not been the best trading day of my life, but there have been some solid trades. I definitely want to discount that or disparage that, right? Really proud of the Starbucks short. This was an Adara Panera range. Played it appropriately. All good there, baby. Looks like we're probably almost getting flattened. I think the stop's probably hitting there in a second. I believe that it's set at 71. So nice look there. If any scalp setup, it might take some here. But the other range I missed that I tried to play that I wasn't really able to earlier here is this Apple, bless you, continuing to hold up really well at 223.30s. This is a great look, but we keep rejecting that 223.85 level. It was actually a level here that I had identified as a profit taker when I was briefly in that long. We didn't get anywhere near there. But look at that support resistance flip. I like that level. That is a dope level. So we'll have to see if that hits that. If it rejects that, things get spicy and not in a good way. But Freddie the Friendly Guy saying jump in some SMX. I am not a small cap trader. I will leave that to my friend here on the right. But I think that's what's great about this desk because you trade a little bit of everything, right? I'm going to give you guys some of the spreadier tickers. Speaking of which, I will give an SMCI talk in a moment here. Sharif's got the small caps. It's a nice little beautiful tapestry of different trading styles. And I think that can be pretty fun. So we'll look at Boeing. We'll look at SMCI, then we'll visit that Boeing move to the downside on that report that, Okay, so I had this line drawn. This is definitely an older line here, and look at how well it respected that. That is crazy. That 455 area. Oh, I remember this day. We were offloading in 455 and 457. That was a day. But look at these lower highs here, right? Then we make a bit of a double bottom, not perfect here at that 455. Let's see what we do here. If I remember correctly, the last day we did this, 459 was the level of resistance. And 455 was the level we chopped around here. So let's see what we do at 459. For the SMCI one, because that could certainly be a bit of, I'll be eyeing that level in SMCI, I'll tell you that for free. Also, and again, that's one thing too, sometimes I'll be a bit disparaging of my memory because I do have an eidetic memory because sometimes it's embarrassing, whatever, you shouldn't have to remember everything. For trading, it helps because I know that 455. Embarrassing. I don't know, because there'll be times where people will be like, oh, it's weird you remember that. I don't know, but it helps for trading because you remember numbers.
I'd be proud of it.
To be fair, that line helped, but I saw that line and I was like, you know what, that was a level I liked, so. I remembered the exact day that happened. So good look there. Let's figure out what happens here on Baba Black Sheep. Have you any planes? I don't know. But wow. Oh, Sharif.
Get it, Adara.
I don't like that sound though that I made there. 157. Look at that base, right? That's the start of the uptrend. Topping tail candle and Boeing quadruples from the sky. Just lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. And then that last umbrella pattern crumbles down. We got all the rain falling. Also, we could stop it at a Starbucks, but we had all that rain falling to the downside, right? Now we wicked up here though into that previous support area of 157.50. Let's find out what happens there. Also, RSL, got stopped out, and you know what it does? It just keeps climbing. So shout out to Oracle. I know Elon in the chat is long this one. I think probably a couple other people are as well. So shout out to all of you guys. I clearly did not have the stop planned appropriately on this. And I love also that my stops are in an uptrend, much like the stock. That's actually kind of adorable. It's all good. You know, you live, you learn. Moderna, you Moderna. You live and you learn. So Moderna, this was my best name yesterday by far. It might have been my best name this week. Really happy with what I did with this. And today wasn't bad either. We got stopped out break even for half of it. We got this pop kind of up here into 70s on the other half. So let's see here if it keeps bouncing off that 90 MA level around 67.20, which for the record was an interesting level yesterday as well. I'll show you guys 67.20. Here was 67.20. So 67.20 was the level that once we broke out of that, we really never had another kind of move to the downside. So 67.20 in Moderna, I contend, is a pretty cool area. And it's always nice when areas hold up on multiple days. I will stop yapping for now. Someone in the chat was saying they like when I yap. I'm yappy to hear that. I am yappy to hear that. You know, things that work for different people. You got to make it work. How are you doing?
I think you have a lot of traders that like the way you traded, Darren, so they're going to want to hear what you have to say about stuff. So shout out to you. Kill it. Personally, here's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to find the bottom here on Amazon, see if that wants to continue into this 187 area, which is the area that we found support at earlier before we broke down, obviously, here at around 1220. So we'll see if that one wants to find a bit of a bounce, obviously keeping my eye on the futures. Yeah, sure, Adira, I think, yeah. Okay, so we're good. Oh, thank you, Ram, for that, for reminding us. I'm also in WHLR, possibly to defend 6 over here. We zigged and zagged. We had a couple of fake out breakouts, and that's not unusual for the midday. That's the thing, right? And that's why I was putting some respect on SMX's name, because it's kind of showing up midday. Now, what I see here is a possible head and shoulders pattern. That's why I've accounted for that, and I put my stop in place to basically take me out of the trade if that head and shoulders manifest. I like that $6 hold, but if it doesn't hold 6, then we're gonzino on that. Simple as that. Now, the spread is opening up here a little bit, which means that the volume's drying up, which means that I may not want to be in this trade for that much longer. We'll have to wait and see whether or not 6 holds. Right now, 4 bottoming tail candles, all of which have bounced off 6, but it's breaching now. 595 going. I'm going to get stopped out if it drops anymore. Do you want to say bye to everybody?
I guess I should, yeah. Also, I will leave you guys with a level. Tesla 228.60. If I was still here, I'd be going long this. I'm just telling you guys, it looks really good on the book. So Tesla 268.60. With that, I bid you all adieu. I hope you had a great day. I had a lot of fun with you guys as always. Give Satya a big warm welcome. Thank you, Sri, for being here with me. Thank you, Trenda, for being here with me as well. And shout out to Ramin for making us laugh in our ear. Very upset I can't take this Tesla trade, but I hope someone in the chat takes it for me, because that's a pretty dope level. And with that, I bid you all adieu. I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you on the Flippity Flip.
Appreciate you, Adara. Thank you so much. We're going to wait for Satya to come on over, set up her station, and we will introduce her to everybody. Very pumped for this. Another female trader on the show. I think that is very good, and I think our viewers would like that as well. Whew, Dare, you scared me there, bro. All right, so we're still in WHLR, Ram, where we're looking to defend that $6 level. Still in Amazon, looking for Amazon to work its way up. It's having issues currently still. I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm ambitious with where I want to get out, but I want to get out a little bit above or below, that 187 level. But it's obviously having trouble just breaking through the $0.75 level. It's been weaseling up into $0.75 with a bit of resistance. Shout out to Gorev, who's letting me know that Microsoft just printed the high of the dang day. It is on the way to 430. Great call out by you, Gorev, man. You've been on Microsoft all day. I hope you're printing out multiple thunderstorms on that side of the screen. I'm very happy for you, brother, because I know that you were telling me about this when we got on the show. So Softy, essentially a 430 high a day, 429.99. This one looked destined to get there. Every single low has been higher than its predecessor, save and except for this quick woo. And there goes 430 into the $0.25. This one is squeezing. I guess we haven't been up in 430 in a hot minute. Let's just go back to the hourly here. No, we haven't. Okay, so it's been a hot minute over here since we've been at 430. I think it takes us all the way back to late July. Okay, so not that long, but yeah, good look. Shout out to you, Gorev. Great move up here on, Microsoft. We're looking almost to get printed here on Amazon, and there's the print. Happy with this trade. Let's let this cook, baby. We're long 67s. We just printed 87, so let this one go up. Ideally, I'm thinking it probably rejects off 187. Only reason I'm thinking of that is, at least initially, is because of this area trough over here that we put in. What time was that? At around 11 o'clock, right at the start of the show. So if we get continuity here, I'd like to hold on to this and get a bit more. All right, we're already 30 pennies in the money on this name, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're going to put the beak wetter up at 98. Gosh, what's life without whimsy? I don't know. There's nothing at 98. I just like the number. All right, let's keep watching over here. WHLR, at least for the moment, defending 6. You got that quick wick down, but look at the closing print. What is important for me is the closing print. It held. All right, so I didn't get wicked out owing to where I had my stop. That's nothing to do with my skill, but certainly my luck, because I had no idea it was going to wick into 591. I had no idea to know. So we'll see if we can get back up possibly into that 620 area. I'd like to print at 633. I'm thinking that it's the right thing to do to add here because it's so close to my out. So I'm going to add at this level and come what may. I'm going to have to adjust my stop, obviously, which means that I got to change it on the side screen and that whole thing. So we're going to look over here to see which one. There it is, WHLR. So now we're going to have to account for this one. Yeah, so we're going to go out at there, and then we'll put it to there, and then we'll put, there we go. So now everything's done and accounted for. Let's keep an eye on that. What's SMMT doing? Because that was awfully interesting. Okay, so still doing the range, and if I had to actually give an assessment of what it's doing, it's putting in lower highs and lower lows, quite frankly. So I'm not liking this until another key area of support. I'm thinking possibly volume weighted average price because it's breaching the 10, the 20. Now the 10 is looking down. It's pointing down on SMMT. So yeah, this could be more of like a come into $30, $30.50 area where VWAP is. Keep in mind that there is support at 31. There is this topping tail candle that we put in at 945 that rejected 41. We weren't able to reclaim 41 on a closing basis until this candle over here, 1055. So basically 5 minutes before the show. So we whiffled and waffled for a hot minute below 31 before taking it. So I'd like to see if 31 holds. I don't have to be first, but if it does, I'm definitely interested in getting back into this name. What a good look it has been. All right, WHLR again below 6. So I'm going to have to be careful here. We just added, but I like the add area. If it ends up stopping me out, it's not too much of a loss because, well, we added close to the lows. So WHLR holding 6, but below VWAP. So I got to tell you, flat out, I'm breaching my rule. I'm taking a small cap gapper long south of VWAP, but I'm trying to base it off that $6 level. That's my thinking here. So we'll see exactly whether that manifests or not. Shout out to everybody in the chat telling me about DJT. This was one hell of a Christmas tree retracement, an inverted V. We start off the day at 16, looks like 1610, maybe a little bit less. We weasel up into 17, triple top on the 5 minute. At that 17, we get technically into 1707. But the schmuck like me who punched in at the volume weighted average price was met with more L's as this one gave up the ghost at VWAP at 5 afternoon and hasn't looked back since then. It's been lower lows and lower highs and trying to hold up possibly ahead of the 16 in the mid-teens. We'll see whether or not DJT can really run up. I didn't see any specific news with Donald today. I was passing Brendo's desk and I happened to see that he's refusing to do any debates, basically saying that the debate last time was going to be the one and only. So I don't think that's really market moving news or anything like that. But let me know when you're ready. Eh? Yeah. So we'll keep tabs on that. SMX though, bro. Whoo! Baby, here comes 7 on SMX. Okay, so 689 HOD. We're right at the high of the day right now. It looks like it wants to get taken out, zigging and zagging. We're going to have to see what it does at the whole dollar, but just understand that this is awfully, it's awfully small. So Trade Ideas has the float for SMX at 1.1 million. I should tell you that my platform says otherwise. My platform says 30.3 million shares. Trade Ideas saying 1.1. In any event, the short float, according to Trade Ideas, is 12 and a quarter. So that's not the biggest I've ever seen, but certainly can get a little parabolic. All right. All right, guys. We told you. We had a guest trader on today, and we certainly will not disappoint. Welcome, Satya.
Yes. Hello, guys. My name is Satya, And I am a trader on the day trading floor. So essentially, I've been here for about 8 months. So I started in November. So a little backstory on my trading history. I actually didn't start trading in stocks. I started trading in crypto. And so I started around 2021, and it's kind of like a funny story. So essentially, my friend told me about it a couple years ago, and he's like, you know, you need to get into this Bitcoin. And I'm like, what the heck is a Bitcoin? Like, what is that? Like, is that like funny money, Chuck E. Cheese money, Monopoly money? Like, it didn't make sense to me. But he's like, you know what? You have to get into it. So every time I would ask him, though, I was a little bit wary of it. And I was like, you know, how's that Bitcoin trading going? And he'd be like, oh, I lost $1,000. And I was like, why the heck would I want to invest in something if you're losing money? And so it wasn't until 2021, I was actually working a serving job that I totally hated. And I had actually gotten in a little bit of an altercation with my manager, and they weren't giving me enough hours and things like that. And so at the end of my shift, I was like, you know what? I had some money saved up. I'm like, I'm just going to dive deep in this crypto thing. So went home. It was around 2 a.m. Got all my money. Had some cash, went straight to the bank, invested, put the money in ShakePay, and that's just how I got started. And so I was doing a lot of research on like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And at the time, I was like a broke university student, like let's be real. And so Bitcoin at the time was like $50,000 and Ethereum was around $1,500 to $1,800. So I'm like, okay, it makes more sense for me to, you know, invest in Ethereum. So I bought 5 Ethereum at the time. Damn. And so, yeah, I essentially got in at a really good time because that was around like the break of December of 2017, like the break of that. So I got in at a really good time. 8 months later, I woke up, my account was 400% in the money. And I was like, oh my goodness, like bang, 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 bang. And so I was so happy. And so at the time, I didn't know how to trade. So I just took all the money out and sent it to my ShakePay account. And I was just like, okay, yeah, ShakePay, shout out to ShakePay. And so, yeah, it's the ish. And essentially, I sent it to ShakePay, and I just didn't believe it was real. Like, I hit my ShakePay account. I bought one of these, actually. So this is a Ledger, if anyone knows. This is like a crypto wallet. And so sent it from my Ledger to my ShakePay, and it just didn't feel real. And so I sent it to my bank account, and I'm like, this still doesn't feel real. I felt like the IRS or like the CRA was going to bang on my door and be like, how the heck did you get this money? And so, so it wasn't until it was like tangibly in my hand where I was just like, this is real. Like, it's not a scam. Like, because everyone says, you know, you can't, you know, take out crypto. And so that really like revolutionized like my outlook on, you know, trading. And so essentially, you know, the crypto market took a dive in 2021. And so that's when I started to get into trading. And, you know, the crypto market wasn't doing too well. So I started to look at prop firms and things like that. And I stumbled across, you know, DayTrade the World. And I was like, okay, I don't really exactly know how to trade stocks. Like, I didn't really get into that. But, you know, it's been revolutionary being here. It's been great. It's been amazing.
That's amazing. I had to do no work there. I got to tell you, I was like expecting to ask you questions. You had everything lined up.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a story. So like you went from high to low to high again. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So
I honestly got in like at a good time. I was like barely out of the money at all. So I kind of got lucky at the time.
Can I ask you why Ethereum and not Bitcoin?
I didn't want a couple of Satoshis. I wanted like a full crypto, like Ethereum. I bought 5 at the time. And so I just wanted to make sure that I could catch the full move. And so that's why I ended up buying it.
You don't like any of that like smart contract stuff with it? Do you like any of that stuff with it?
I don't really get into like Dogecoin or anything like that. That's kind of like the sketchy, you know, part of crypto. I just stuck to Ethereum, and that's just what I.
That's amazing. And like what I hear, and you correct me if I'm wrong, since you have a better crypto background, crypto respects TA more than equities? Yes or no?
I would
is that
say,
a fallacy?
I would say technical analysis is much more indicative. Like when I was looking into trading, essentially I was just looking at the candlestick patterns, and so I would just look at the charts literally for hours a day. I would sleep with my laptop like near my bed, and I would just look, and I would see, and I would just like see, you know, what the patterns were, and so that's how I started to get into like technical analysis.
Love it. Did you trade today?
I did not trade today.
No trade today,
Not, I was a little bit I was shaking like a leaf, but I'm glad to be here. And yeah, I just wanted to, be prepared.
Well, awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on today. I was going to ask you, did you have any trades for us? Did you have any setups that you were looking at today that you want to share with everybody? What's the situation? Let me know. Because no pressure.
Yeah.
I can just talk about this trade real quick here. We're in SMX. I'm looking at this one bouncing back into the quarter dollar. I'm looking for higher lows to hold up on this pattern, getting off that $6 area where we know we had a quick area of support during that retracement. We did touch 7 super quick, but there is a seller in the high teens, low 20s. We have to see whether or not there's enough buying power to remove this seller. So packing my patience, looking for another move up. I love these small cap gappers that come up midday. What kind of stock trade are you? Or tell us about your equity trading. What's your wheelhouse?
Yeah, for sure. So usually I like to do mid caps to large caps. Typically I like the Mag 7 just because I feel like the volatility kind of follows crypto, and that's what I'm more of like a volatility trader, more momentum. So essentially, like VWAP is my best friend. A lot of the time, my trades are based off of VWAP. So right now, like even NVIDIA, and I love NVIDIA. That's like, I love semiconductors. And so if we look into right here, a lot of the time my trade setups are like pretty uniform. So a lot of the time I like to call it like a VWAP floor. So essentially what I'm looking at is a hold of VWAP. So I like this consolidation here. And essentially if I were to enter a trade right now, I would be risking, this low here around 118.97 and going for that long and hopefully. So yeah, I would probably do that around that.
Amazing. All right, there we go. Just got the print finally here on SMX. I love that because VWAP for me is kind of one of those lines in the sand. But let me ask you, so obviously, we don't want to use moving averages that aren't working. If we don't want to use technical areas that have been disrespected throughout the day, even though they look good on the chart. Are you a hard and fast, I'm sticking to my VWAP, or are you watching how the actual instrument trades with that particular indicator on the day? Sometimes I get bamboozled trying to get it on VWAP and it doesn't care about what I think. I
would say today, just because I feel like we're kind of like in a consolidation range. Like I don't like the fact that we're just between this 117.60 and this 119.94. So essentially, because we didn't break that 120, I'm a little bit skeptical to even, take this trade. So like I like the fact that it's consolidating VWAP, but because, it's around 112 and we're not really breaking this 120, I probably wouldn't take it as of right now. But if we were to take that 120 and break above this, day's high, then I would definitely be interested. Especially, between 3 and 4, like hopefully that momentum during power hour and get in from there.
What instruments what indicators do you use? What tools do you use for the trading?
Typically I use the moving average and VWAP. Like those are usually the only two that I use. Sometimes I use the ATR just to kind of see, what the average range is for the day. So essentially before I'll have like a chart that I use. And so I look at the ticker, I look at the volume, I look at the average ATR on like a daily basis, a minute basis, 15, 5-minute, hour, things like that. And so I kind of like to see, what the average range is to kind of see, are we falling within that range? Like if it moves, if the stock moves like $9 within a day, for example, and it's already moved $8, well, okay, we're kind of near, that ATR high already. So essentially I'd be kind of wary to get in, but that's what I like to do typically.
Amazing. Can you take us through a typical trading day? So you come in, you got a scanner, or you just looking at the Mag 7?
So essentially what I like to do is I look at Yahoo Finance. So a lot of the time I look at the trending tickers. I kind of call myself like a lazy trader in the sense that I do have a plan, but essentially I want to look at stocks in play. I don't want to just, have a stock where it's just consolidating all day, because when I first came here, I didn't really know what the stock movements were for the average stock. So I like to just, get into stocks that are already in play. And so the trending tickers, they're trending for a reason.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, that's what I usually like to get into. So a lot of the time I'll look at like the pre-market high and the pre-market low, and I'll use VWAP as kind of my bias. So essentially, if we are, trending above VWAPs, so like what can we, go back there.
Can we show our chart, guys?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so essentially, like an ideal trade for me is essentially I'm looking for the break of like a pre-market high. So right here, so this was September 11th on Wednesday. So essentially this break would probably be my ideal, entry point. So this one was around 928, and I really love those morning drive trades. So essentially, I would be risking below VWAP because VWAP is my friend, right? And essentially, I love to risk below VWAP just because I find that if it's going to trend, it's usually not going to break VWAP. So I find that if it does break VWAP, then my trade is wrong, and I'll usually put my stop loss there, and I won't even try again until 10 a.m. where maybe a new trade setup starts. But essentially, yeah, that's where I usually try to get in.
That's amazing. You kind of took my next question right there. I was about to ask you, do you trade the open?
I love the open.
You like the open. Because the volatility,
open.
babe, you just said you like volatility.
Exactly.
So I figured, yeah, there's no way she doesn't trade the open. Shout out to you. I stay away from the open, but to each their own. I'm just going to update everybody on this SMX trade. Guys, we're still putting in higher lows on this name. It's very volatile. There is a seller in the low 30s. I see him there at 33, or them, whoever. It's zigging and zagging. Like, I think it worked its way up into 34s, but the bid isn't following up as aggressively. I'm encouraged by the higher lows that it's put in, but I wet my beak there, and I've moved up my stop to account for this area trough. So if it breaches the area trough, I want no more smoke, and it's going to have to hold that higher low situation with SMX. I'm staying clear of adding here, as I'm unsure whether 6 gives way or not. It's defended well, to be fair, because it's been putting in higher lows, and the only breach that we had locally there at 6 after 1 got bought up super quick, and in fact, the closing print is north of that $6 area. So it's not a bad look, but we do have a seller in and around that low 30s, high 20s area. We'll have to see if we can take them out. Initially, though, there was a seller of note at the $0.25. I believe that person did get taken out, or it's a new seller who or the same seller, I should say, stacked at 33. So we'll keep tabs on this one and see whether it can break through that level on a closing basis or not. Right now, back into the high 20s we go. Let's see if we can break through 30. Okay, new seller moved down, looks like, from 33 to 29s. Zigging and zagging at 29s. Can we take it out? We do take it out. But now we're being met with a wall of selling literally at every penny. We're 29s, we have big boy selling. 31s, we got big boy selling. So this might be a recipe to get the hell out of here, or it's going to break through these guys and go parabolic. Again, here comes that 33 seller again. Let's see if we can ascend. Okay, we're ascending. Here come the 40s. And I'm going to print right here. Happy with this trade on SMX as we do breach that 40 penny area. But true to form, we never get the top. Happy with this trade, though. We'll set up for the next one. I should tell you that Donald John Trump is bouncing off 16 as well, on the way to 16 a third for whoever is trading that or interested in trading that. We'll keep tabs on this one. I also got printed on Amazon. Happy with this trade as well. We got in at the 2/3 of a dollar. We took it out at the whole dollar. The reason I took it out at 187 is strictly because of this area trough that we put in earlier on. So I was under the impression that we would get rejected at 187. That's why I set my beak wetter there, but shows how much I know because we weaseled up into that 187 and a third. I want to shout out my main man, Gaurav Sharif. Took a swing long on Micron yesterday. Was a liquidity grab on the 1 hour. Special thanks to Neil Roberts for always talking about liquidity grabs. We're going to shout out Neil, baby. But I also want to mention that OB does talk about liquidity grabs as well. I've heard that out of his mouth many, many, many times. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's have a look at Micron for Gaurav. Anything you want to let us know, by the way, feel free to interrupt me. If anything that you see, that jump in there. So let's put the ticker for Micron and have a look at what this one is doing on the day. Well, let's zoom out a little bit here so we can see exactly how that price action manifested yesterday. So this is what I'm assuming you see there, Gaurav. Shout out to you. That is a nice hammer candle there, bouncing into 80 or rejecting, 84, and then bouncing right back up quick as you like. Where did it close out? Closed out at 87 and change. So I remember putting this one on the afternoon rundown, and when we had mentioned it, it was in the process of that bounce. So well off the lows. Shout out to you, Gaurav. Good trade for you, my man. This is the half an hour, not the hourly, but you get it. You can see the bottoming tail candle there that took out all these areas of support at around 85 and a quarter. But that was quickly met with buying because we did, in fact, close higher than that 85 a quarter on every half an hour candle there at about 85.5. So good look right now for Micron. And Micron's having a hell of a day, Gaurav, too, man. We just printed high of day on MU. Let's go to the 5-minute right now and have a look at what it's doing. Yes, 91.47. Sorry, that's not the, we didn't print that high day. That was at 10:30, but we are almost at the high of the day. 91.41, the high is 91.47, essentially coming into that area of technical resistance at the $0.50. We'll have to see whether that gets breached, or do we get a quick rejection and a move back into the 10 exponential only to breach that level later. So Micron, shout out to you, man. Good call out there. And whoever took that off that 90.5 as well was doing well for themselves there. So we'll pack our patience and see what sets up. Sharif, how do you know where liquidity is? It's a great question. You really need to keep an eye out on the tape. And sometimes you can see it on the chart as well. When something dips into that level and then the aggression with which the buying comes in and pushes it up, like what I just showed you on Micron there, we're almost spent like no time at the level. Let's actually look at the level on the 5-minute. Look at that. Who was that asking? Green bar. Look at that. Look, this is the 5-minute look on the liquidity yesterday. So we opened up at 9:30. We basically opened up at around $87. Within one 5-minute candle, we dropped from 87 to 84, a little above 84, so from $3. But look how quickly that buying was. They bought it, and the candle ended up going from 84, and we closed up at 85 2/3. So that's kind of what I mean by liquidity grab. And look at the subsequent price action. It's literally a V-shaped retracement. So you can see it on the chart, but you can also see it on this. This is the time in sales. And you can kind of gauge the buying by how exuberant the buying is coming in. So on my time in sales, each color means something different. So green is going to be buying at the ask, but orange is going to be buying above the ask. And that really shows buyer exuberance. The same holds true for the selling. On the sell, you're going to, on my color over here, the red means selling on the bid, but the blue means selling below the bid, and that means seller exuberance. So oftentimes I can just look at the time in sales and I can kind of see how the instrument is moving at the time just based on the colors. But that requires a little bit of practice, and you got to have that option on your software, and not all of them do. So I hope that answers your question. Gaurav, I'm going to now manage this trade. He's talking about Microsoft. Shout out to Gaurav. Adrian, can you ask her if she can show us her indicators on the chart, particularly the DEMA indicator? And she's going to get that set up for you guys. When she does,
what did you guys want to look at? What stocks?
Whatever you want. I mean, I think they just want to see the indicator, whatever we want to look at.
Okay, for sure.
What do we got? ETH?
This is Etsy.
Okay.
Etsy, because that is on the trending ticker list right now. It doesn't seem like it's moving too much, honestly. I like that it's holding above VWAP, but I feel like the volume really isn't there as of right now. But what did you want to see with the double EMA? Like, what are you looking at?
So I don't know specifically, but here's what Adrian says. Can you ask her if she can show us her indicators on the chart, particularly the DEMA? Perhaps maybe go into like what your use is. Are you just bouncing off, or are you gauging sentiment like crossovers, extension away from the moving averages? Like that, like sometimes what I say to the guys is, like, I'll be trading these small cap gappers, and then I'll look at where the price action is relative to the 10 EMA. And if we're well extended away from the 10 EMA, I'll kind of be biased more for a retracement. I won't want to enter along if it's so extended from the 10. So I'm not just using it for things that are bouncing off it. I'm looking for crossovers. I'm looking for overbought, oversold conditions. How do you use it?
Usually I like when it's trailing. So essentially, like as of right now, I like the fact that it's kind of hugging. Like on Etsy right now, I like the fact that it's hugging.
Love it.
Yeah, this is the double EMA right here. And so, yeah, I just like the fact that it's hugging this double EMA right now. So as long as we could, stay above VWAP, I think that this would be a good trade. But again, I think as of right now, maybe if you're doing long term, it might be worthwhile looking at. But as of right now, for a day trade, it's not really moving much, to be honest, as for Etsy. So, but that's how I usually.
And it's not bad that it's up. Remember, got it taken out of the S&P 500. That was probably a tough day for it, too.
Yeah,
a couple days ago.
Yeah.
All right, I want to shout out, Hey Davis, $10 super chat. This is for you, Satya. We like this girl. Satya from the trading floor. She needs to be on more often.
Thank
How
you.
many more talented people? There's still more, Satya.
Oh, so
How
many,
many
so
more
many.
talented people do we have at our disposal in the trading room? Much respect. You're getting love already from the chat. And I should let you guys know that you can tag Satya in the chat. She is in the chat.
Yes.
If she chats. I told her.
I chat.
Yeah, she's good. She's good.
I'm just, getting used to everything. It's a big opportunity
For sure.
So I'm just a little bit overwhelmed, but I'll get into it. I'll get the hang of it. Just
You're good.
give me some time.
You're good.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll keep an eye out on these markets here. Let's look at SMX. So happy I got out of Dodge there super quick with that print at the 40 penny area because it just gave 6 up in short order. It is on the way down. It looks like here into the volume weighted average price, but the VWAP on my chart, I should let you know, is at 5 1/3. Where is the price action support? Well, it looks like that 5 1/4, 5 1/5. Let's see if we get that bounce off SMX. It's up 130%. I told you guys that I have a bit of conflicting data with respect to SMX. We're seeing either 1 some odd million share float, or my platform is saying 30 some odd million. In any event, it's a 12 1/4% share float. So kind of explains why it went parabolic midday, but fantastic look here on SMX. We'll keep an eye on this one. Not much for me to do at this moment, to be honest with you. The future just printed day's high. It is really Microsoft's story right now. Shout out to Gaurav. Microsoft is flying to the high side. It does not have a green candle since 12:50. That's almost half an hour of absolute, or does not, red candle, I should say, since 12:50. It's been uninterrupted green to the high side, baby. Taking out 430, taking out 431. We haven't been up here since mid-July. I really don't know what the catalyst is for Microsoft on the day, but we did obviously have some, I believe, the OpenAI, maybe a valuation of 150 billion. The funding round over here, people talking about Tiger Global plans to join OpenAI's funding round. Last we heard it was about 150 billion. Some people saying 100 billion. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, what's your look over there?
So right now I see someone saying Uber in the chat. I really like the fact that it's breaking through that VWAP. I feel like people are starting to understand,
Be right back.
my trading style. And so, so I like this 72 level. I like the fact that it's an even dollar. And so let's see what we do here. Let's just see. So right now we are at 71.95. We're down $1.50. You know what? Not to fret right now. I'm gonna put my stop here at 71.80. You know what? I don't really want to get liquidity grabs, so let's even do like 71.79, just so we don't even get licked out there. So let's just get into that. Let's see, 71.75. We got through. All right. So, we're rejecting a little bit off of that VWAP. It's at 71.88. I have my stop in at 71.79 to 71.75. So Tesla is a Tesla buy now. Let's look at that Tesla. So I'm just gonna leave that in. We're just gonna leave that Uber, have my stop in. So let's see what we got here. Tesla. I would say for the most part here, so I'm just going to bring this here. Tesla, it looks like a downtrend here. So I usually like to just draw this trend line here. The fact that we're not breaking through VWAP, like it broke through VWAP around 1134, and it really hasn't broke through this 231, 230.98 levels. So the fact that we're just kind of, the resistance level here, I don't like that. It doesn't really look very bullish to me. So I would say pretty bearish on Tesla as of right now, but let's see. I would say if I was getting into Tesla, I would probably, post around 229.70 and see what we do from there. But as of right now, not looking too great, Let's go back on our Uber. What is Uber doing? Not breaking above that VWAP yet. What I really like, though, is Adobe. Adobe is looking pretty decent as of right now. This one's at 533.90. It's rejected off of VWAP as well at 124. So it's at 533.90 as of right now. So if we can get some volume in there, I think that this would be a good trade. But I would say a nice post would probably be 536.20, kind of breaking through this consolidation here. Oh, I don't even have it on this chart. Bear with me. Yeah, so I would say even with Adobe, like even breaking through this 536.84, just getting through this consolidation, posting up there, and I believe that if we can get through here, it's looking clear skies to me.
All right, I like it. Okay. I'm in softy over here. We're going to take advantage of this strong move. I got in at the highs, obviously, so I'm looking to defend 431. We're going to take small positions here. The future is, I think it just printed the day's high right now. So lots of strength in the NQ at the moment, but we're kind of like in no man's land, 19,567. That's not an area that I'm thinking we reject that. So we'll see if we can continue possibly into that 19.6. I don't even see us at the 10 exponential on the 5, nor have we even got back into 19,950. So we are long at 34s. We're printing 28s. We're going to look to defend 431, but there is some selling coming in now. So we're going to have to be careful here with how we trade this. Let's see if we can weasel our way back into that $0.50 area. We're got to anticipate some selling. This has been uninterrupted to the high side. Apple coming in, though. Apple getting a bit of a sell here. Big move down on Apple off that 224.04 high that it just printed. And it's kind of really enjoying this double top pattern and double bottom pattern. So double bottoms off 222 and a third or a quarter or whatever it was this morning. And now we have a couple of double tops at 224. So AAPL doing its absolute most in a range over here. So we'll see if we can weasel out or weasel into that if it allows us. We're going to set up a couple of beak wetters, though, profit takers here on Microsoft. If it does ascend, I want to be able to de-risk with some profit taking in this name. What a day for Softy it's been. Here we go up to the high side. Can we break the $0.50? The $0.50 has been elusive. There's a bit of a seller here at 41 pushing this bad boy back down. Let's see if we can continue into the $0.50. Let's see if we can move up into there. We're still at the third of a dollar. I should let you know that Amazon also, interesting area here. It's got, I think, 5 candle rejection on the 5-minute chart at VWAP. Somebody's selling up a storm here on Amazon, AMZN at 187.41. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles now that have come into VWAP, wicked into it, closed below. Not sure what's pumping up over there, but we'll see if the buyers can step in and take this one north of that level. So keeping an eye on Softy here, Adara. I mean, Sadea, you got to give me a minute.
It's okay. I'll give you a couple days.
Yeah. How you looking over there?
I'm still deciding. So I got, my stop loss triggered on Uber, so not looking too good on there. But let's just look back to it. Yeah, it just rejected off of VWAP as of right now, so I'm just going to bring my chart over here. So yeah, it's rejecting off of VWAP. I don't really see a clear indication of where it's going as of right now. It's still kind of in a downtrend, from the pre-market high. So I'm not too sure. Like, I would really want to see more volume. Again, I'm more of a volume trader. So essentially, like, later in the day, I don't really feel like I have, like, the greatest handle on things. But you know what? Like, we're going to see if there's some other trade setups to go through. Yeah.
People asking please ask her what time interval she typically trades on. Thank you.
Yeah, so typically I like to look at the 1 minute, the 15-minute, and the hour. So typically a lot of the time I'm in and out within, a 1 minute to 5 minute time frame. I really like those small scalps. So yeah, that's what I usually use. And a lot of the time I like to get out right before the start of a new candle pattern. So on the hourly chart. So say, for example, I get in at 11:30. By 11:59, I like to get out, reassess, see what the market does, and then get back in if I'm going for the long, for example.
Do you chart off a particular one and execute on another? Like I chart on the 5 or the 15. I execute on the 1 or the 3. Not everybody does.
Because I usually do morning drive trades, so I'm typically looking on the hourly chart. So again, I am looking more at like pre-market high, pre-market low, and essentially looking for those breaks. Those are more of like an indicator for me rather than, the 15-minute, just because I feel like looking on the 15-minute, especially like on a morning drive trade, doesn't really give me like a true indication of where it's going. So maybe later in the day after 10 a.m., then I'll pull up the 15-minute and the hourly, but typically 1 minute on average.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. We're in Microsoft here, got stopped out, right back in to defend 431. But if it doesn't hold 80, this area, well, I don't want to call it a resistance area over here, but it did stall at 430.80, at least on the minute, before moving on its merry way. It looks like it's coming back in now as the future finds a bit of a topping tail at 19,575. So we will get stopped out again here on Softy. Look to get back in if the future holds the 10 exponential on the 5. And this is kind of what I'm looking at over here. So we get a bit of a topping tail on the future, but we've seen this story before where it's done its topping tail and then continued on. It's still above the 10 exponential, which on my chart is 19,544 or thereabouts. I'm looking for this higher low pattern to continue. But if we start curling and the market wants to give it up, we'll go back south on this one. But right now, I'm not thinking that way because we're still above all these moving averages here. So let's put some respect on this one's name, see if it wants to hold up. I don't think it's the end of the trade here for Softy. I think it holds up, but I'm going to pack my patience. I don't want to get cut up too much on it. Let's see where we could possibly get in on Microsoft. Well, 430.5 is showing me where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. I'd rather it come back into that level and trigger before, or hold, I should say, before getting back into this and getting cut up again. So I'm unsure exactly how I want to execute on this name, but I know that it's strong, and I know that it's unusually strong relative to the Mag 7, so I want to be able to take advantage of that if there is something to take advantage of. If it's going to mean revert, possibly back maybe into 430. I'm seeing 428.5 is where VWAP is on Microsoft. That's well off where we're trading right now, about $2 and change away from that. So yeah, we'll see exactly if we can get some levels a little closer to where we're trading. I should tell you that Amazon is continuing to reject the volume weighted average price from the south side, keeps moving up into VWAP and keeps being met with some wall of selling there. Looks like it's in the high 30s. Possibly high 30s, mid 30s, in and around there. I was looking for a trend, possibly here, looking for higher lows, but it just looks like it is that run-of-the-mill consolidation pattern using VWAP as resistance. There's also this price action resistance to talk about. It may not just be VWAP. We did have this consolidation pattern here on Microsoft for the better part of, let's see, it started at 11:30, and then we kind of broke up there almost 12. So better about a half an hour where the candles closed above 187.40. Now, kind of that resist or support flipping to resistance using 187.40 as a possible, as a possible level off which to reject. So we'll keep tabs on that for Amazon. And I'm also keeping tabs on Microsoft. Satea.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Tesla as of right now. So I mentioned it a couple minutes ago that we saw this rejection here off of 229.56. So hitting that VWAP ceiling and banging down. So we're getting in at 228.90. I have my stop in at break even. So essentially, you know, if it gets to 228.89 or 228.90, essentially I'm going to get out for flat. But essentially, we're moving down. We're 20 pennies in the money. 20 pennies in the money. Let's get it. So, yeah, shout out to someone, whoever, I forgot who it was, but shout out to the person who made me look at Tesla. Tesla's a banger right now.
Get it. All right, I'm trying to take Softy off the 10 exponential. Where are we? We're break even right now. Let's see, it's popping back up. Let's see if Microsoft can catch a dang bid, because I can catch a dang win, please. I'd like a win today. That'd be nice, winning gods. Let's go. Give me the print, man. Here comes that 431. Can we cross? We're being met with a wall of selling. I'm long at 80s. We just printed 431. We did reject the whole dollar level. Sadly, here we go again with the whole dollar level, and bang! We take the hit there on the high side. Now let's see if we can weasel up some more, baby. Now we got 70s because that part that was 80s we're out of, so we have a better cost basis now. If we can keep going up here on Softy, that would just be peaches, please. Let's go. Let's see if we can get our beak wet, possibly at that $0.25. We're going to front run it by a skosh. We'll put it at 23. Shout out to the OJ Michael Jordan. We'll see if we can get that continuity, but it is a bit of selling at 431. So you expect that at the whole dollar. Fine. Here we go, baby. Mid-teens. Can we get that $0.25, please? Let's go. I can use a win today, please, on Microsoft. Let's see if we can reascend into that $0.25. We just printed high teens. If we can print low 20s, I will get printed there, but we're going to have to pack said patience. Much bigger position for me, guys, than I ever usually trade on these names. You know, if you watch the show, I don't trade big positions. That's just my style. We're taking out another piece here. Let's keep going, baby. Let's pop up into that $0.25. So a few more beak wetters here on the soft one. If we can get that $0.25, we'll have one more save a piece for the dream. Ultimately, though, we know that we were met with aggressive selling at 431 and 431.40, which is kind of a random area to have a level of resistance. You usually expect at the $0.50 or something like that. So we'll keep I'll keep my eye on this level as we inch a little bit closer into that $0.25. Hopefully I'll get printed here. Satea, how's that short going?
So I got a little bit too excited, not gonna lie, and I forgot to put in my take profit. So that was a little silly of me, not gonna lie.
First time.
Yeah, but essentially, yeah, I still see that there's resistance here again at this 229.55 level. So the thing is, what I don't like is the fact that we're rejecting off this 228.66. So the thing is, I'd want to see it retrace back up again to this 229.56 level and maybe take it off there again. But as of right now, I'm just going to hands off for right now.
Okay. Yeah, I will in a second. All right, sounds good. So Satea's going to, I like that. We're going to keep an eye on and see how the market be behaving at the moment, because we just got into 19,575, but we didn't have that continuity. We did a bit of a topping tail, but what was notable to me with respect to trend was we kept yapping about continuing to see those higher highs and higher lows, but look at the bamboozlement the market gives you on a day in, day out basis. Like, you get that print below the 10 exponential and it bounces right off the 20. But when you look at the closing print, right, it's like essentially at the same closing print. So the wicks always seem to get me in trouble. And here, I think if I was in a futures position, I would have been equally in trouble there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Amazon is back at VWAP, guys. Here it is again. It put in a nice candle there, kind of a hammer candle, but it didn't breach VWAP. It's been doing the same thing. 187.40, guys, on Amazon. It keeps on rejecting in and around there, back into the low 30s. Why do I keep talking about it and not trading it? All right, we'll have to keep an eye on Microsoft here because coming back into my level, and I still have a couple of beak wetters, so if it doesn't hold here, I'm gone. Let's see exactly what we get, because we definitely had trouble breaking and holding through 431. So if we're going to turn back on this market, I don't want any of the smoke, and I don't want to go negatory on this current position right now. So MSFT, give me a whole bunch to think about right here, Satea. What are you looking at?
Right now, I'm just indecisive. I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at Uber. I'm still not seeing that volume as of right now. Honestly, I'm a really sad. What else are you guys looking at? Let's switch it up. Let's look at something else.
Oh boy. Let me ask you: Do you have anything long term? Anything that you like? I know that you're in crypto, obviously.
The crazy thing is, I don't actually hold any stocks, just because I felt like that it might mess up my psychology a little bit, just having a long-term position. And so I thought about it, and it is an option, but essentially I kind of want to make myself unbiased as possible. And so when I come in, I just, look at the trending tickers, and yeah, that's smart. I'll just keep it that way.
Yeah, I know, because sometimes my biggest long-term position is Apple. Mm-hmm. And so on the day, I've gotten past this obviously now, but you don't really want to be influenced by your own portfolio when you're intraday trading.
Exactly.
If I'm biased on Apple long term, doesn't mean that it's going to do anything intraday.
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree completely 100% with that. I think that's quite wise. And we'll keep tabs on that, obviously. Let's see what she says, what people are saying, I should say, in the chat. Does she hold any treasuries? Do you hold treasuries?
No,
okay.
I don't.
All right.
Yeah, just crypto as of right now.
Crypto.
Yeah, just crypto.
Welcome, Satea, the nursed artist, saying that people are pumped that you're in the chat, man.
Awesome.
Make sure to tag her in the chat. She's in the chat, guys, so she can answer your questions. Tag Satea. Let's see what else people are talking about there in the chat. Adair giving everybody love. Happy about that. Regilio Concepcion. Satea is awesome. There you go, Adair.
Awesome.
Satea. Shinobi, Sharif, AMD curling up. Let's have a look at AMD.
AMD.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ooh.
Bad look. How you feel about that?
Ooh, I like that. I like that. The fact that we're kind of breaking through this pre-market high. Oh, yeah. What am I doing here?
Oh, good.
Oh. Who's logging to my trading view? Okay.
I know. So I use Adara sometimes at the big desk. I don't think she likes that.
Come on, come down. Oh, okay. There we go. Get it into screen. Okay, so the fact that we are kind of breaking through this pre-market high, I like that. I really like that. And the fact that we're above VWAP, I love it. I love it. So essentially what I would do is I'm looking at this 152.97. If we can break through that, I think it's clear skies here. But even right now, if you guys wanted to get in, I would say even risking this 152.18. Or even because I like to avoid liquidity, I'll do like 151.99. And yeah, hopefully, you know, we see some clear skies on this one.
All right.
AMD.
Send it to me again, Ram. What was the person's name that was asking the question? Okay. Apparently, there's a question for you in the chat. We're going to get it in a hot second over here.
For sure.
Oh, it's for me. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So I'm just in Microsoft again, guys. Trying to break through this 431. I like the double hammer candle that it put there. We're going to look to wetter beak possibly at 20s. Thank you for sending that, Ram. Let's check it out over here. Rami. All right. No, I didn't. It's on the other screen. All right. Sharif, I know you are one of the few who study this stuff as much as me. What do I do if I want to study how market makers move the market? Like study to see how, so I see the market from their view. That is a great question, brother. That is not something that I typically study. I do technical analysis. I think that there are ways in TA, especially with accumulation and distribution, to be able to kind of see what the market makers or at least the big money is doing. We did do a lesson on that. We had an entire week on Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution. I think a quick and easy search on our YouTube homepage would be able to bring that up. In fact, I'll take the opportunity right now to show everybody exactly how to do that, because we have such an extensive library, Ram, of of all the videos that we put in. So you go to the YouTube Trader TV YouTube homepage, you hit that search button, and we'll type in Wyckoff. We'll put accumulation. And there we go. No, I typed that wrong. Unless Ram didn't put it in as that. Distribution, there we go. Accumulation, distribution, part 2, 5. You should be able to, part 1. So we did an entire week on this stuff, Adira and I. So, I mean, I think that this is probably a good place to start. It's not the end-all and be-all, certainly, of assessing how market makers and the bigger money moves this market, but it does give you idea of what kind of chart patterns usually manifest when they're buying or selling en masse a particular name. And so I kind of tried to make that example with Apple about the range that has been putting in between 220 and what seems to be, you know, a rising top range. Now it's 224, but it essentially was 222 prior to that. So yeah, go into that YouTube homepage, search up accumulation and distribution on the Wyckoff's method, and let me know how it goes. But yeah, that's kind of a good look there. Also, I should probably tell you that a lot of the traders use Bookmap as well to kind of be able to spot these hidden areas where limit orders are sitting. I personally haven't used it, and I don't think any of the traders currently are using it, but there were certainly a lot of traders prior that were using it. So that could help as well. Any suggestions you have for anything like that to be able to kind of spot market makers, hidden orders, you know, any techniques that you've got? Tape reading?
More so I look at tape reading. I typically like to filter the chart. So typically I'll filter it around 20 shares. But I'm not too versed in that, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of the traders do that, right? They filter like the size coming in?
Yeah.
Right, so do you have multiple time in sales, multiple...
Typically I'll have 2. I'll just have one that's just like the regular time of sales, and then I'll typically have like 20 shares like on average, or like 50, just depends.
Fair,
Yeah.
fair. Okay, we'll keep tabs on that. Random oddities, does anyone know why cutting rates by 25 bips is still good news for the market when they originally said 50? I don't think they originally said anything. They don't say anything. We make predictions on what we think they're going to do. The thing is, I have a bit of a different opinion than everybody else on this. People seem to think that lighter than expected CPI print is going to mean 25 bips. I happen to disagree. I think the fact that we're not inflating as much is more reflective of a weakening economy than it is anything else, than it is that the Fed getting it right. I don't think they got it right. I think they were late, and they're late again. That's just my opinion. Get it, Neil. No, seriously though. I don't look at it like as everybody else. People were interpreting that inline CPI print as, or I guess evidence that they're going to look to do 25 bips rather than 50. I don't think that that's the case. That's just my opinion. Do with it what you want, obviously, but that's my bias there. I'm still in Microsoft. We're nicely about 20 pennies in the money, but this is nothing to write home about because we are putting umpteen amount of hammer candles here, bouncing off 431. I'm looking for another move up. Let's go, Fuge. Wake up, bruh. I need that print, boy. Let's go. I'm waiting at 20s. I've been waiting at 20s, Satya, and I haven't been getting the print, and we're about to get the print. Okay, I hope we get the print. But you know how Microsoft is. It's spready, right? And it doesn't, sometimes it gives you the print, sometimes, it gives you something else.
Yeah,
a finger
sometimes
of
it
sorts.
just skips over you, it's so annoying. It's the worst.
I like how you got my sense of humor. Thank you for that. And entertaining me there. All right.
100%.
I appreciate you. We got the print there at the $0.25. We're long 94s. Let's see if we can weasel back into highs, baby. I see a rounded bottom with bottoming tail candles, and I like that look. Shout out to everybody who's hitting the bang button there. But this is what I'm seeing, guys. You kind of get that higher low with that kind of, rounded bottom sort of effect. You get these candles that are bottoming tail, and we know what bottoming tail candles mean. The buyers overwhelm sellers at that specific price. We'll see if it continues into the high of day. We got that. Okay, now we're at the third of a dollar. Oh, baby. Let's go. Can we get something at the $0.50? All right, we're going to set something up here in the low 40s to front run that $0.50 come what may. That essentially will be a high of day touch. 51 is the high of day. I'm sitting there at 42s. We're printing 33s. Let's go, boy. Let's see what we get there. I see you, Chris. I see you. He likes you as well, Chris.
Shout out,
shouting
Chris.
you out.
Love you, Chris.
How come we can't hear the bangs?
Oh, damn. Bang, bang.
Bang, bang. There we go. All right. Shout out to Satya, man. Good vibes. There we go. Let's go get the print, boy. Give me the print, boy.
Yes.
Are we going to get the print? Are we? It doesn't want to give me the print, Satya. So now we get the print. So happy with this trade. We took it out at highs. What are you looking at? That was all right.
Shout out to the person that shouted out AMD. Right as of now, we are 17 cents in the money. So right now, what are we looking at? Honestly, I feel like that if we can get through this 153, I feel like, it's looking pretty good. But also, again, this could be, a point of resistance. So as of right now, I'm just going to take the money. I'm going to take my 10 cents, 9 cents now.
There you go.
Yeah, let's do it. What else are we looking at?
All right, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Any specific tools that you like? So I know all the stuff that we get with the firm. Do you do any scanners on Benzinga? Do you have anything with anybody outside the regular tools that we get every day? I know you're on TradingView a lot.
Yeah, TradingView is my best friend. Webull, I like to use, but TradingView, we're locked in. We're locked in like this. So
you're on TradingView, right?
TradingView,
but TradingView has a
yeah.
bunch of stuff. You got scanners on TradingView, you got watch lists, so it's you got the works on there.
Exactly.
Okay,
I'm a subscriber on TradingView. So yeah.
All right, sounds good. Microsoft is still going, guys. Microsoft is on the way up, but I should also mention that it's not the only one that's at highs. Meta is on the way to highs as well, printing 527.56. Good look for Meta over here. It does have resistance right at this level that we're at. Look at this double top from 940 and 945. We wick off 527, almost in a third, technically 58s. We're at that price right now. Meta, very strong, but as Adair calls it, it's spread a baby. Shout out to Adair, who's at the big desk. All right, so that we're going to keep our eye on Meta here. Do we meet some resistance at this level? And if so, is it an area off which to get short? I promise you one thing, you're not going to see me short Meta at the highs. I promise you that. But there was this level as well. The institutional prints also came into that 527.5, 3/4. Are you one of those people that subscribes to the theories behind those 8 a.m. prints?
I honestly
Do you know
don't
what
look
I'm
at
talking about?
pre-market too much.
Not-
Yeah,
you
I don't
don't-
trade
you
in
don't-
pre-market.
Yeah.
9:30, that's my time.
I feel you. I know you like the open volatilities where you're at. I get that.
Yeah.
But off levels of resistance support, you don't look at pre-market at all. If something's been moving in the pre, you don't look
Oh
at
yeah, I definitely look at the pre during that time, but in terms of executing the trades during that time, no.
No. Yeah.
off there, yeah.
Fair enough. What's the rule on the floor with respect to pre-market trading? Are we still pre-market?
You can trade pre-market, but I find the liquidity is just like it's pretty waffly, it's pretty dicey, so I try to stay away. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, guys, topping tail on the soft one right now. Look at this. Market bamboozlement central, 431.83. Topping tail candle coming in quick as you like, pushing, I guess, all the longs right out there, stopping them out. We'll see if it can print a new low, because topping tail or not, it's still a higher low and a higher high on this candle, even though the candle's ugly. We'll see if it can continue back up. I was thinking definitely a 432 touch here. We'll have to pack our patience, but I do really like this double bottom with these hammer candles here that manifested on the 5. It really did give me the confidence to get into this trade, knowing that the buyers were like, no, we're not coming down. We're going right back up, boy. So we'll keep an eye on that. Dead money today for Tesla. Dead money, I would say, for Apple. Obviously, you could have had that great double bottom in the 222s, but look what it's been doing since 11 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock. We've been in a range of sorts. 224 to the high side, essentially 223 to the downside. $1 range on a 200-some-odd dollar stock. Same thing for Tesla. Same thing for NVIDIA. Google, it had a bit of a good opening day. I got caught up on Google. I'm red on Google because of how this traded. I thought it was going to be directional, and it showed me that I knew nothing. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's above VWAP now, but that probably has more to do with the market pump than with any Google catalyst specifically. AMZN was able to break above the volume-weighted average price. It is putting in higher highs and higher lows, but these pops look quite anemic, to be honest with you, moving up 10 pennies, 15 pennies at a time. So packing my patience there. What's going on there, Ram? Did we get a super chat? Okay, let's call this out over here. All right. So Dracos, $10 super chat to Satya. Welcome to the big screen, Satya. I own stock in one Bitcoin miner that holds and stake 27K Ethereum and stakes 19K of it. Do you have any opinion on Bit Digital? I guess that's the company he's invested in. Do you know anything about that?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, so welcome to the big screen. I own a stock in one Bitcoin miner that hold and stake 27,000 Ethereum and stakes 19K of it, 19,000 of it. Do you have an opinion on Bit Digital? I don't even know Bit Digital.
Yeah, I haven't really heard of that, to be honest. Like, typically, if I'm going to go into like a stock that like is crypto related, I'd probably do Coinbase. That's one that I'm more familiar with. I feel like the volatility is there, the liquidity is there. So yeah, I don't really have an opinion on that, but I'm definitely going to do some research on it, and maybe next time I'll have a better answer for that.
Fantastic. How about the ones that are listed, like your Clean Sparks, your HUD 8, your Mars, your Rise? Any favorites from those, or they're all?
I honestly am not too versed in there. Honestly, to be honest, because I don't like to be too biased, I try not to even trade crypto stocks, just because my bias can get the best of me. And so when I first came on the floor, I was just like, I'm going to trade Coinbase. I'm going to trade Mara. Like, this is my thing, because I know crypto. Like, I'm the crypto queen, And so,
get it, girl.
Right? But then it didn't love me. And so I was just like, damn, you know what? Like, I just need to play stocks and play. And so that's what I stick to.
Love it. Love it. How do you feel about Bitcoin by the end of the year? I'll put you this sword here. Let's go.
Let's even look at the chart right now.
Okay, before we even look at the price, are you, obviously you've invested in it, so you obviously like it.
Yes.
Are you one of those people that thinks it hits like 250? Does it keep going the way it's going?
Let's just hit 100,000 first.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
I feel like once we hit that mark, then we could really go into 200, 250,000. But as of right now, I feel like that's kind of going too much to the moon, too much rocket ship, too much, Elon Musk. So yeah, we'll stay 100K mark first.
By the way, did you see the dude, the billionaire who spacewalked yesterday?
No.
He paid his way to space. First dude ever who's non-astronaut, non-professional astronaut to actually do a spacewalk.
He paid?
Yeah, he paid.
How
He's
much
a billionaire. Money? I actually don't know. Probably a lot. I'm willing to bet a lot. How much did he pay? 2 Bitcoin? At least 2 Bitcoin, OB.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, man, I'm a space buff, space nerd, so I just love that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
never heard of that.
And you mentioned Elon Musk. I mean, I had to take the opportunity.
To the moon!
To the moon, yes, girl. What's that? 50 seconds. All right, guys. Well, we're going to send it to Obi and what we're going to do is we're going to send it to Obi and Neil.
Obi and Neil.
Obi and Neil, they're going to get ready, and then I'm going to weasel my way up to the green screen. We'll start the afternoon rundown. But thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for
having me. And I want you guys to know, this is not her last time coming on. She's just warming up, guys.
Yeah.
She's just warming up.
Yeah.
So she's going to be on for a lot longer. We're so happy to have you, Stan. Thank you for coming on.
Awesome. See you soon, guys.
You.
What is up, everyone?
What an unbelievable job there. As I was saying in the chat, I might have to look for a new line of work. Sate doing a great job in there. And what's crazy about it is I'm so thrilled with everything that usually if you throw to us in the afternoon show before 2 o'clock, I'm gonna do this. Until now it's 2 o'clock. Now we can start talking because we're on the clock again. No, but seriously, fantastic job. I was actually just talking with like Wayne was like, oh my goodness, she's crushing it. And I was like, man, she's a natural. And I was like, you have no idea how hard it is to talk about the live markets while you're analyzing trades, while you're in trades, winners, losers, and everything in between. And the truth be told, and here's the rub. I don't think we say this enough, but this is 100% true. We were on, when Sean and we started, we were on this before YouTube for 8 months. We were internal to other trading floors. Like it was an internal educational broadcast for other trading floors. And so there wasn't as much pressure. Like once you went to YouTube, it's a totally different story. But let's get into the brass. Okay, market. See, this is the problem. The market apparently also is like, yo, get Sataya back here, bro, because this just happened.
Downside.
No, straight up, we were trend up the whole way, and we just dumped it. So now the NASDAQ is headed to the downside. I was going to talk about Oracle, but I'm going to skip that in a quick little second and go over to NVIDIA because NVIDIA is losing it down into the 118. I probably should have got the long on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is stunk today. I'm going to talk about all of the shenanigans. Like it was a good long, and I tried one short. At least we got out of it. But 118 feels like that support level at 118 could come right back into play. But what a move just now with the NASDAQ pulling back into the downside. I just want to double check what's going on in ARM because ARM was a previously strong stock. No, it's actually not going down into VWAP. I'm only in Intel at VWAP, so that's not anything that's going to move that much. And even then, the market just came right back in. Probably should have been looking for some dip buys now. Oh, that's frustrating. The frustrating part of that was, we start up, and I'm looking for, okay, we'll have some calm moments. We'll just jibber jabber for a little bit here. Then the market makes that move, and we're right back up to the top. So your chance to get this, I went to ARM off VWAP looking for this. No chance to get it, unfortunately. But Obi, I think we're setting up. The way that we just had that liquidity grab to the downside, we might be setting up for some action.
19.5, man, I'm telling you.
For a Friday, we might get some movement here. But Sharif is ready, back into his normal spot at this time of day. So let's go throw to the green screen and get the afternoon party started, although it kind of already is.
All right, yeah, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown. You're already here, but this is the show where you decide what we talk about every day. If you join Sataya and I and Adair and I during the midday, you can get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers, but it's a subscriber-only chat. So make sure you're subbed, and then you can vote for your favorite ticker every day. We'll start off with the SPY. Essentially, the Dow, the SPY, the NQ, all around that 0.5% to 2/3%. It really is a story about the Russell as that that rotation trade continues. Up 2% today is the Russell. Good look for it. The SPY coming off highs as Neil was talking. As we got a bit of a downturn in the market to start the 2 o'clock hour, guys.
SPY. The SPY, what was that? Just
Spider?
Okay. No, you didn't just see that on the program monitor? Someone just ran through? No, so first of all, Ramin doesn't know when you do stuff like that. I hate spiders. Hate them.
I love spiders.
No, you don't.
I do. Okay. Tangent, because we are talking about the SPY, right? We're talking about the spider.
I got nothing against the SPY.
Trades on the Amex. But here's the thing. Out of all the critters that may reside in your humble abode, the spider is one of the only ones that takes care of everything else. It will not mess with you, right? It sits in the corner. It it makes its web. It catches all the little creepy crawlies that you might not want sticking around. They literally, you don't want them to stick around on you or around you. They're sticking on the web.
There's not even a chance you're going to convince me of it. I'm a very, trust me, I'll listen, but no, absolutely not. And the funny thing is, one of the reasons, human beings, we are hardwired not to like spiders. See, they have 8 legs, so they're able to move in any direction indiscriminately. That's not funny, Ramin. Indiscriminately, they can move in any direction. I'm not going to look at the program monitor, so you can't get me. They can move in any direction at any time very quickly. That's not cute at all, and it's not funny, but that's fine. Spider. So we're hardwired not to like them because we don't like that unpredictability. It puts us on edge, right? I know, it's crabs too, same thing. They're kind of unpredictable. Now, the market can be unpredictable at times. I'm going to change the subject because I don't want to talk about no spiders up in here. Okay, so look, I feel like the reason why we're in a chop fest at the highs, because we're just not, are we going to punch through before we get the cut next week? We know the Fed's coming next week. Are we going to get the punch? No, it seems like that's just the case. So we've gotten into this mode where we go a little bit. Like we had that big move 2 days ago. We go a little bit, and then we just can't punch through. And yesterday was better because there was that late move. Today has been really frustrating because you just haven't had that same late push. Like the morning highs are still the highs from today. And it all comes down to the SPY not busting up to give us this triple top test at 565. And we're backing off it again here today, unfortunately. So I feel like it's a Friday, you're in for possibly some range bound, playing off those highs. If it's strong, dip by it. If you got some weakness or it's underneath VWAP, I'm going to favor possibly selling. That's not funny, Obi. I'm not looking. You can't make me look. I got charts in front of me. I can look at ARM's chart just fine. I got Starbucks. I got an Intel chart. I have an Oracle chart.
I'm going through the rundown.
No, it's fine.
What do you mean? I'm just going through the rundown.
You do whatever you want to do, man.
Going through the rundown. So here's a spider. Again, I could have taken many, many better trades today. Let's start off with that. And the spider was definitely one of them. We talked about what is on my in-play list, and one of the top names is the spider. And I said, spider, 560.50 was the month open, Neil. 560.50. And what do we have here? Right off of the open, we bounce off of 59 halves, opening range high at 560. We hold 560 halves with a little bit of consolidation. We've only been trading above that level with a high of 563. So a little bit of a continuation above the opening price as a spider climbs up the water spout. So, we're getting back above some of these monthly open levels. And yeah, it is looking like a cute little trend here on the spider as it moves up. That's all I got to say for that one.
That's fine. That's nice. I don't even know what's happening.
Don't be stomping on the spider.
Yo, kill that. Do it.
No.
You got to do what you got to do.
Such a cute little spider. His name's Lucas. Lucas the spider. Don't you know?
That gremlin-looking thing doesn't want none of the smoke. I'll mess it up. All right, guys. Palantir next on the list. Alex Karp on CNBC talking about the boot camp that they've been putting on as of late. They're basically inviting companies over to use their AIP software, get trained on it, invite developers to basically use it. And they're obviously trying to increase their commercial presence. Most of the contracts they have so far still are with government. We've got to shout out the haired one, man. Shout out to the LG.
On our program monitor, and I have no problem.
I mean, that's a little scarier than the spider. I don't know. The hair that's going on there.
You know what that says, though?
What?
That says, I don't give a you-know-what. That's what that man is saying. Because
that's fair.
The crazy thing about it is, dudes like that. He walks into a room. He's the smartest man in almost every room he probably walks into.
Yeah. He's got the cat vibes going on, like zero, nonchalant.
And he's got shares and options too. So that's the other side of the equation, right? You walk in, I don't need to have my hair like that. So the rest of us actually have to care about how we walk out in the morning, create a good impression, all that nonsense. Alex Karp doesn't care. What's weird about Palantir is there's a few things that we should have tried this morning. And ARM is the number one on the list of things that I should have been looking at. But there was a dip into 35 on Palantir. I tried to play it on a VWAP bounce. It was no good. But the trade was coming back into 35. They get broke out 35. There were so many just right away consolidation breakouts. I didn't put this, I wish I could tell you I put this line in after the fact. It was already there this morning. That makes it even worse because that means I actually was paying attention to 35 and did nothing about it. That's the worst thing. But it's not that you missed a breakout. Like the fact that it actually dipped to 35.03 on the way back in and then tested 36. Now, how many times do you ever see something that clean? The one concern I'd have for Palantir is you're seeing some signs of profit taking now. Kind of weird gap there. Signs of profit taking when it makes those big moves up because it could turn into a bit of a sell the news event when it does get added, like after it gets added to the S&P. And the week after, people might start taking some profit. And we saw what happened with SMCI. It's probably not going to be an SMCI, but I would not be surprised if it makes a high next week, and then weeks later, after being added, it's back at the 50-period moving average. Remember where this was when the announcement got made, was made official. I think you could easily get back to this. Happened to Uber. SMCI is the worst possible scenario for it because all they did is crater after they got added to the S&P 500. I don't think that's happening to Palantir, but yeah, the 35 was a good one. I still think that could be a level. Like we're only 1 point away from it, and we're trending down. So I'd rather wait for it to get back into here or clear back out above previous highs. Like to me, it's either I want to be long in front of the previous high because it regains that and holds a bit of a trend, or at least forms some kind of a trend back in, or we wait for it to get to 35 even. So that's my thoughts on Palantir.
Yeah, no, again, post that S&P ad that we had, or the news that we had on Friday, this thing's only been bidding up. Higher lows at 34 hold was quite nice. 2 days in a row, Tuesday and Wednesday, we hold at 34, and finally we break through some of those weak highs today, coming into past 35s, 36.01 high. And yeah, this thing's just trending to the upside there. Opening drive was quite nice. It would seem this is an hourly chart. Go down to the 3-minute, just because that's what I like to look at charts with initially. And yeah, so look at that 3-minute opening drive, absolutely crazy. It's just straight up off of the open, 35 holds, breaks right through, goes straight to 35.70s, nasty little pullback all the way down to 35 and some change, 35.05s, and then bids right back up to 36s. So yeah, we are incrementally making higher highs and higher lows on the daily chart, on the hourly chart, but intraday, the action has definitely been very, very choppy and sideways, and maybe a little bit of trend every now and then. But bigger picture, higher highs and higher lows on this name. So it should be interesting. Again, S&P 500 ad. I think we can look for a bid more often than not until that addition actually goes through.
Oh, that's a Dell.
Good look for Micron on the day today. Up looks like to be 4.5, 4 2/3. Shares of semis are trading higher, it looks like, in sympathy with NVIDIA. Jensen was at the White House yesterday speaking with administration officials about AI and possibly, the export controls that they've been putting on. But I got to tell you, Micron has been a bit of a problem as of late. Have a look at that chart. That is the high that we put in June, guys. And since that high, we've bled $70 billion in market cap.
Intel says, hold my beer. No, okay, well, I don't know what the market cap that Intel, I don't memorize things like, I have no idea the market cap that Intel has lost from 50 to 20. I'm only going to mention it because I'm in it, so let's go here. So I'm in it, short 62, stop here. There was a big move in the market right about 12:30. That high, I went short back into it on the wrong side. But now that it's downward trending, I want to short back in 19.5 and then a break into the low. But Micron, look, it's always been a cyclical name. And when you've got concerns over demand, it is what it is. The good thing for Micron is that it's seemingly made a bit of a bottom. Like that analyst double downgrade, or I guess it was, I don't remember who the analyst was, and frankly, it doesn't matter. But they get double downgraded at a point of support. So what ended up happening is you get this liquidity grab on a day like this where everyone's looking short. And then the best part about it is they had shorts that worked. Like there were shorts that worked, making you like it even better. It does the liquidity grab, but then shorting back in 87 worked, shorting at the highs, ended up working at the end of the day. Like that's exactly how you end up with a situation like this. It's like it wasn't even all that bad. There was enough that maybe some people were shorting this and then got trapped. It was yet another breakout right away at the open. It's cruising off highs. Everything in my gut is telling me the top end of this range on the daily should be a fade at 91. But if that's going to be the case, it needs to really set up. It's up 4% into a market that's not, and it's gone up there a few times. I think the only way you're playing this is right off the high or show me the real trend break, which to me hasn't happened yet. Like it tried to do it a couple of times and went right back into the top. Try to do it here. Now it's setting up to really put in a lower high that I could play a short into VWAP for Micron. But I'm in Intel because it's a little bit weaker right now. And the market doesn't seem to want to go and break any highs. If that's the case, then we'll play it looking for some pullbacks. I don't know if Micron's going to give you that perfect setup, but I certainly trapped some shorts that I think got rinsed on that double downgrade yesterday.
Yeah, just to kind of mention in the chat, Kyle Burdett was saying no one seems to be nervous that the SPY just sold through like 3 hours of chop in a single 1 minute candle. They just keep buying dips. Amazing. Yeah, that's what I noticed as well. This week, a lot of aggressive dips and everything just keeps getting bought up. You can see the spider had this crazy, again, you can see it here on the futures, a wild little 1 minute candle. You can see wipes all the way down into some of these prior levels and then rips right back up. So yeah, every single aggressive dip has been being bought up. Kind of a pretty choppy kind of aggressive price action there. Buy the dip is definitely I guess the theme for this week at least. But yeah, Micron, similar story here. You can see it did have a strong dip into VWAP, and it seems like VWAP is the place to be buying on this one, as whenever it kind of comes even in the vicinity of it, it just keeps on getting bid up today off the open, aggressive bid. Again, yesterday we had some strong relative volume in the pre-market, and then coming off of the open as well, but pretty much sideways action there. On Micron, we finally kind of get up to some of these levels here. 91.47 are the highs there, but Neil, if you take a look at a higher time frame on this one, we're still within kind of a range that we've been in from the beginning of the month. We're attempting to push. We're actually at the high of the month right now, it would seem. Well, actually, no. A high of the month would be 94.95. Yeah, we did have that aggressive selling on Tuesday, September the 3rd. But yeah, we're still within the range of the month high and the month low. Month low was made yesterday, Neil, 84. So it could be interesting. We might travel back to that 95. But yeah, a little bit of a no man's land here. Morning drive off of the open seems like that was interesting. VWAP seems like there are potentially some buyers there. Again, just looking at a shorter time frame, the aggressive drop down into VWAP gets aggressively bought back up, and every other consecutive dip a little bit higher with bids kind of stepping in and taking the stock back towards these day highs here. Let's see if we can get through that 91.5 by the end of the day on Micron today.
U-Time, WTO is the ticker next over here, trading lower after the company announced $5 million registered direct offering of about 7 2/3 million shares. It was a lot lower at the low, still down about 11.5%. Should tell you the float on this one's about 17.5 million with a short float, guys, of around 2%.
That's not a lot. Hold on a second. Do we have locates on this? I'm just very quickly going to see if we can. No, we don't. So this is a pay for short stock. And look, we'll talk about anything and everything, but I'm not going to pretend that I have looked at this stock heavily or anything like that. However, I don't know. I feel like the story speaks for itself when we have symbols like this. So, I feel like I'm always repeating myself with names like this. There are certain situations where it's like it's a short till it's not, and this reverse fail $1, like that's a perfect example of a short till it's not. And see what I mean about when stock gives you the dump and then shows you the area that you want to short into, and then when that doesn't break, eventually it just falls down. Like this is what Mullen's chart looked like after every single one of the million reverse splits that they have. So just a similar story here. It's not doing a lot of volume, but then again, it's not a huge float name. So you're not getting hundreds of millions of shares traded, which is usually what you want to be able to see. But yeah, this lower high in here, I think you observe that for a couple of days and say if it holds this, it's a short till it's not in WTO. Let's quickly go to the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power, and you get to keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, no, that WTO, again, not necessarily on my radar. Post-split, they just split on Wednesday, and let's see how much of a split they had. They had a 1 to 25 split, trading at 68 cents now. So yeah, oh boy. This ticker a little bit seems like a little bit down in the dumps. Let's go to a higher time frame here, and I think I know what I'm poised to see. Yes, so I guess we were trading at 62. Aggressive dump down. I don't know what happened there on August 28th very recently, and then we get the split coming in as well with the 1 to 25. That's absolutely crazy, but a little bit of a downtrend since that flush down, even through the split on this ticker, trading now below $1. So yeah, I don't really kind of like to trade sub-dollar tickers as much. Haven't really touched them in years, to be honest.
I like that.
But again, trending to the downside is the biggest thing that kind of stands out when looking at this ticker here. Kind of that trend coming in off of that strong quadunk after August 28th, August 29th. That flush that potentially came in, and even through the split, the price action continues to fade. So this one, oh boy, seems like this is going. I don't know. I don't want to say it's going to zero, but the trend is definitely poised to go a little bit lower past that dollar mark there. Let's see what this one brings in. But again, 17 million, 18 million float on a sub-dollar ticker. You don't need too much money to push this thing around.
Well said, Ob. NVIDIA is, I think, the only microchip name on my watch list anyway that's actually negative. They're all in green, but that's after the big run-up that it's had as of late. Yes, Jensen was at the White House yesterday speaking to Biden administration officials with respect to the AI business, and as well, obviously, you have to assume the export restrictions. Separately, Oracle CEO coming out yesterday making statements about their intentions to buy these NVIDIA GPUs. We've already heard about the hyperscalers, guys, taking out most of NVIDIA's supply.
Careful, don't step on yourself there, Sharif. You got to watch out. Like, you got to be nice to the mini-me. When you got a mini-me, you're supposed to be like kind, like Dr. Evil. You don't see, like, Dr. Evil was like a punk to everybody except mini-me. So that's what you got to be like. You respect, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to take care of those that are lesser than yourself. That's what it's all about. NVIDIA, the lesson of the day today was just going over and over again why NVIDIA wasn't the one to trade today. No question about it. It was not the one. You know, and the difference was big move 2 days ago, dip and rip off the previous levels, and then today NVIDIA was an inside day. So I chopped myself up and around, maybe had a couple of wins and losses, but look at that. It's all on a 15-minute, it's all a mess. If you look at something, and we talked about I'll get to ARM in a second, but you look at SMCI, that was just break out the top, pull back in, hold prior support, make a fresh high. Like, you're out in the ether. That's what you want to look at. Maybe this afternoon, it doesn't seem like it's doing much of anything. And then it just basically took one trade in ARM. Now, because I didn't get the breakout, the best you're going to do is a dip back in to 146 half here and then trying to retest some of those highs. But again, that's all it took. This was a stock that the same move as NVIDIA. Thought I got rid of these. The same move as NVIDIA the last 2 days, but the difference this morning was it was breaking out the highs. You know, you got to, instead of being in the middle and just kind of hanging out in the middle all day long, chopping people up, this had already cleared it, dipped back into previous highs, which is continuation. You can see it on the daily chart as well. It goes right to the 150, which we said was resistance point. So you take your profit out in front. That's not a complicated trade at all. So I slapped the fail on myself already, so I'm not going to do it again. And just to be completely transparent with everybody, we were literally talking about the ARM break 10 minutes before we came on air at 8:30.
Yes.
And I still proceeded to trade NVIDIA 7 or 8 times instead of just ARM. It doesn't even make any sense. You knew it was there, and obviously, you know, it's an easy thing to say in hindsight, but it's important to do it because if you don't, like harp on yourself for missing things that are relatively obvious as part of a trading plan. Like, it's like, why am I writing on my iPad? Why are we talking about it before we go live and then only to go back and trade NVIDIA because NVIDIA is NVIDIA? And it's nothing bad on NVIDIA, and just for a higher time level, I didn't go to the daily chart for NVIDIA, so before I throw it over, on the daily on NVIDIA, you did not hold the 50 period and break it out. You held the 50 period and stayed inside of the same range that it's been holding. So yeah, it's good that it held on to the 50 period moving average, but it didn't take the top off. And now I kind of feel like if we break the downside, which it looks like we're doing now, this almost should be a short. I'm picking Intel, and I'm going to go back over and see if Micron is setting up that entry that I wanted. It might be.
Yeah. No, I'm watching NVIDIA as well. Been watching it all day for potential setup, but it's just been ranging sideways, kind of in this VWAP orbit. Aggressive dips, again, getting bought right back up, maybe interacting with some of these prior days levels here. You can see that pre-market low initially comes in as well. Today's pre-market low right here, a little lick grab of that right off of the open. And then yesterday's after hours low, that's the second lick grab. And then the third lick grab, the aggressive lick grab that NVIDIA has is of this low. So from middle of the day where you kind of failure to follow through below that 118. So we've been getting aggressively sold, and then bids right back up into the top of the range for the day. Again, high a day 119.95. So we couldn't necessarily get through that 120 either. And we've been kind of chip chopping around VWAP here. You can see the trend is a little bit more distinct here on the Nasdaq as we have been making higher highs and higher lows, even with aggressive selling coming in over the past.
DJT, hold on a second. DJT,
boy, what's going on?
Trump says he's not selling. Okay, we'll see if he actually does or not. But it's at $18. Look at the spike that just happened on DJT. That's all it takes. And all of a sudden, everyone's worried about that lockup on the 20th because it's going to be the 20th, right? All it had to do was hold $13. And looks like that's almost a lock. It's halting to the upside now. Oh my goodness, is it going to actually halt? Are we going to get a halt here? Yes. And
oh boy.
No fill.
Halted.
Halted to the upside now at $18.09. It instantly had a tap of 18.5, 18.5. Now it's coming down to like 18.24. So DJT flying to the upside, now halted upside. Wow, that is intense. All it took was I'm not selling, and all of a sudden you're flying to the upside there. So just to quickly, I know I probably said that really fast. What did you just say, Vermeen? He's going to say he's not selling, he's donating. Right? He sells and then donates it to the campaign? I don't know. But this all it takes. This is a squeeze name. And for a squeeze name, you need to be taking out the top for short sellers to panic. So yeah, it's going. If it gets past 20, this is different. It's a little different if there's buyers above 20 than if there's buyers at 18. So what's weird about it is on the early move, I actually paid for locates on this, which is great because that means I paid next to nothing for them here at Real Trading because I guarantee they've gone, wait a minute, let me just, I'm like 99% sure that I did. I did. Just double checking with an order. It's halted, it's not going to fill. But yeah, so I guarantee you the price of locates just went up because it's all supply and demand. So even for us, when we get cheap locates, if you do it after the fact, when it's already halted and gone to the upside 12%, 20% or whatever, usually by that time, the demand is higher because people see opportunity. So $20 is a big level. Oh, great look, Nick Sanders in the chat. Funware. Funware is the sympathy play for DJT, although I'll never forget the day that DWAC went ham and everyone got screwed that traded Funware instead. It is what it is. Thankfully, I was out before that stupid halt nonsense. But Funware making a bit of a sympathy move. You know what I don't like? 400,000 volume on a $3.50 stock. Yeah. 400,000 shares of volume. That is insane. So that means it's tradable because it's moving, but there's no liquidity here. I don't want to see a spread. And I want to see people trading thousands of shares on a stock if it's going to be in play. But it's a good look to watch it. I think DJT is going to be the one. I'm going to throw that up. Make sure I have that on a level 2 at all times, because when that opens up, that could be the one that starts to go a little. I mean, obviously, it's not start to go. It continues to go, I should say.
Yeah, let's see. It's halted up right now. Last print I have is at 226.32. Now, again, full disclosure, I kind of spent a little too much risk in the morning and midday session. I did kind of blow out my risk for the day by about 35 pennies. I am shut down, which is, shutdown is a shutdown. I need to do a little bit better on that. I was aggressively fighting Oracle. You guys saw how I was fighting Oracle. That is not the ideal way to trade, again, with any sort of risk. So hopefully, again, I'm learning. Hopefully you guys are learning as well what to do, what not to do, especially what not to do. Wow. Because I've been going through a lot of that. I've been going through a lot of what not to do over the past couple of weeks there. A bit of a red streak for me. But, we come back stronger next week. I am trading in the sim as of right now, just trying to take some reps. But yeah, I got to do a little bit better with that trading TMS right now. I did get involved in Oracle, but we can talk about how I shut down. Again, we talk. If you guys were here for the morning session, I was a little aggressive in buying the dips here. Well, the dip kept on dipping. You know the saying, when you buy the dip, but the dip keeps on dipping. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. There was no real relief that happened. This ticker continues to go to the downside here. This aggressive sell off, Neil, that happened at 11:33. Oh boy, we were trading. I remember this as well. I actually stopped out. I was still alive before this. Look at those guns. God damn. What's going on, Sharif? All right. There he goes. Oh, follow him. Oh, we got him. We got the scopes. There he goes. I thought we were going for money talks. But anyways, all right. Going back to the trading that I had this morning, if you want to call it trading. I'm, again, absolutely disgusted at myself once again, getting too aggressive and not really stopping out where I should be, right? I got into multiple entries and I gave it 3 points worth of risk because I'm like, this is aggressively selling off. I'm like, oh, rubber band, I need to be able to risk like 2 or 3 points to get at least 2 to 3 or even more for at least a 1-to-1, and I'm just aggressively bidding in, not managing my risk well. But this aggressive sell that came in, if you guys go to the 1 second chart here, this thing was trading at 63.40s, insta dump to 161.70s. That was aggressive. I got out right before that one, and then I started going short over here. I tried a little bit of a long one on the long, but started going short here. Stopped out for that final little push, and then we're continuing that sell off to the downside. Oh boy, I got to do a little bit better than that. But that's what I get for not following my plans, not following my top ideas on the day. I even said Spider was one of my top ideas. I was looking for Starbucks as well, Adobe and Kroger. Adobe bounced off that 525. We bounced off of 526s. So $500 ticker.
There's 170,000 on the offer of $19 and like 22 cents. Let's go over to Adara, but DJT's flying on the reopen.
So we do have the reopen. Interestingly enough, the reopening basically timing exactly with when Donald Trump stepped off the stage. Looks like the stream is over. They didn't officially end it. Just seeing some paparazzo and security guards walking around here, but the stock's still pushing higher here. DJT unhalted. Donald Trump's speech at Los Angeles lasted about an hour. Now over, guys.
Yeah, and so there was somebody sitting there for 170,000 shares on the offer at $19.22. They filled them one shot, or if they filled the order, essentially first time they saw it, it's still flying. I really don't want to. Remember I said the $20 level is pretty big? I don't want to chase this thing right in front of $20. They feel like that's a bit of a trap, and somebody was pretty confident to sell there in one chunk. You're not seeing any kind of liquidity like that, so I need to see what the $20 level happens. What happens at the $20 level before I act on this. You had to take that reopen. I was trying to get filled on the halt long so that I could play it into that level. I don't like chasing without some kind of an entry point that gives me room to the next level. This is too tight to $20. JKL, those shorts short the market.
Nice.
I just thought I'd throw that one up there. We appreciate all the super chats in there. Obviously, Sharif doesn't skip any workout day. Leg day, whatever. The guy ain't skipping nothing, man. We could halt again on a 20 breakout. It's going for, if it breaks 20 and goes in another halt, this is now just gone Captain Insano mode on DJT. That is nonsense. There's a fail at 20. Nope.
Nope.
You see that? They just dumped, they just dumped it through 20 and then are going into another halt. That's insane. So they dumped it through 20. Now it's about to halt up again. DJT is absolutely flying.
Still printing.
Still printing.
Halted. There we go. I kind of mistimed that.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't get that.
I was 3 seconds too. I'm like, this is halting. This is halting. This is halting. Oh, halt.
Well, instead of counting 15, you could just have a clock up.
Yeah, I was just like boom, boom, boom.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Counter.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, pretty wild there. That's the thing, man. Some of these tickers, when they get like a presidential seal, we've seen what can happen. We've seen what Trump can do with the stonks.
Oh, we've seen it.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is,
if Buddy says,
make any money.
I'm not selling,
I'm not
what's
leaving.
the short float on DJT?
It's not a big short float. At least
check right now.
like we don't have. So first of all, our TraderDeals doesn't have any data on it. But remember, it's the availability of shares that matter.
20% short, Neil.
Yeah, but the actual volume. Where do you have that source? Is that FinViz?
That's a FinViz.
Okay, good. I don't.
19.26.
But the bigger, he owns like 60% of it.
Yeah, of course.
The real,
it's cornered.
The real key is that it's cornered.
Yeah. I understand.
It's that it's cornered. There's the availability of shares is limited.
Plus 19.5% short.
This could get nice. You can see 26 today.
Could get a little messy here. Let's take a look at some levels on this.
$26.
$26 saying, Neil, is the next level. Let's
the 25 time frame. 25 half.
Goes straight to the 25 half right here. Boom. So yeah, we're rocking up into this prior high there from earlier September. If we continue, I guess at 21, and then next high at 25 halves. Yes. Let me get this VWAP out of there. Again, depends on where we open up. We opened up a little bit higher. We closed at 1809s. We opened above. I think we opened at 1853 here, if I'm not mistaken. What was the open of the opening candle right here? The open was 1861 with a low of 1853. So it doesn't even dip down that aggressively. But yeah, oh boy, are we getting a little bit of a squeeze action happening here? Again, presidential seal on a heavily shorted ticker. Yeah. I think that's definitely a recipe for disaster for shorts there. Let's see when this one opens up. Last print at 1434.13. So we still got a few more minutes there. What's going on, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now to snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you.
Yeah. I was sort of just talking about what should have done there on the real, because I prefer getting in on something like this early. Like if I don't have, I'm talking about DJT by the way still. And for everyone that's like, it doesn't make any sense, it doesn't have to. Like, trust me, when it goes to meme stocks, it's the meme stock. When it's the marijuana stocks, it doesn't matter. Just worry about the price action, because ultimately, like, the stock could long-term head to zero. That doesn't matter today. The only thing that matters today is what it's going to do today and for the next hour and a half or hour and 20 minutes. But DJT, what I should have done instead of only looking for the halt entry is just go limit order open. Not just, if you do a market on open order, it looks fine if it opens at 18.6, you give it to that previous high, and then it screams into 20. But what if it had opened here, and then your risk is to down there? So you can use a limit on open order to say, I'm only willing to do it somewhere in here. That way, you still get filled at 18.6, but if it opens at 19.25, you don't. I was trying to get in actually on the actual halt, but you can see that's not going to happen. So it's now giving you a theoretical auction price of pretty much where it closed, at 2013. So it's indicating an open exactly where it closed. Like the last time, it was instantly looking higher. The other thing you can do is the imbalance locator is still going to give you some information. I'm going to sort it by time. So yeah, there it is. So if you look at it on the imbalance locator, it's not going to be a lot of shares, relatively speaking, that goes right in to the auction, but it should give you an indication. Like if it's a buy imbalance, then it's probably going to open higher. If it's a sell imbalance, it might open lower. It's a good proxy, but it's not going to be a lot of size that goes into the auction relative to liquidity. Completely ignore ZVZZT. That ZVZZT is a test stock. Yep. We used to mess with trainees by punching them into the test stock in the middle of the day sometimes. But yeah, they just use it as a test quotes out on the NASDAQ. But DJT making some power moves to the upside as that one tries to calm down. I'm going to go over, like Oracle, I can't even believe Oracle's at the low of the day here, Obi. I'm frustrated with myself over Oracle as well because it's this simple. There was one time when Oracle was a good long.
Yeah, it's open.
Oh, now DJT's open. Wow, still over that 20 level. Another leg higher. All right, what's the whole price? 20 even. If it doesn't hold 20, this is going to be like kind of like I think it could be a downfall. 20 was the big level on the daily. So hold it, get back above. The buyers are not coming in. Get back above 20. If it doesn't get back in above 20, this is probably a short. Where I'm sitting here looking for the punch long, and this was an opportunity to get the short. It looks like get back above 20 and hold. Get above the quarters.
At 20 right now. I mean, the pullback got bought right
no fill. No. Oh, come on. No fill.
Pullback got right back up. So yeah, I mean, we just looked a little left there. We're at a place of prior resistance. I think we can expect a little bit of a chop there. Again, trading in the demo right now because did you get
long?
Morning. I got long on into the close of that 18, so I had 18s there. But again, a little bit of fugazi fills when it comes to the demo because I shouldn't have been able to punch into the close, and I think I got 18 10s. That's what the system gave me, and the closing high was 1809. So a little lucky there, but again, just trying to go with the motions and make good decisions there. So I did punch into that 18 close aggressively there and pieced out of most of it there. Only about a little bit, I guess. What is that? 40% of the position left just now. Let's see if this 20 holds. Right, 20, a little bit of a prior level there, but halted up twice. Hasn't halted down once just yet. I know people in the chat are talking about, get ready to short DJT. Oh boy, trust me, I like that idea, but the front side of the move. I already did that this morning. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to go against the front side of the move unless and until it halts down and doesn't sustain a pop. I'm not necessarily going to get involved with the short idea just yet. The news is fresh.
It is fresh.
If we sustain the opening or the closing price of that initial halt up. That's the question I'm asking right there. So a little bit of an aggressive pullback here. Let's see if we get a halt down. If we come back down below that 19 right now, 19 halves printing. Right now, only about a 2 to 10 penny spread at times here, so nothing too crazy on DJT. A little bit of spiciness. Okay, so you know what? I don't really like that too much. I will get out of a little bit more there as we we're going into the break of that prior bar low here on DJT. Little wick candle. High of day right now is 2086 on DJT. So pulling that back up. Look at that. We're kind of struggling to get past some of these highs from what is this, August 29th. So the end of August, we got a little bit of a pop there, and we're using that level, I guess, as a little bit of a resistance as of right now on DJT. So let's see what we have in store with this. Again, 19.5% short float, Neil, and you are 100% right about the float being a little bit cornered. And if he is not selling, best believe that that free float is going to stay around what it is.
Tom Huff,
19.5.
Tom Huff just said, don't forget DWAC. No, it's, so this was DWAC, and now DJT. So my frustration was, you saw me like ready to go, it was liquidity grabbing underneath 20. And when it came back up, like I was trying to punch long quarters, it went through, I didn't get filled, and then went all the way to 80, and like nothing. I left the order in there. I'm like, well, I'm just mad now. And then, of course, it fills me on the way back down. So I took the L on this. Once it got back under 20, I had to stop order before I even punched into position. So that was automatic. It does feel like that 20. I wanted it breaking out and going into like a 21 break, but now that it's lost 20, I feel like it's at least a short back into potential VWAP in there. So unfortunately, there goes DJT. The previous halt price should be a good one because that's 18 and it's also going to be VWAP. Sometimes that ends up lining up, and it looks like it's lining up as we speak. I just saw C Battle saying short CRM, forget DJT shorts. Why are we picking on CRM, Mr. Battles?
I'm doing nothing.
Yeah, because CRM doesn't look like it's. I didn't even think that was in play. On a 15-minute, I can see what you're getting at. Because on a 15-minute, you kind of have like there's your kind of head and shoulders possibly losing this support at 254.65. So I see what you're getting at. I feel as if DJT might be a bigger opportunity in terms of any kind of a trade this afternoon. Like, if it can reclaim the high, great. I think it's got room to 26. But if it never breaks back above 25, it can easily get to 20 even. It can get back into 18, I would think. So, I think there's a lot of opportunity in that one. AMD just made a bit of a top. AMD wants this 153 today. So bad. AMD, there's a double top at 153. It just keeps on trying and trying without actually breaking to the upside. But yeah, if this can get through 153, AMD looks like a bit of a break. It's just hard not to look at DJT right now. I'm going to go back over here. I'd like to see it make another run at the top. If it comes in and fails 20 again, it's probably an easy... Never mind.
That's a hard flush.
That's the hard flush. Now you got to wait for 18.
See if it gets bought up.
Yeah, there it is. It failed that $20 level. The trade was a halt trade. Now it's going to probably pull back into that $18 level. Yeah, it might just be a nothing burger till it retests the 18. Maybe it catches a bid somewhere else. But yeah, DJT, what goes up must come down. But not me, clown.
Yeah, a bit of a pullback here. I'm watching it. Holding trend, I guess, if you're looking for the trend to hold. If you're using some sort of like moving average there, we're still trading above that. We're still trading above the opening price of the first halt. Well, post the initial halt, we're also trading above the close of the initial halt there at 18. So I'm going to use that as a bit of a reference point as we pull back into that 18. And 1853 was that first candle low. We're only about 20 pennies away from that, trading at 1870s. As of right now, I got the moving average here on an 8 EMA 3-minute at 1860s. Let's see, we're right in and around that area. If the bid kind of catches on right here, we might be poised for a little bit of a move, maybe some continuation as well. But interesting stuff. Intraday catalyst. Oh boy, some of the best catalysts in the market, in my opinion. And DJT coming through with the presidential seal from none other than DJT himself. So market, again, we talk about this 19.5 being a little bit of an interesting area, and you can see how we've been we use it as resistance, hard flush, we use it as support. We use it as a support, and we aggressively bid right back up. And then look at that aggressive sell-off. Where do we stall? Where do we stop? Right above that 19.5. So that 19.5 continues to stay a little bit interesting here. Another thing that I'm watching, Neil, is this Oracle. Take a look at this flat bottom that's happening right here. So consolidation, very, very tight. This has been happening for over 15 minutes here, with a bit of a flat bottom happening right here at that 161.75, right above this wick low that happened down into 161.71 right here. So interesting stuff nonetheless. 161.71 is also the same low of this consolidation on that little wick right here. So a little bit of a confluence happening there with the day low. I guess the day low here I have is 72. So just about a penny away from the day low on that aggressive sell-off that happened. And then again, bid right back up, a little bit of a correction, rubber band man action happening off of that 161.70s on Oracle. Let's see if we break down that day low for a continuation to the downside. This thing is selling off on that guidance into prior day's levels. These are prior day's highs, end of day consolidation highs as well. Let's see if we can break back below yesterday's close as we are pulling right into the day low at 161.71 here on Oracle. Let us know in the chat. Are you guys trading Oracle?
You seen
today?
Apple?
Did you trade Oracle today? I have not seen Apple, Neil.
Apple. So I couldn't find anything on Apple, and I asked Adair if she could see anything. And all it is, some people mentioning, I was getting a lot of mentions on Twitter. On a 3-minute, it's umpteen consecutive bars. It's just easier to say that since for the last 40 minutes, Apple has been trending down while the market is gently rolling over. And you're getting the first bump here. If it doesn't, a lot of times you have a move down like this, like you'll get a little rubber band action pulling back. This is not happening. It does a bit of a volume candle and tries to go green and is looking very weak here on Apple. So this doesn't seem like it's all that healthy. It also just went red on the day for Apple. The other thing is, if you look at the daily chart on Apple, notice a pattern here. No matter what it does in the day, it's been closing underneath the 50-period moving average. But the only time it actually closed, like there was one close at the 50-period, But then all the rest, right? Opens, close under, open, close under, open, close under. Even when it's an update, close underneath despite catching it. Yesterday, broke the 50 period, closed underneath. Today, it busted the 50 period again, and it's struggling. And the 50 period's just underneath 223. So I feel like there's some trouble there for Apple there, and specifically at that 50 period underneath $23. If I see it bounce into VWAP at 223 and fail, I'm going to look for some fades there. I just heard Mattel getting some volume. It's heard it in my ears. I'm just going to quickly go over to it. Anything happening on Mattel? Not really. Just a day of the high break. Yeah. Sometimes you get a bit of a volume spike in a day of the high break, and it'll get an alert, and it's not really doing anything. So nothing going on there. I feel like it's DJT. Apple's moving around a bit. Still in Intel as it's starting to work down underneath VWAP, but I've been sitting bidding in the 50s this entire way and then trying to get some here in the 70s. I should be offering down in the mid 60s again. See if I can pick some up that way. But look, Intel's not really moving all that much. DJT is about to make the press, I think, into $18. I should have played the short. I wanted the long break to get 21s. 20 was the right level. It was just the wrong direction. So I went and took my shot. But if you do the same trade in reverse, like have the stop over, wait for it to break under, you're just sitting there waiting for your 18s and paying off. John Vandewey, ARM seems to be sleeping. I think you're right. There's not a heck of a lot of movement. We are trending down a little bit. That's why I'm sitting in Intel at this moment and looking for a pop fade in Apple at VWAP. Looks like a good setup. Very weak move here in Apple. That continues to go down on Apple. Like Apple doesn't want to pop.
Yeah, we're pulling back in.
No, Apple's something wrong. Apple has got something going on here. It's just a little bit weaker than the overall market.
Yeah, I would say so. Again, it was showing that weakness right off of the open, right, Neil? We kind of observed both NVIDIA and Apple looking a little distinctly different from the other Mag 7 as Softy, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, all kind of ripping to the upside along with the spider there, and along with the rest of the market as well. And then Apple not really showing us that strength, pulling back in aggressively off of a pre-market high of 224.59s on Apple. So gonna continue watching that one there. But that 19.5 coming right back in here on the Nasdaq. So we're gonna be watching that one. I'm curious to know, where some of these tickers go from there. What's going on, Darren?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
There you go. And that's exactly how, things like that DJT, that's exactly how we're able to find them. Like, again, if you're trading DJT, you have a chart up, you're going to know instantly that something had just happened. You might not know what the news is, but you hear it in your Benzinga quickly. Or, that's our news source. That's what we use. So they're reliable as far as I'm concerned. And you hear that it's going because of the reason. You could have caught it early. Obviously, the initial halt would have been good, but it is pulling back in, retesting the open price, $18.50. So the reopen was $18.6, the bottom was $18.5 after the halt. The halt price is technically was like $18.10 or something like that here. So I think it's about to retest. If it breaks the previous halt bottom, I'd look for that $18 level. That's what needs to hold. I just joined in an Apple because it started to pull back into the upside. But while this is happening, I feel like this is the spot here on DJT. If it's going to make a bounce, it's going to be somewhere in here. Manic Narula saying, Tesla, please. Tesla, please. Sure. I have 2 trades in Tesla. I feel like, I don't know, like I had a decent short and it stopped out. Then it was like right after it was way better, a decent long, but then I should have been short right after that. I don't see much of, I don't know what the Tesla here. It's like maybe a VWAP play or a 230 play, but the better short happened above VWAP previously. So I think that's what I'd want, despite the fact that it didn't work out how I wanted it to. I didn't need to add to it on the way down. That's always silly when you do that, but it is what it is. Sometimes you just get it in and get it in good, and when you have a good price, and don't worry about it, because you compromise on price to get more, and then you turn a good trade into a small win. It's silly to do that, I think, at times. but I'm not going to compromise on price. I feel like the resistance on Tesla has been above 230. So if it's going to go up and I want shorts, that's where you need to see it. It was a 231 breakout today. It's above its 50 period without breaking that big 235 resistance. 235 is the real level. Like, that's the one for Tesla next week. We break 235 next week. Anything can happen here for Tesla as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's a monster level.
No, I definitely agree on that one.
Yeah, that's the one that literally everybody on the floor is going to be punching long if Tesla breaks that 230.
If it breaks it with any sort of distinction, definitely. I think it's worth a little bit of decision making in and around that 235. But again, I kind of pointed out earlier, every time we have come up into that 235, we've observed some aggressive selling back down. So it seems to me that whoever or whatever is selling up there definitely has to do a little bit of a lift action there. If that seller lifts, then I think we can do some nice moves past that 235 as well. DJT holding those 18 halves as of right now. I did kind of flip short there. I continued to sell, and I was like, all right, well, if we're going to hold underneath 19, I do want to continue the selling. Are you
in position?
Yes, but I am in the demo, so I just have to point that out. Just trying to take reps, right? Again, I'm trying to get back on the mental, man. Like, I don't think my mental has been the best over the past couple of weeks there, and my trading performance is definitely kind of feeling in. That's the thing about trading, right? It's like a lot of people think it's just like you can just be like, I have my rules, I know what I'm doing, et cetera, et cetera. I can just come in and punch keys. If only it was that easy. The mental game is definitely a significant part of it. If you're not on top of your mental, then you're not. Even if you have rules, even if you have systems, you're not going to perform very well in terms of following them and adhering to your rules and adhering to your systems. And the thing is, he says this in Atomic Habits: you fall to the level of your systems. Right, and it's like, if you don't have, which is something I'm working on, if you don't have a system which kind of protects you from when you're not mentally like at your best, then you're going to be falling to that. And I'm finding myself kind of with that. Like today, I did not have the stops that I should be having. Right. I did not have. You're looking at your sleep. No, right?
No, I'm just showing this. Like this is
my sleep. My sleep is not optimal.
It's my loop. I had a green recovery day today.
Yeah.
I got good sleep. It wasn't great. I mean, I stayed up to watch the game a little bit, and then after Tua got hurt, it's like I found it hard to even celebrate the Bills win. It's not fun to see someone get a brain injury. I love football, and football is a great sport. It was really difficult. Usually I'll stay up for the Monday Night or win some Bills all the way through. I just really didn't want to see that replay again, and the Bills had it underhand. But I got a green recovery despite not having a lot of sleep. And I will tell you that since I've gotten this, I got 6 hours, which is pretty normal for me.
Yeah.
But if I have a day where, even if I've gotten my normal sleep, but I'm sitting on a red recovery, maybe I had a big workout and strain, or I'm getting a bit of a bug, or I had a couple of drinks, like I'll know I'm not there, or I didn't get enough like deep sleep and no REM, like my recovery sleep was not very good. You know where you're at. And I can feel the difference. So I got to do something.
You definitely feel different.
You got to do something to make sure you're sharp. And the other thing was, and I told Adara this off camera this morning or yesterday. I think it was yesterday, that the old location of our trading floor in Toronto used to be next to this bar called the Sports Cafe. And suffice to say, when you're young and you first come in, you start like you're living at home for the first time, and you're working downtown and you're making money, making some money. Traders used to frequent the cafe a lot. And so Thursdays was like, it was cheap quesadillas, and pints were cheap, and like I said, you started to make some money. There were some good Thursdays, and what I found was the smarter traders were willing to forego the FOMO and just come in late on Friday. Now, I was always I'm the first guy on the trading floor. I come in early. That's my routine. When I did that and was stubborn about it and still showed up at the office at 7 and woke up at 5 a.m. after a night of drinking, I traded like crap until I had to recognize, you know what? It doesn't matter if that's my routine. I was out late. I'm better off just sleeping in and trading the afternoon. And when you realize that the guys that would come in at like 12 o'clock and be chill and then have a great trading day when I've just probably shut myself down in the morning hungover. It's like, what are you even doing? You got to treat this like a business, which means making business decisions.
Very fair, yeah.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. But yeah, the good old days in there. DJT, I did just get in on the bounce. Just speaking of like systems.
Long
so
or short? Oh, you're long, okay.
I put the long in there. Look, I missed the short. It was pretty silly. I paid for locates. Excuse me, and I missed the short because I was playing the long. I was playing the long breakout, and that was the right place. But if you play this the other direction, it gets so hilarious. Like you know what price to make a decision. That's part one. So good. But the second part of that is to make the right decision. But I'm long now with a stop underneath the low. Like it bounced exactly off of the previous halt low, but couldn't break 19. You know what? If it's not breaking 19, I should not add. So I'm not going to add to this because it's not showing strength off the level. If it breaks 19, I can look to add. For now, we'll just hang on to it as we go to a Dara again.
Just be wary. We have Walgreens getting its largest volume candle by far today and trying to make a bit of a move upside here. We have this announcement here that the U.S. is having Walgreens pay $106.8 million to settle these allegations, basically that they billed the government for prescriptions that were not dispensed. So some prescription dispensing charges here being settled by Walgreens for $106.8 million. Actually setting the stock to the upside. They do, though, it is worth noting, have about a 9.6% short float. So WBA on watch here, guys. Let's see what it does heading into Power Hour.
Nice. So I did observe, like, on Walgreens,
Isn't that
a
just
little bit of volume, but
isn't that just fraud? Why don't people go to jail for stuff like that? I know why people don't go to jail for stuff.
Color of the collar? Anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, we're talking about like sleep and rest, definitely. Like I did not perform well today. And look at this right here. I can show you guys.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Is it gonna? Oh, right here. Boom. 3.5 hours, Neil. 3.5 hours of sleep I am on tonight or last night. So
See, now this is a curious thing to me. You're a young man. You don't have kids.
no.
Now, 3.5 hours. Damn. Okay, fine, whatever. I was the same way when I was younger. So like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
You know what?
So I mean, like the question.
Don't
becomes,
listen to my old.
What am I expecting, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like, yeah, okay, you can have an idea, and again,
I was the
sloppy trading, if you even want to call it that, and obviously the sleep and the sleep score are very telling in terms of the rest that I have received.
I'm surgical with my sleep now too. I test things out like my Whoop.
Yeah.
Like I do a journal every single day. So I'm like, okay, if I say that I start a weighted blanket or darker room, or I had the fan on, and like that kind of, or kept it a little bit more cool.
Yeah.
And then I noticed like what works and what doesn't work, and that's how I've refined things for myself at least. So I used it because I was always really like my pops had some sleep troubles, and I was a terrible sleeper. I'd wake up multiple times during the night. I had all kinds of trouble. I'm like, I don't want this to affect my career and my family. So I'm like, let's figure this ish out. And so I got the app, and everything has changed since then. Like I have consistent sleep, I get 4 cycles, all that good stuff, because I treated it seriously, and that's what happens. That's not funny, JKL, but okay. First things first, I don't like the price action here. I'm not reloading this. I'm going to say that the second time. If it breaks, I'm getting out. But because I love our entire community, and I thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you, JKL, and I'll read it aloud, even though this is ridiculous. I can't sleep because of the spiders in my room. So if you were watching if you guys were watching when we transition from the midday show to this one, there's the out. Look at this thing. See, probably good not to reload. This is coming down again, by the way, on DJT.
Yeah, I like the.
I don't like spiders. It's that simple. But I'm at the only thing that gives me like courage around them now is like my daughter's afraid of spiders. Which basically means if there's a spider and she's afraid of it, for that moment, ain't no fear.
Yeah.
None at all. Because, trust me, that's the only... It's so incredible. Sean and I joke about this all the time.
At all? Like,
No, not even a little bit. Everything is different.
Right.
When it's everything is different when it's your kid.
Like biologically different. Like I was talking
afraid of anything.
About my friends, right? As soon as you have kids, you're literally your brain chemistry changes.
Everything changes. Everything.
Your brain chemistry physically changes. So again, there's definitely a lot of research done on this.
Ramin is ruthless, by the way.
Yeah, Ramin's like, you thinking about your cats? Yeah, no. That's funny.
Ramin is cold-blooded.
We'll come back after we pass it to Dara. What's up?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we are set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
There you go. We were just talking about being sharp, keeping your A game up, and I keep coming back to it. You know, I hear that, and I just think more back to the last night's game, and yeah, tough for Tua, man. I really, really, really hope that guy doesn't play again. What's one of the more difficult things when you have like a sports hero, where you see the guys that have been in the trenches and you see them later on in life. Like I think about Junior Seau, the guy was a beast, and then CTE took him away. My dad was a huge fan of Sugar Ray Leonard, and then watching him late in his career. But just back into trading here, a couple of things. We are moving to the downside. I got those fills, well, one of them anyways, on Intel. Now 1955. Have a great weekend, Fabian. But I did not get the offer. Ha, 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 Intel, on the offer at exactly what the high was, and then not giving me the high. That's not nice. Because that's where I wanted to sell the stock market. So you're supposed to go there and give me the fill, not go up there and then fall. That's not, like I said, that's just not nice. But the market doesn't care what I think. Apple bouncing a little bit off that prior bar low, 222.40. So I did take some out in front of 222.40. I'll reload this back in here. Like I feel like this should be a reload in the 70 range. Like in here, 65 to 70 on Apple. That's where I'd like to play the reload, Adara.
It's pretty lightly traded, but just be aware we have LMT, Lockheed Martin actually pushing up a little bit, getting its largest volume candle in quite a bit here. Pentagon saying that they basically have the U.S. State Department approval here of this potential $7.2 billion sale of an F-35 aircraft to Romania. So potential aircraft sale here, sending LMT to the upside with a nice little volume pop as we head into Power Hour, guys.
LMT.
Yeah, we are in Power Hour here. Again, I'm just trying to take reps. I know the position board is not showing my positions. Again, want to reiterate that I am trading in the simulator because I did shut down in the morning session there. Again, we talked about performance versus the rest. Got to do a little bit better on that one there, but I did like the long off of the halt there into DJT. You can see I have outs into the 20s and the 20 halves. There, flip short when we get back below that 19, looking for that plunge back into that initial closing price because we are already trading below that open price of the halt. So the opening price was, I think, 1861, and then the low of that bar was 1853, and we're trading at 1825s to 27s on the book right now, only about, 10, 15 pennies away from, because we halted at 1809, right? We're only about 10 pennies roughly away from that level right now on DJT. So I guess I'm looking for that halt down. We halted up twice. Can we do a little bit of a halt down, or is the book kind of balanced enough to kind of sustain some of this price action as of right now? I have no idea, but I do like the short below some of these levels here. Let's see if that action can kind of do a little bit of a rubber band reversion, right? So strong reasons to sell up in the 20s, pulling right back into the 18s again. Thinking about it, anybody and everybody who got long post halt is definitely underwater right now by about 20 pennies, which is nothing too crazy. But again, being an $18 ticker and the amount of volume this thing suddenly got in the action that we've had so far, oh boy, yeah, definitely some intermediate or intraday traders potentially underwater longs. Specifically underwater underneath that 1853, that's specifically longs who got long after or post halt. As of right now, let's see if that level reclaims. That's perfectly fine. I have no idea what this ticker is going to do, but I'm trying to listen to some of the story that did happen on the way up there. Oracle as well. I'm a little short here, 162.14s. It's trading right back up. I had some covers below the 162 break. There, it actually holds 161 halves, and 161.45 is the low of this consolidation right here, and we're attempting to bid right back up on Oracle there. So there's that one. 1807s. Oh boy, here we go, Neil. We're trading back below, or we're trading in and around the halt closing price here. So let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid. Anybody who chased into that halt is sitting in and around some of these levels there. So I'm looking for that halt down. Let's see if we can get that. How much further do we have to go down to halt down? I have no idea, but that momentum definitely reverting. Some of the best reversions, Neil. Intraday, mid to small cap.
Oh, yeah.
Beauty.
That's definitely a beaut, and it's dumping now. Got to dodge on that one, probably at the right time. It would not be crazy if it just retraced the entire move. At least down to $17, the prior high. I think that would make a little bit of sense. The thing about the halt is it's not just a percentage that it has to move, right? Like it has to do it within the right time frame.
Exactly.
Right? Like it's got to happen fast. Because like you can go from 20, like obviously it going from a high of 2080 down into 18 and a half, like should have been enough. But like on the way up, that took 15 minutes as opposed to less than 5 minutes. So I don't know if it has that in it anymore, but you never know. Certainly a possibility. You know what's crazy? We mentioned this and then we didn't even remotely go over Adobe. And 525 on Adobe. I know you said, I don't know if you showed it, but Adobe, this market, in the pre-market show, you could literally rewind it. We went over Adobe and said, hey, look, I don't see anything great on this stock unless it gets to $525. This wick is actually $25.70 or $25.80. So technically it's like 26. What's this bottom in here? $526.55, and now it's $9 higher. The other thing that's happening is Bitcoin 60,000 is in play right now.
Okay.
So I'm sliding on over to like, this screen is my last one, but it's trying to break 60,000 here on BTC. What's interesting about this is you're testing higher on BTC when the NASDAQ is testing lower off the highs. So you're having a pullback, but you're still holding. It's like holding the upward trend near the top end of the range. Feel like we're breaking. It's still both of them are still stair-stepping. But I still feel like Bitcoin looks a little bit stronger. It might be worth looking at a Coinbase over there if you guys are into it. I still like Apple as a short. It just looks really weak, Apple. I don't know what the story is with Apple today. But to go red when the market's green, market's not doing anything, and then Apple just started falling all over itself here. I think we can retest that 222. But 222 has been big support. So I just realized when I pull up to 15 minutes, like I should be on the bid in front of 222, which I'm going to do now. Let's see if we can get that low on AAPL. DJT, it's not flushing through 18. It's trying to come back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's holding that 18 as of right now. But yeah, every pop has kind of been sold into. Let's see, again, it's chilling around that same area where the halt closed there as well. You did point out that Adobe, and I did like that. So let's take a couple reps here. Again, let me explain myself as to why I like this Adobe so much. Here, a little bit of a flat top breakout here, potentially happening. So you can see how the price action is kind of built up into it. Let me just pull it up right here. So all day, Neil, we sell off aggressively off of the open. Look at that little bit of a shelf here at 536. We sell off a little bit more. I'm sure VWAP is in and around here as well. Look at that. VWAP holds. We attempt to break below VWAP. We can't get too far past some of these prior lows there. We can't even get to this prior low here. We reclaim VWAP, sells into VWAP, hold into 533s, and then we're pushing back, building back up in towards this 536 going into the end of the week. So let's see if we can get that little bit of a pop, or do sellers kind of continue to hold this 536, looking for that seller that's been there apparently since the morning session and part of the mid to end of the session there to lift off of that 536 to push up. But we are incrementally making higher lows building up into this flat top at 536. So I do like that there. Let's see if that can come into fruition as Adobe potentially pushes a little bit higher here. Again, earnings day one, guys, on this ticker. Oh boy, this 525. I think that was definitely the trade. Doesn't give you that 525 quite close, but again, it gives you 526 halves on this dip in and around, what is that, 940. So that initial dip was at 528. I saw that and I was like, oh boy, that might be it. And then it dips right back down, kind of licking that one there as well, making a low at 526.60s there before it reclaims VWAP and pushes to the upside. Let's see if this one comes in. Only about 45 minutes left until the close there, Neil. And Nicole here is saying no liquidity in the market. Yeah, I mean...
the volumes are low. It's Friday.
Yeah, I guess.
Week before Fed.
What's the volume here on the NASDAQ? I got volume here on the NASDAQ sitting at 300K. I have volume here on the ES, bless you, Neil. Volume here on the ES sitting at 650K. So yeah, volume a little lackluster on the day today when it comes to some of these futures. Here comes 535.70s on Adobe. Can we make it to the top? Can we break out of this this flat top right here? Neil is saying yes, we can. I have yet to see it. Where's the book on this one? The book's a little gone. Oh, that is not a NYSE ticker. That is a DAC ticker. Am I not typing it right? There we go. It's 8BDE. 8DBE is this one right here. Okay, boom. Let's go. There is a book right here. So we're trading 61 to 69 on the 535s there. Let's see if we can finally break through that. A little bit of a price compression kind of coming into this flat top here with those higher highs. Here comes that 536, Neil. Oh boy, can we make that high? Can we break out? Let's see, 536.18s is the high right now. As soon as we clip that 536, we got kind of sold off right into, but we're sustaining the 80s. Again, building up into it with higher lows on Adobe. 536 happening right now. The spread is actually not that bad. I was looking at this morning. I'm like, okay, I like this as a trade, but the spread was quite aggressive.
That's not bad
this is
at all.
less than a 15 penny spread, Neil, on a $500 ticker. That's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, let's see if that comes in, or maybe I'm just looking at it at the right time when the spread is actually closing into a flat top break. So let's see. Again, a key area that's kind of shown itself in the morning session as well, in the mid to end of day as well. Maybe it makes sense that the spread is closing in as we make a decision here, whether we sell off or we bid up and finally break out. Let's see, the market is holding that 19.5 right now, and the ES also holding some of these prior intraday supports at 600-ish, 5,625s as of right now. Again, 45 minutes into the close. Here we go, Neil. We are breaking out 536.60s. Oh boy, why can I not trade like this on the live?
It's later in the day. You got the energy back. I'm actually all right. I think Apple's making a bit of a bottom here. Getting some good reps in for next week.
You know, precision is what I need to be focused on, and I guess this compression into. It's funny. I took a similar trade on Nvidia yesterday, where it was really compressing into it, and near the end of the day, it was around the same time as now. I think actually, if I remember correctly, it was around 245. And yeah, that 120 breakdown, aggressive sell into 119s, bids right back up. But that was a nice little scalp here. Let's see how long this bid can continue. Again, this level has been this seller has been kind of holding for the whole day, and it seems like finally that seller has lifted, and we're trading 70 pennies above that. Again, it's a $500 ticker. 70 pennies is nothing really too crazy here, but let's see how much further we can get bid up there. Pre-market consolidation lows is where we're at right now here. But that pre-market low, definitely we held that much earlier, confluencing with that VWAP hold with some of these sells. Day high sitting at 543.84 here right before the open, coming in that aggressive sell-off into that 525 area before we bid back up. Slow grind to the upside here, Neil. Let's see how much further we can get. I am seeing a lot of green prints here on the tape. So it seems like there's a lot of buying happening with not as much selling. So let's see if we can break through the next dollar here. 536.90s incoming. So about $1, about $1 off of that break almost there. If we can get to that 537. Let's see what goes on. DJT still holding that 18, man. So it seems like we're kind of consolidating in and around that initial halt up price, that reference. We held that 18 as of right now. 1809 were some of those final prints on that initial halt up on the presidential, I guess, seal coming in on the DJT.
It doesn't.
I am not selling. So
yeah,
that'll definitely move a ticker.
No, it's the mechanic of a lot of people were probably. I mean, it was going down anyway. DJT was trending down before. People were really talking about the lockup, but I think that certainly gave it some more acceleration the last couple of days. So you unwind some of that, and shorts are going to cover a limited amount of shares. I just jumped out of Apple. We're getting a bounce on the future 19.5. So, and Apple's making a bit of a rounded bottom. So when that happens, it's like, okay, Adobe had broken out, the NASDAQ starts holding this 19.5, and maybe we're headed back up top. That's a good place to get out. I'm also going to not reload Intel at these levels. I was looking at AMD for long, and I'm like, what the heck? AMD's not moving. I went over to Tesla. Is Tesla breaking out VWAP? It's getting close. Tesla seems to want to make a run at this here, and it's about to go through. So, look, I'm looking. It's making higher lows on Tesla, so you can draw, like, there's, nice obvious sort of trend into this local top here, 229.70. I'd like to see it punch through that and then try to go long in Tesla. It also would be a red to green story for Tesla if it goes through that high. So I am in favor of this. Just looking across some of the other things. Remember, NVIDIA wasn't doing a heck of a lot. The other thing is Bitcoin's making that run at 60,000. It's not quite, I don't think it's there yet. Nope, it's not there just yet. Would like to see some follow through. I love when you make higher lows into a flat top break, but I don't want to be waiting till it gets all the way up to 230. It's 320 at this point. So you got 15, 20 minutes or so. I don't like putting on trades into the imbalance in that final 10 minutes. So getting into something, I want it to happen in the next 20 minutes. We do have a special guest on our aftermarket show tonight. It's actually the first time. What's interesting about it is we get a lot of questions about options.
Right.
And we usually have Danielle Shea when we're talking about options. No, but we've got Brent Kabucha from Spot Gamma, who's an options trader who's going to come through, founder of Spot Gamma.
Nice.
He's going to come through. We'll be able to talk about anything, like whether it's NVIDIA or just Friday, so there's lots of options expiration. Lots of things are volatile and moving around here. So it should be fun. It's a new guest for us. We're excited for that. We always get like I said, we get a lot of questions about options, and I'm not an options trader. And I've said this before. Tesla just broke that 70. I've said this before. The most I ever do with options is bought some covered calls and things that I've held in the long term. That's as freaky as I get. Sold covered calls, I should say. But I'm not really too crazy about them. Tesla trying to break in through VWAP. I still think DJT can be a short. I know you're in it. I'm looking at this now that it just failed back underneath.
Yeah, we're trading below 19.
Yeah, like I'm looking at this as like another breakdown where I give it to this high at 1840. Like I've only gone long this stock, and I'm feeling like this is looking like a pretty juicy opportunity for a short. So I'm just gonna make sure I have a stop underneath Tesla, and if we get another pop and fade into VWAP or just a flat bottom break, which I don't have an order for. Oh no. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're already doing it. Not yet. Okay, it hasn't broken yet, but it might. It might. Break the 75. Break the 75. I'm looking for a breakdown here or a pop into VWAP on DJT. The market making that attempted bounce. I did get out of Apple. It was a good out, but now it's starting to come back down again. So we might have been a little bit early to exit that trade, which is fine. I felt like the market was bouncing on Apple, and it was the right decision to want to get out of that one. Of course, in typical fashion, when I'm looking for something to break down or break out, the second I decide to start staring at it so that you guys can see live if I get into position, it just doesn't happen. So there it is. It doesn't break. I don't necessarily like putting it in the ether. I'll usually throw it at like a 75 or something like that. So yeah, it technically wicked. This low is 83. Not likely to punch short at 82 when 83 goes. I want to see it take that 3/4 mark, and then I'll jump in, give it back into 18. Oh, hey, Davis said we had a super chat. Did we miss a super chat? Apologies if we did. Devion Wade saying Novo. And all it says, thank you for the super chat, Devion. Only thing it said is Novo Nord. I mean, you obviously mean Novo Nordisk. Is Novo moving? To downside here. Is there news on Novo? Yeah, it looks like something happened here at 245 on Novo. Just let me quickly throw that up on my Benzing. I didn't hear anything on Novo, but if there's news, we should be able to get it to you here. No, I don't see anything on the wire. Clearly something happened to get it underneath 137. I'll maybe ask Adair if she saw anything at Novo Nordisk. Clearly something happened. About a half an hour ago.
Pointing Novo out earlier, right?
And it's heading to the downside for sure. I just threw it in there and did not see anything. I can also throw it into Twitter. I mean, anybody can throw it into Twitter on Novo. Yeah, head to the downside. Not a huge move, overall, and it's been doing pretty well on the daily the last couple of days, maybe running into some resistance at 138 here. Nothing to be scared about. I mean, it's still an inside day for Novo. Like, you're holding on to the top end of the range. All you've done is consolidate for a day. So if there was anything bad that caused that spike, because you can see the volume spike to the downside, it didn't make it break down at all. So I guess it held on to that. So Davion looks like a consolidation day for Novo. The other thing that would make some sense is, what did Eli? Maybe Lilly made a move at that time, and there was news on Lilly. See, if there was no news on Novo, see, Eli Lilly's down as well. So what I should have done is I should have searched for news on Eli Lilly, not Novo Nordisk. Because there's a decent chance it was like Lilly news that this was down on sympathy for 1240, but that's way earlier in the day. The last thing I have was just JP Morgan with price target change on Eli Lilly. I don't see anything for them either in the middle of the day, but clearly something happened on the GLP names to take them to the downside about a half an hour ago. So they're looking pretty weak. That's the best I can tell you for these ones.
Yeah, that DJT is slowly but steadily grinding to the downside. And on the other hand, Adobe is slowly grinding to the upside. 537s incoming once again. We did pull back all the way down to 536s, couldn't get back through 536, coming right back into 537s. The initial test printed 537s to the T. We're back at 99s on the ask here. Here we go, 99 gets broken through. We're printing 17s now on Adobe with that flat top breakout. Oh boy, that 535 was definitely nice. It kind of just goes right away. Market still holding that 19.5, guys. So 19.5 continues to stay a little bit of an interesting level here as it's held as both support and resistance. Here, 1770s on the bid. Let's see if we can get taken out. No real size on the ask, and I feel like every little bit we keep pounding into the bid here. No real size on the bid here. Let's see, Dustin Price with the super chat. Thank you. I've been listening to you all for weeks and have made great profit. So thank you. Unfortunately, because of that, I've developed a Canadian accent and sounds off here in the deep south. Be well. Well, you know what? Maybe potentially a little bit of a side effect, but glad to know that you've made some profits. Again, thank you for your time, spending that time with us. Thank you again for the super chat. Appreciate.
Do we really have accents that are that bad?
I don't know. I feel like the deep south, I guess, definitely has a distinct accent. But like if you're from there, everybody else has a distinct.
Where are you from,
right?
Dustin? Because like the South is there's a lot, man.
There's a lot of South.
I spent time in Florida. I've been down Texas, but I've never been to Arizona. I want to go to Arizona. You could be absolutely anywhere. I once drove from Florida all the way back. My brother went to school in Florida, so when he came and moved back to Canada, he had to get all of his stuff back and drove his car back. And I kind of did a road trip with him. It was a lot of fun. What people don't realize. Well, I shouldn't say this because Americans probably do realize this. What a lot of people don't realize is like in the U.S., there's like it is freaking gorgeous driving through the United States.
Oh yeah.
If you've never, like it's not the perception that I think a lot of people have, and we're Canadians, so a lot of Canadians don't realize this. But man, it's absolutely gorgeous driving through the United States of America.
When I was young,
it's amazing. Yeah,
we had a road trip where we drove from Fresno to Connecticut.
That's a trip. That's a trip. I love road trip.
Took a few days, but we drove across. It was definitely very, very beautiful. Kind of,
it's unbelievable,
that trek.
There's nothing like a road trip with the boys, man. Or what? Your friends?
It was with family. It was with family.
Friends, family. It doesn't matter.
I was young. I was like, I still had the Game Boy without the backlight.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's straight up gangster right there. Yeah. South Arkansas. Dustin is from. Nice. So there you go. JCB Sports Cards. My brother went to the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. My brother is I trade stocks for a living, and my brother animates kids shows.
Nice.
How nice? How like serious? Like I say this every single time I talk to my brother. Like you have no idea how. You tell him we make kids. He literally makes kid shows. He didn't want to work in video games.
Yeah.
He loves making cartoons. He got to make the new Inspector Gadget. He was on that one.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great dude. It was the same school that Venus and Serena went to. That school. He was there when they went to Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale. They did like some kind of fashion design or something. He used to see them in the halls and stuff, and brag about that. But it was also, I spent one summer. So I was in school here in Canada, up in Waterloo, and my pops was down. My pops worked for Nortel down in Fort Lauderdale, and so I spent one of my summers in between first and second year, and I had no green card, so I couldn't work. So I spent my summer in Florida, where even if I wanted to, I couldn't have a job. That's my excuse, everybody, because I couldn't work. And so all I was doing was chilling. My brother was in school, my dad was working, and I was just chilling. I could go to the beach, whatever, as long as the place was clean. South Beach is fun. I'm just going to leave it at that because it's a family show. But South Beach is really, really awesome.
You're talking about Miami South Beach?
Yes.
Yeah. What about North Beach? Is there nothing at North Beach? Because I know there is a North Beach.
Look, man, there's a reason South Beach
I've been to South Beach.
I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
It's
like
a
you
lot
just
of
be
fun.
chilling out. I'm not making this up. Even during the day,
it's packed.
I was
totally packed.
in the middle of there was one weekday. I'm on the beach in the middle of a random. It could have been like a Wednesday, and I'm just chilling out, just having whatever, like having fun, like a couple people with a couple of my brother's buddies, and I'm not like walked right in front of me, J-Lo.
Yeah.
Like nothing's happening. I'm just like, what? Are you kidding me? And it's like, it's South Beach. It's what happens here. Okay, for a Canadian boy like me, that's just nonsense.
What do you think is the best thing to do at South Beach?
That's a tough question. It depends on how old you are and what you're into. I'll leave it at that. You guys can determine that for yourselves. The biggest mistake, what you should do though, is if you happen to be at South Beach for a bachelor party. Now I'm just this is all hypothetical for everybody. This is a complete hypothetical. If you happen to be at a bachelor party and you're in South Beach,
yes, and
you have the opportunity to go to Live, like that's on the table.
Yeah.
And you put it to a Democratic vote because Live is ridiculous trying to get in if you're dudes. We didn't have any girls with us. We had a couple that we met at it doesn't matter. But we had an opportunity to go there, and
so the procuring of the females must be done
before. More than half of the guys they're like, we don't want to pay that to go in. And all I'm saying is we didn't go in, and we went to another club. Yeah. And 1 week later, a friend of mine went to Live and was like, man, that's the spot.
Okay.
Just once in your life.
All right.
Once in your life.
All right.
I'll leave it at that. But back to the market quickly here. I did take DJT, and it's not doing anything, which also means it's not really going up that much. But I still think this one can get to the downside. What's crazy about it is like I have to stop myself from telling I don't care to tell the rest of the story, but it wasn't my bachelor party. And usually, guys, I would tell you guys any story I want, but it wasn't my bachelor party, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Believe me, it's a heck of a lot more fun, but it is what it is, and what happens in South Beach stays in South Beach. Let's go to Adara.
Interesting sector board here. We're going to focus on actually some of these names in the S&P 500 that are trading specifically on the New York Stock Exchange. So NY names making big outsized moves to the upside or downside. And of course, we have to start here with Boeing, BA. Lots of stories with this one. The main story here being that they have about 33,000 workers in their machinist union starting a strike. Both Moody's and Fitch here warning about potential credit concerns with BA with that strike in mind due to some operational issues resulting. So Boeing still on watch here. We also have Garmin, nice recovery, but still down about 5% of the day. Getting this downgrade from Barclays to underweight with a price target decrease from 188 to 133. So big price target cut for GRMN. Last but not least, Uber, pretty subdued right now, but still nicely up on the day, expanding its partnership with Waymo, which was announced about a month ago. So UBER, the one upside mover on this list. Lots of names to talk about as we end a pretty exciting week so far, guys.
I was telling Obi, there are parts of it I can tell. It was, there's a steakhouse. We gone to the steakhouse at Live, in the hotel where Live is. And essentially, to get in and get a table, it was going to run like almost 1,500 Canadian, so over 1,000 US per dude, just to get the table. You still got to pay for your bottles and all that stuff. Like and so not everybody was like, that's cool. Like, so I understand that. Like, trust me, but man, it would have been fun. It is what it is. The market does seem to want to bounce right when DJT is also trying to bounce. So I think it goes into the flat bottom break. Now it wants to take out the top here in DJT. This is probably the only good decision on DJT so far. If we break VWAP, I got to jump out of this trade. Might get an opportunity to reload Tesla. I don't know if I want to. Sorry. Intel, I don't know if I want to. Apple was the wrong decision because I should have reloaded Apple here at 222.70. It felt like the market is still going to the upside. It is still going.
Yeah, we're bidding up off of that 19.
We're still bidding up a little bit here, and Apple's still relatively weak. Like, you're still going up. Like, Apple's something wrong with it, man. It just doesn't seem to want to go higher. It's past 330, so these are like the last opportunities here in the market, I think. And when you look at the imbalance locator, I'm just going to sort it not by time because that would have shown DJT. Nothing over $1 million. Early look is a nothing burger. Isn't a single thing unless you're into Spirit Airlines for some reason. Save as a 700,000 sell, which is absolutely nothing.
This is absolutely crazy, Neil.
Where is Adobe? It's got to be flying.
Adobe is flying 538s. Incoming right now. So, oh boy, that 535
Bye-bye.
breakout. We were talking about that flat top break of that 536 all day. That seller finally lifts. And what makes this trade, I think, even better is the pullback.
AMD.
Sustains 536 to the T for a continuation to the upside there. 538's incoming right now. Oh boy, that was, again, that was a good trade. What's the next trade? I still have, I guess I have less than half left. I pieced off a lot of it in and around that 37. I'm like, all right, 2 points off of 535. That's good for most of it there, but it's continuing to the upside there with only about 25 minutes left in the trading day. This thing continues to bid it back up. Let's see if we can get to that 540 there, Neil. That 541, bit of an interesting area as well. And again, we are breaking out of some of these morning highs here on Adobe. So absolutely beautiful right there. Pull back into that 36, maintains, and now we're pushing 2 points higher, printing 538s as of right now. 538.12 is the high of this move. High of day in the pre-market for 543.84. But what's more interesting to me is this 540 level, this 541 level here as well. Let's see if we can get to those prices going into the close with, again, only about 25 minutes left here, Neil. And market, yes, is definitely bouncing off of that 19.5, holding as support as of right now. Oh boy, Oracle, dude, Oracle made it all the way down to 161. So the long was definitely not the trade today. And yeah, I don't know why I aggressively fought that long. Any and every pop on Oracle has been sold off. 161s, man. So we did break back below prior day's highs coming into this some of these prior days levels here. That base in and around 159 halves. This little consolidation before we kind of trend up into the close there for a push on that guidance, I guess, change coming into Oracle right in the after hours. Now, again, this is not the earnings move. Earnings was a few days ago, right? Today is earnings day 4. Day 1, you get that nice opening drive. Day 2, you get an opening drive, but consolidating sideways all day. Day 3, you get an opening drive, consolidating sideways all day. Day 4, yeah, maybe a bit of a drive, but a lot of that happened right in the pre-market, and we aggressively sold off right off of the open there for a continuation sell all day long, trending to the downside, printing fresh lows coming into the end of the day here on Adobe. But Neil, some fresh highs here. Not high a day again, not high a day just yet. But well, I'm using pre-market action as well. But not high of day just yet here on Adobe, printing above 538. Oh boy, where is the next trade? I'm looking for it. Nothing too crazy showing up.
You know what eventually got to VWAP?
What got to VWAP?
No, yeah, DJT's not doing anything. It's a frustrating one. But NVIDIA actually got to VWAP finally. It does have an afternoon, very smidgen of an upward trend here. It's only from 18.4, then connecting at 70, and then it just bounced off, and now it's trying to bounce off 90. But immediately it's starting to lose it. So it holds VWAP. I'm like, okay, there's your bounce. I'm going to enter above 19, give it underneath the trend. I'm going to go with a tight stop because, as far as I'm concerned, NVIDIA hasn't done anything to warrant a wide one today. No chance. If it can't get to 120 and you're long 119 and the ranges are 30 to 40 cents, then I'm not going to risk more than like 15, 20 cents. I'm underneath here on that trend break. I'll show you my stop is... Ooh, it's actually at 84. I was going to come up with a football player for that, but it's just underneath 85 at 84. So if we lose that, I'm jumping out. I did reload Intel on the short side. So if we lose 84, I'm out. It's only 20 cents worth of risk, but that's what I think it's worth. That's what the range is right now. It's like Intel. Like Intel's going to move 5 cents, then 10 cents, and 15 cents. NVIDIA, for me, that's the same station to station that you want to try to be able to take. So it's that Adobe looks fantastic. I'm going to kick myself over the morning. But the thing about Adobe as well is it's not just that it's bouncing. It's the fact that you had, there we go. It's the fact that you liquidity grabbed the bottom and now have a chance to take out the top. Post earning, we've seen this reversal before, where it looks like a sell, and if it can break out that high tomorrow, well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if it can get through that top, those are always good setups when you can put that reversal in. So as usual, NVIDIA just does not want to go. That's going up, so whatever I lost there, I probably just am going to end up flat because I'm shorting Intel. It is what it is, so one win, one loss, and it'll be flat on them. It's DJT that's frustrating because it's going to lose VWAP here in the wrong way. Back into the upside here, Obi. Looks like it wants to get back above VWAP. It's breaking out that call price.
Just got out of it.
I felt like this was about to get down. I'm sitting here above 20, but I felt like this thing was seriously headed down to a 17 test. And it was just going to fall all over itself. But it looks like that's not going to be the case here on DJT. I mean, you never know. I mean, sometimes it goes to your level, miss it by a couple of pennies, and then you get really lucky, and then it doesn't run your stop. Like it goes 2 or 3 cents away. Like you just got to 18s, 18, didn't break the 20 level. You get really lucky. It never takes out that quarter, and then it comes back down to the bottom. So I shouldn't be completely giving up on it. But it is 340. We are running out of time. Like if this flushes at 405, that doesn't do me any good. It has to flush now. Now, I'm looking for that retracement to happen in the next 15 minutes or so. Otherwise, it's not doing anything for me. I'm going to cancel Apple on a pop because that just made a double bottom. Here, I'll show you guys. Apple just made a bit of a double bottom, and it's starting to accelerate to the upside. There's the double bottom. You can't really see it unless I show you. There you go. It just wicked the bottom and just accelerated back off the top, off the bottom. So I think this is not going to be a reload. Too late in the day for that. It'll be DJT. I'll hang on to Intel because it's not doing anything. And Havana Woody said DJT is not Mullen. You're right. It is not. DJT absolutely is not Mullen. Every one of these things is different. Mullen is in a category of, like I said, Camber Energy for sure is in this category. There's another stock that I know fits this bill as well, where if you pull up a chart, and this is why, if you pull up a weekly chart of Mullen, and for anyone that's never seen this, regardless of what you think about DJT, like this is split adjusted, this is $300,000. Mullen's 13 cents. Camber Energy, oops, oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, so Camber's dead, but Camber, this is
it's still listed,
but 6.8 million penny stock. Like that's destruction of wealth. DJT it's not even in the same sentence with those names. Like those names are like historically absurd charts if you were somehow long at the top or long anywhere near the top, and the destruction of value in those. It just pales anything. People like to make fun of SPACs and all that stuff. It's like, no, just pull up a chart of Mullen or Camber Energy, and traders know all about that stuff. So we're still into Intel. That's going. Show HKD, says Jules. Yeah, why not? But HKD, see, even HKD doesn't fit in that bill. Like, trust me, I know there's been some doozies out there, but Mullen and Camber are in their own categories. What is it, 2,500? And it's like a $2 stock right now. That's nothing. That's nothing compared to Camber Energy and Mullen. Those two, they're special. They're special, and not in a good way.
Yeah, definitely a little special there. Again, some of those names, man. Like I always think about it. Like, who has the cheapest borrows? Who has the cheapest long-term borrows for names like that? Like, I want to know that broker. I want to know which firm can do that. Which hedge fund?
Oh, the hedge fund, yeah.
Which shorting hedge funds? Again, we know, like, I A few of them definitely.
That's
blew
their
up during the
career.
Exactly.
No,
the thing is, like you look at these tickers, man. I'm like, yo,
That's their career.
these trades exist in the markets. Again, just like what 80 to 90% of businesses fail. Most IPOs don't really hold their IPO prices over time. So
It's
if you can
100%
sustain the drawdown of the move up or whatever volatility, again, Rivian is a great example.
Rivian's
a great example. Like it opened up like sub 100, I think, or maybe like 120s. I don't remember it specifically, but we made a high of like 170s. So if you could hold that and continue selling all of those prices, I don't know if that's a valid strategy, but like, as it gets higher, maybe your EV does as well, and you just keep selling more exponentially, and then eventually the whole thing kind of falls apart and goes to the dumps there on Rivian. You know what? I'm going to pull up the Rivian chart if I'm going to be talking about it like that. I'll show you guys what is up with that. So we're trading right now at 13 halves, right? But it is nowhere near its former glory. So let's take out a lot of these indicators there. Don't need any of those. We'll go to the 3-hour chart right here. Not for these ones. All I need is the candles, Neil. We'll go to the weekly there. You don't need too much other than candles to figure out what's going on here. You can see the initial week, right here. So the opening price of the initial week, 106s. Yeah, so it was in and around that 100 mark. We dropped down to 95s. The next week, we rip up to 179s from 100 there, and then look at that. Every consecutive week since then has been to the downside for the most part, just aggressively selling off and slowly. Look at that volume as well. Maybe we're getting picked up in and around that $10 level there on Rivian. But oh boy, this thing has not split, Neil. This thing was trading in the 100s all the way up to 179s in 2022. It is the middle of 2024 right now, and oh boy, are we trading significantly lower there. So yeah, if you have the ability to swing some of these names for minimal, if not for free, you're able to keep negative inventory on your books. Oh boy, we're down over 100% from the highs there. It would seem over the course of 900 days, 3 or 4 years,
which is insane.
Talk about a long-term investment.
Yeah, it's just different.
Yeah.
And obviously it just goes to show if you have enough money, there's lots of really seemingly easy ways to make money, but they require a ridiculous amount of money. Like think of it like the I forget the name of the rule. There's the doubling down in roulette. There's actual name of that strategy where essentially like it's not a 50-50 betting on black or red, but it's close enough to it. So obviously in any kind of a real experiment, if you're playing where minimum bet's like $5, you bet $5 on black, you lose, you bet 10. Well, yeah, the idea is you just keep doubling your bet. And if you have an infinite bankroll, eventually you're going to win $5. You just keep doubling up. You just keep going over and over and over again. But it doesn't work because you can't do it because they have limitations on bet size. And
I think Wayne and I were talking about this earlier.
But traders do that too. Traders do that as well.
Though, because for the gambling aspect of it, the probability does not change. But for trading, your EV actually increases as it goes higher, as it makes fresh highs. So you can technically be shorting a lot more with a higher EV. It makes sense to do that, and eventually, yes. Well, and it's like, and that's the thing about mean reversion is like, do you have deep enough pockets to play that game, right?
Yes, but you have to. But the thing about that is, it's then when you're doing that, like let's say DJT, right? Like DJT is going up. Let's use the example of the DJT. If you wanted to short, which I obviously should have done, if you're gonna do that on the way up. Like if it goes in here and you short it starting after the halt, so you get 1860 or whatever, then you short some 19s, and you short some 19 halves, and you short some 20s in there. And at that point, now you got like a 19 half, and your risk is up to here.
Yep.
So you risk $1.50. If that can work, but you got to realize the reason why is because if it retraces, you need to be holding
all the way back in.
You need to be holding.
Yeah.
If you do that and you're like shotgunning all the way out here by the time it gets to VWAP, like, hey, look at me, I just made 50 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents. Like, you just risked $1.50. So it doesn't matter that you won that trade. For that to work, you need to be getting the massive win to the downside. Like, that's the only thing. Because that's what traders don't do usually. Why was I drawing a line in there? Let me just remember.
People in the chat are martingale is what it's called.
That's what it's.
So the difference between martingale and actually when it comes to trading, I guess maybe against a trend or like trying to revert or actually stopping out, taking more on the next high. And again, shout out to the One Land Speed. He speaks on this on his Twitter and multiple videos as well, and he explains this quite well. I don't do any justice to his explanations, but again, he talks about this as well. It's like martingale, that is the probability stays the same. That is the biggest difference, right? And that's more along the lines of gambling. In trading, your EV does change. You have situational changes, which change.
But then you also have to adjust.
Exactly.
You also have to adjust your trade to the new reality of the wider range, which is the thing that traders tend to not do when they average up and they average down. Is they're like, if you're accustomed to scalping 50 cents, well, you've averaged in 50 cents down, you still scalp 50 cents back up. When now all of a sudden you need to capture the dollar for that to work out. And that's the mental adjustment that you have to make. And there's a lot of good traders that do that. They know that they got to hold it when you dip in or things like that.
Trust me, I get caught up with that all the time. Hence my Oracle trade this morning. I was like, well, I got to, at least stop out.
Oh, it is what it is. By the way, imbalances are coming in a minute.
Yes.
I mean, usually I'll hold. I would have held Intel to a resistance spot, but I just punched it out when it broke flat because it was not breaking 65. It did, so I'm not whatever. It's not moving. I'm gonna punch. I still have my stop in DJT, so it didn't run. It got really, really close. I was risking about 50 cents, and it did not break it, so I'm not out of it yet. But the imbalances are going to come in. The only early look that mattered was like save is there for $1 million. Nothing else. I'd suspect maybe you'll see one of the tech names have an imbalance. If they don't, fair enough. There's no guarantee that that's going to be the case, but a nice look here. The market actually holding up pretty well green. You're not breaking out any tops. But let's see what the reaction is to the imbalances. Last ones of the week in just a couple of seconds. I'm just going to leave this on the screen. I'm not anticipating anything gigantic, but you never know. SWN, 3 million sell. BBD for a buy of 1.3. And then SAVE, that's what we were expecting. It came out smaller. 780,000. So we're expecting $1 million, and it came out smaller than that. WBA, 750,000 to buy. APLD's in there, but there's just none of the big cap names are there at all. I'll leave it up. You can see Google down here for 600,000 to sell, but in case something pops up, like an NVIDIA late, like I'll leave it up here, but nothing, kind of a nothing burger here for the imbalances to end the week. It is what it is. I'll just keep glancing at it and see if we get anything. No real big breakdown in DJT. Now, the downside, as I said, even if it flushes to 17, it actually has to do it now or it's no good. I'm probably going to jump on the bid for flats here. There's just not enough time. You start running out of time for the move to happen when you got 8 minutes to go, and I do have to get up to the desk. The other thing that you have to consider is if he said he's not selling and the lockup expires on the 20th, Trump said he's not selling. That's why DJT went up in the first place. I should also look at this from the other technical aspect, which is look at where it's catching a bid.
Oh, boy.
It's catching a bid. This is after the debate, the dump. Before the debate, the support was right under here in the high 17s. And that's exactly where it's catching a bid. So it's kind of like, fill back in this gap, and then prior support is holding up as prior support. That's never a good sign. So I can always just get out here and, just take a small hit on it.
39, Neil.
Adobe might be
39.
They trapped some shorts in that bottom. I mean,
it was just a flat top break. It was one of the cleanest flat top breaks I've seen in a while because, again, that flat top formed over hours and hours of trading, right? Look at that. Let's just measure this. Let's just measure the first time testing to the last time it tested before the break. 5 hours, and we've built up higher lows into that, and yeah. I mean, I think Wayne's watching this in the back as well because I can hear him talking about Adobe as well.
Yeah, buddy.
539s testing as of right now. Oh boy! And then you get that market tailwind as well, kind of helping along with the move. 539s on the ask. So oh boy, that was an interesting trade there. That kind of setup again, not really falling into your lap just every day, but
every now and then.
Just a little lucky that it worked out. Again, trading on the sim for the later half of the day is what I am doing. Because, again, I was a bit of a degenerate in the morning.
We've all been there, man. I was long several times in Oracle today.
I just got to stop doing that. That's what it is. I got to build effective systems to control my BS, basically.
I did one of the worst things you can do in that situation. I didn't just trade it early on Oracle today. I actually added to a position that I had no business adding to. And it was like the very first bounce off 167. It bounced, and I actually had a good price. Like I had a price underneath 167.5 when it bounced off 67. It's hard to see because it went down so fast. But I had the long in here, and then it started breaking out through 168, and I added to it on the way. Like, look at this thing fall, and I think I'm so sure I got the bottom that I'm adding to it on the way up, and that just doubles the loss. Well, it doubles the loss because you've added, but then it's even worse because I've added at a bad price. So it's more than doubling your loss. And when you really think about it, it's more than doubling your loss. And the only time it's set up a long, look, and this is what we got to pay attention to. It liquidity grabbed broke the afternoon high, which is a short setup. And then when it finally made a bottom, and like I'm down, I was able to make like 40% back, but it doesn't matter. It was a gong show over here. But look where it bounced. Prior day high, prior day resistance, wick bottom, on volume, reversal candle, consolidation, long, and that was the only good long in the stock today. And if you just wait, you could just sit there and stare at Oracle all day long waiting for a long setup and be willing to not trade it. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. You make one trade in there, which I wish I had. I didn't. I lost. And you make the one trade and you get your couple of dollar move. And then you're fine. You're absolutely fine in that situation. So I'm going to have to get up to the desk. I'm going to tighten up my stop on DJT. Not that it matters. It's not doing anything. Just going to move it just above the 18 even at this point because it's not really moving. Ideally, it's going to have to break down in the next couple of minutes or it's just going to be a complete nothing burger
540s.
On this bad boy. The market's going up here.
Yeah, market's blasting.
I mean,
maybe not blasting, but like we are retracing. But Adobe is definitely blasting the upside. 540.30 is coming in with only 5 minutes left to go in the trading day here. As the imbalances pair in about 3 seconds, let's see what is going to happen here.
NVIDIA is a buy now.
Yeah. A little bit of a flip-flop action there happening.
Yeah, NVIDIA is now 1 million to buy.
Tested 540s there on that pop, 540.27 on that. So it gives you about 5 points off of that breakout there through that 536. I guess 4 points off the 536, but 535 if you're watching a little early and watching the build up, kind of get into that. But yeah, 18 still trading here on DJT, Neil. Was it Darwin in the chat saying, Obi, procure the system and you'll be good. Yeah, I still have many systems to procure, and it is a work in progress. So I know I will eventually get there, but
it never actually stops, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's always going to be a work in progress. That's a game that we play, right? We know we're in this.
You got to accept that from the very beginning.
Of course, we're in this for the long run. You have to accept that. Yeah, there will be ups and downs always, and you can always get better. You can always kind of work on your systems, and the market is ever changing as well. So you think you have it. The next day, the market's going to humble you quite quickly. But again, the systems and the discipline is what will stand out in the end. Is what I am learning.
All right.
Here.
There it is. 18's back on the
trading processes and systems, right? So yeah, Printer Unlowing saying, "Don't worry, ARM got the best of me this week." Yeah, man, we were talking about ARM. ARM was ARM is a tough one to trade. It was much nicer when it IPO'd and kind of had its couple first earnings where it blasted off. A few months ago there, I think it was in February. ARM had some great volatility there. It was a lot of fun to trade as well.
Today it shouldn't have been that hard.
Today we talked about it as well.
It shouldn't have been that hard.
We should have definitely been taking a little bit of a closer look.
I got to get up to the desk. 18 just broke on DJT, so I tightened it from like an 18-20 stop to an 18 stop and just punched out. It wasn't moving at all, but if we had a camera and a microphone on us 15 minutes before we came on air, you would have probably heard us say that ARM was
prep session.
Yeah, during our pre-market, it was a breakout. It was a clean breakout through 143 on ARM, and there's no question about it. And it was even a clean dip into 141. Like dip into prior high, breakout off of that range. It was the classic breakout setup on ARM. Obviously, all we can say is we should have been in it. But in 3 minutes, we're going to be going over to the afternoon market recap show. We got a brand new guest. We got locked and loaded for you guys. So, Obi, thank you for filling in for Sean. Sean,
another great
getting to golf at a charity tournament for a local hospital here. We sponsored the 6th hole at the tournament, which was pretty cool. So, Sean enjoying that. So that's where he was.
He pulled up on the stream. If you guys want to go back earlier on, I think it was still in the pre-market. I think. Before the open, right?
It was before the open.
Before the open. If you guys want to go check that out, Sean
Cancel some stuff.
He was
I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up to the desk here, guys.
Thank you again, Neil. For
see you in a couple
everything.
minutes.
See you guys, or see you, Neil, in a couple minutes. There, you guys got to stick around for that market recap because Neil is going to be covering that again with a new guest today. So yeah, that Adobe went to 540 all the way up. Through that breakout, pulling back in. The high is 540.27s right now, 538's trading. I did get out above that 538. Again, just taking those reps, but that 19.5 coming in clutch for a little bit of resistance, a little bit of support, once again coming into the end of the day here. DJT with a little bit of action there. Again, with Trump coming out and saying that, oh boy, he is not selling, and we get that move all the way from 16s to 21s. This ticker has now traded over 20 million shares. It was not doing as much prior to this volume. Most of this volume is after this intraday catalyst here. And yeah, you can tell that nice little move to the upside and a beautiful reversion off of prior highs there. 20s and some change. 21s can't really come in. Back through 20, back through some of these opening prices of the halt there as well. Nice little fade reversion back down into 18. 18.09 was the halt price there, and we're sustaining those prices as of right now. So thank you all for joining us today. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Hope you guys had a great trading week. Now you got to remember, if you followed your process, it's a green day, whether or not you are green or red on the PNL. Today, red for me on both accounts. I do have to do a little bit better with that, but we will be back on Monday, harder, faster, better, stronger, with some better again processes we're going to be working on here. I got to press this timer in about 10 seconds. I see Adara at the bell. Now I do have to mention that the ringing of the bell is sponsored by Firefly Neuroscience. So thank you guys for that. I kind of messed up on the timer here. So I'm just going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara, for that. And yeah, hopefully you guys have a good weekend there. Reviewing of the trades will definitely be happening by me over the weekend. And don't go anywhere just yet. The show is not over. We got Neil at the big desk. Neil at the big desk with the market recap. Again, a brand new guest. Going to be talking about options there. So stick around for that. Just reading the chat here before we send it off. Again, thank you. How'd you end up today? Hey, Davis asking, I am red on the day, both on the PNL and on the process. That is something I got to work on. But you know what? It is another day. Tomorrow is another day, and we come back swinging even harder. And that is the game of trading. Got to protect the downside, right? But anyways, I think they're ready for us at the big desk. So market recap with Neil. Stick around, guys. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.
Thank you very much there, Obi. I feel like the chair is a little bit off here. It's like it's lower or something, but it's all good here. We're locked and loaded and ready for the market recap for everybody here. It was a wild day. It was a wild week. But I feel as if today you had to be in the right stocks. You had DJT moving at the end of the day. You had NVIDIA with an inside day. Didn't really do a heck of a lot of anything. You had ARM flying around pretty much the entirety of the session. Certainly you had Tesla moving up and down a little bit in here. But then range bound, you look at what happened in very, very specific names. Like Oracle was a big mover. We knew that was going to be a big one. We had, moving around late in the day, Adobe on earnings. And that was a big one because Adobe, if you look at the earnings names, and we're talking about this, and shout out to, I say Adobe, but then like Adobe's our nickname. Our nickname for Adara and Obi, which is hilarious. I can't believe it. Like, how did I not make that joke? It was Adobe earnings, and Obi was on the show, and Adara's right there. I didn't even make that joke a single time. I'm getting old, man. Like this is like low-hanging fruit. It was Adobe, Adara, Obi. I apologize. I should have done that like a million times today. No, but it was a good day at the end of the day, at least for Adobe. We're gonna I'll get to the sectors in a minute here, but Adobe with that late run after an earnings dump, let's call it what it is. But it did make a little bit of a rally. Now it doesn't look that good overall, but you've got to keep in mind here that when you get a gap down, you want a stock to settle down. So it settles down, catches a bid in the aftermarket, and it's about where this thing bounced. On the daily, 525 is a key level. I mean, I can do this for you. Here, we show the daily chart in here, and a quick little flip on over. 525 was a previous higher low when it held a 50-period moving average after the August 5th bottom. It just goes right into this. Catches a bid there. So when you look at it this morning, and you're like, well, what are you going to do with Adobe? There's overnight lows sitting at that same 525. Where did it bounce off this morning? It's not rocket science. Support was there on the daily chart. Support was there overnight. Support was there in the morning. It was a dump into that level. Sometimes you don't have to make trading all that complicated. And we do it. We all do this. We all try to, this is a perfect setup. I got this trend. I got multiple levels. I want to take all these trades, breakout. Then I'm going to also do a dip buy. Then I'm going to follow VWAP and all this stuff. Sometimes it's as simple as it got, after the panic bottom in the beginning of August, the higher low was at 25. The overnight bottom was just in front of 25. If it gets down to that price, just buy it off of that level. And then you saw it trend back in. So it looks a heck of a lot better when I zoom in and only show you after the fact on Adobe. The other one that was pretty strong was Oracle in here. But not all gap ups get held. This is the story of Oracle. Oracle, thankfully, I was able to get some back with a patient long, but not enough. Not enough. Less than half of what I lost in the morning, I got off that one long, like this little bounce in here. But this was a classic reversal setup. And we've talked about this before. You set a range in the afternoon or the aftermarket, and then you want to see how it responds to that range. A lot of times, if you're looking for the gap and continue, what you want to happen is a test of support. Like if it gaps up, you want it to test one of the support levels in here and then go. Well, this was the opposite of that. It tested the resistance level and didn't go. Once that happens, you almost should be thinking short. I know I wasn't, I know Obi wasn't, but it is what it is. We can all admit to it that was a typical short setup where the first test was the high and it failed it. So why are you thinking long? If the first test is the low and it fails to break down, then you want to support longs and you want to break out tops. If the first test was the high and you don't get the break, gap fill, more and more gap fill until it went all the way to the bottom. Your only good long was this wick here, real wick, and the higher low off of that. But that's what it's all about there. You just have to be able to get better each and every day. So like I said, you're never going to be perfect when you're trading. You always just want to get a hair better. I mean, overall, I'm going to show you these. I'll get to the sectors in a second, but I look at some of the trades that were there for you, like the breakout on multiple breakouts on ARM and a 5% day for it. Nothing. You couldn't have traded a single ETF that's going to get you those types of gains today. I mean, SMH was only up 1 point, and that's because Nvidia wasn't doing much today. Your usual suspects weren't the leaders in the space. It was more about, I mean, Intel at one point was the second best chip name performing. As it was SMCI that went today. It was ARM that went today. You had to try to be on those names. Now, there's a lot that was good. Good day for GDX, good day for GLD. I saw, and shout out to everyone in the chat that was talking about and observing the move that was happening in gold. That gold has been doing very well, upward trending. As you can see, we made another fresh high on GDX. I mean, a lot of people probably care more about GLD. GLD continuing its break of the highs. Very strong upward trend. I know Peter Schiff will be happy to see this. But fresh highs, blue sky setup. Another thing that we were talking about today on the show was the propensity, and this was Michael Noss mentioning this in the morning. Shout out to him. When you get to all-time highs, you're just underneath all-time highs. Statistically, regardless of what it's an equity, an ETF, commodity, whatever it is, if you consolidate underneath an all-time high, typically that's one of the best times to buy a stock or anything because it's clearly strong and it's building at the high instead of breaking down. So that's what just happened on GLD. It built into it, put up a bit of a flag. Now it's breaking out that top. So good look for them. Another strong move today was XBI. The biotechs were back on the run. I know there was a move down in Novo and Lilly at the end of the day. Still didn't find any news for why that happened. But yeah, that was a good move today for XBI. It's going to retest. I'm now going to zoom out and show you. Looks like we're about to get a retest of its significant top at 103. So along the lines of that same theory that Michael was saying this morning, if you get consolidations off the highs, it doesn't always work. You don't always break out the top. In this case, you did get a bit of a consolidation this time through, and it broke down. But the higher lows into a flat top, looking pretty good for that XBI. I think that's going to be on watch next week, XBI, for potential top break or consolidation off that top to get you a bit of a break. As you see there, we got a brand new guest, Brent Kachupa, and I hope I'm getting that right. I'll ask him if I'm getting the name right because I want to make sure I do. In just about 5 minutes, we can go to him whenever ready, because anytime we get a chance to talk options, which I am a complete and utter novice with, I can talk any stock, I can talk charts, I can talk trading all day, you guys know, because that's what we do with Trader TV Live, but good to have someone in here who's a bit more of an expert on it. And Brent, it's going to be his first time on the show. I will tell you, if you guys have questions in the chat, don't hesitate to throw them. There's a lot to talk about. Before we get there, I did want to mention, everyone always cares about NVIDIA, so I wanted to make sure we went over this. It's still trying. It's still trying here on NVIDIA to break out from this 50 period. And this is where I was talking about the difference between NVIDIA and ARM. ARM held the 50 period and broke out the local high to go higher. NVIDIA held the 50 period to now consolidate for a couple of days here. It just didn't have any fall through. So you got your higher lows. You made a higher low bottom off of earnings. That's good. Panic bottom in August. Dip on earnings. Now you got a higher low trend that we can observe, but it's still lower highs. So you're forming a wedge. However, holding the 50 period and breaking out next week at 121 is going to be key. We got the Fed next week. Could that be what pushes us through on Wednesday? I don't know, but it's setting up for a break. We haven't actually had that break just yet. So if I pop the 15-minute up on NVIDIA, this is the level of frustration that you have on this stock. Like it did the moves previously. Like you got the big breakouts. Today, frustration, complete chop zone, higher lows and lower highs on NVIDIA for the entire day. So it's setting up for that break of 121. And the trader's job is to be patient enough to wait for the trade. And when it happens, great. I think the 21 break has all kinds of potential. I think there's potential for a break on AMD. I believe it's 153 on AMD. I think that's a very similar one. Like AMD, another consolidative type of stock, consolidating off the top. Maybe it's going to go. It's a very similar setup here. It holds the 50 period, trying to consolidate higher lows from that August level, but it hasn't really taken out the top. Actually, this is probably better through 160 in the 200 period moving average. AMD might have a ways to go, but you got to wait for that setup. That's what we're here to do. We're here to be patient, everybody. I'm looking over in the chat, and B Chan is saying KO, please. You know what's always fun about this is we have such a great trading community. Like we'll get symbols thrown at us. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I haven't checked out. I know Coca-Cola's pulled back a bit, but I haven't looked at it since it reversed a little bit of its move. So it's kind of a first thing for me here to check out what KO is doing. And it's still in the midst of that pullback, but a very good, well-performing stock here. I'm just going to throw up a weekly to compare because I love going the other way. Like I like going way out on a stock that I haven't seen. When you pull up the weekly, this doesn't look as good now, does it? On KO, you've got a topping tail candle on the weekly, and then you got this little bit of a lower high. Now we could go either way from here because what essentially happened is the prior week bottom got lost and then reheld at 71, and then we're able to sort of just hang out right there at the 71 level. But that's a rejection. If you lose 71, that looks like a bit of a turning point for KO. The previous high is like a logical spot to always play dips. It could get to 67 here. Obviously, a heck of a lot of other things could happen as well. But yeah, when I look at that weekly, it doesn't look as good as the daily there for KO. If there's anything else you guys want me to look at, I'm perfectly down with that. I do want to point out, going back into some of the sectors here, we were talking about UNG this week, and every time I bring up UNG, and we did this with Ryan Faluna, it's the Widowmaker. The Widowmaker went right back to the downside here. So down 3 points. I know this was something we're looking for a breakout on with Michael Noss. It still hasn't happened. Widowmaker going to make widows. But finally, I think we're ready. It's always fun to have a brand new guest in. So from Options Gamma, I'm going to hit my Trader Talk button. We're going to get Brett here. Hey, there we go, Brent. Now, Brent, I want to make sure I get it right. Is it Kachuba?
Nailed it, yeah.
I got it right? Okay, there you go. It's one of those things where I can't pretend like we're traders here. I'm not a professional. We just happen to talk all day long, and I want to make sure I get there. Brent Kachuba, Options Gamma. Welcome to Trader TV Live. First of all, it's a pleasure to have you. How's your day been going?
My day's been great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm a big fan of Trader TV. I watch it all the time, so it's exciting to be here.
Awesome. Ooh, immediately I see the moon in the back. I'm like, I love the setting. Oh, you got yourself
full moon. You're one of the few people that pick up on that one. Yeah.
Oh, you got right. See right there. I immediately love it. Is that your? Do you trade from there, or what's the setup?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a home office. I used to live in New York City and kind of made the rural move back in COVID time. So I hang out here. It's nice and quiet, and can concentrate up here a little bit better.
Which is that's the important thing. We're like, I don't care where you're trading, whether if you're on a trading floor, you're in an office, you're in a home office, you've got to get the setup right for you. Comfort is always a big deal. I can't trade with these new keyboards. I have to trade with an old one. I'm like an old head myself. But let's get to a little bit of brass tacks. First things first, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, about Options Gamma, what you guys do there as well? Just a bit of a start before we get into any stocks.
Yeah, sure. So I have about 20 years of institutional derivatives and trading experience. I worked at Bank of America, Credit Suisse. I worked at an options market maker called Wolverine. After that, I went to a family office for a few years, and that's where I started to model options. And we launched Spot Gamma in January of 2020 with the idea that we could monitor options flows and understand how that could impact the underlying stock. And so that's what we do now. I've been doing that now every day for about 4 or 5 years, writing daily notes, and we have a lot of different data tools on our website as well at spotgamma.com.
Yeah, there you go. So check them out. You said spotgamma.com. You guys are also on X, I believe, so you can check them out on their socials if you get the opportunity. I don't know if we have that, but I'll mention it a couple of times through.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's very easy. I mean, at SpotGamma. I have never understood when people, whether you're coming up with a ticker for a company or whether you're coming up with a name for a company, why you ever make it difficult on people to find you. Keep it simple, man. and traders are very simplistic when it comes to that. So can I ask you, obviously you have a wealth of experience. 20 years is amazing. Oddly enough, I've been trading 20 years as well. So happy.
So roughly the same age, I'm guessing then. Good for us.
Oh, I guarantee you. See, I got more gray than you. I think I'm winning that battle. But is there a particular sector of the market that you might favor or specialize in? A lot of our viewers, we have people that are looking at tech names often. We have people that trade a lot of small caps. We have people that love when we bring up the biotechs. Do you have a bit of a specialty there, or are you a little bit of everything? It doesn't matter where you go.
We're in the U.S. options space, so specifically equity-linked options. So that's S&P 500 and all the individual single stocks. And we cover basically where there's big options flows. Options volumes continue to increase every single year, obviously, with the proliferation, of electronic trading and trading from your phone, and then zero DTE options and the like. So I cover whatever I think, wherever I think options are moving the underlying. And so nowadays, that is hyper-focused on NVIDIA. I heard you mentioning that before. NVIDIA is the tail that wags the dog now, so there's a lot of attention on that. But sometimes it's GME, and other times it's just S&P 500. So that's really where we focus. So
before we get to NVIDIA, actually, this is a question I always have, and. So the semis are obviously the tail that wags the dog, as you said. Supermicro is going to be an interesting one because Supermicro has this split coming up on October 1st. And this is something that fundamentally, I think if you trade long enough, we know nothing really changes when you have a split. You have a reverse split, that means you don't get delisted if you're a penny stock. There's something that actionably matters there. But when it comes to a split on SMCI and it goes from a $500 stock to a $50 stock, you can now do sub $100 board lot, so it doesn't really matter to the average investor. However, there is a different aspect when it comes to the options, is there not? Because you're still dealing with option contracts are still in board lots. So ultimately, does it not make it easier especially with now zero-day options expiry, does it make it easier for people to start playing SMCI options for the everyday trader when they do the reverse split? Is that the big deal with these splits now?
You know, the fact is that when it splits, the options premium should be cheaper, right? Because you're dealing with a lower stock price, and the related premium should be relatively cheaper. And so now something we're thinking with not only NVIDIA recently, but that was kind of one of the things with GameStop splitting not all that long ago, where you would expect to see an uptick in volume. And to be honest with you, even though I would totally agree with that view or that thought, I haven't noticed a real high correlation between an increase in volume on a relative basis pre or post split. Now, in the situation of SMCI, these things they have a rolling draw of retail attention, right? And so I do think that you are correct. If SMCI becomes the name that everyone's really talking about, there is now more of an open door for the retail community to get involved, and a lot of times that can really generate those gamma squeezes that we all like to catch.
Oh my goodness! All you need is Tesla is the perfect example. Tesla was one of the best ones ever. I feel like it was a couple of splits ago was like 360. Once it got through that 360, it was like a triple up in half a year, which was amazing. But like the stock that you said, the tail that wags the dog, is NVIDIA. So can you? Obviously, like today was a frustrating Friday, and I feel like it's because of the move that we had, the post earnings bounce. And then you come into the end of the week, it's expirations before the Fed. So I feel like it was a letdown day in terms of volatility. Did you see anything in the action today on NVIDIA? As a day trader, it sucked trading it today because this was the one day that it didn't give us anything. But what were you saying? I mean, like if you were you could have gone perfect with the tops and bottoms, but that's always it. There was never that one trend that you could get into and then just ride it the whole day. But what did you see with NVIDIA today?
Yeah, so what's interesting about these big tech stocks in particular is that every Friday is obviously an options expiration, and every Friday you have really large positions, and particularly this week in NVIDIA, because of the move off the bottom on the 11th, there was a just massive amount of short-dated call buying taking place in NVIDIA off of those lows as soon as Jensen made the comment about customer demand. And so that made this expiration that was today particularly important. Interesting, I just looked it up while you were talking. 120 was the strike that had the most gamma expiring today. So what that basically tells you is there's a whole bunch of positions that were expiring at 120 today, and that becomes the center of dealer hedging flows. And it's kind of like a pin or an area that just keeps the market or the stock a little bit tethered. And so, I think that's why the market sort of writ large just sort of ran out of gas, right? Because I think there was a lot of positions that were expiring today. You're going to go into a weekend, which generally some people don't want to carry options positions over a weekend like that. And, you just had a move that really that stalled out a bit. When you get a move that's so strong, particularly in NVIDIA, I've been calling it, and there's a couple of numerous analysts that say the same thing. It's the NVIDIA industrial complex, because the stock is such a big component of the SPX, the SPY. I saw you mention the SMH, XLK, and these leveraged ETFs that exist now. NVIDIA, when it goes up $1, it makes the S&P move. It makes the NASDAQ move. It makes all of the other ETFs that's linked to a move as well. And so it has this ability to reflexively move the market via basically zero DTE or short-dated NVIDIA call buying, right? Because there's so much leverage invoked or pushing that stock up that it just moves the entire market up with it. It's really a fascinating thing to watch, and you can kind of link all of these things together. And so, when you're dealing with a stock or three stocks that's 20% roughly of the S&P 500 and 20% of the NASDAQ, that's NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, what ends up happening is that if those stocks aren't really doing much, it's hard for the index itself to outperform.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I kind of wish you get lost in. Day traders get lost in the sauce oftentimes, and I know it's you want to have that bigger picture, and it seems obvious. Like I can sit there and say, okay, well, I have 120 as a resistance level. I should still be able to buy dips into it and like all this different stuff. But the other thing that you tend to forget is, okay, well, maybe today play a little extra significance into it. And I think if you come in with the approach that it's going to have some gravity, then you begin to realize, oh, I can play off that level. I've just got to play it in a tighter range than normal. Like it's not going to dump $5 off of 120, nor is it going to break. It's going to be hard for it to break $5 to the upside off of it. So it's a fantastic point. And This is exactly why I'm glad that we have you on here, Brent, because as I said, traders have their specialties, and you can be an options trader, you can be a commodities trader, you can be a crypto trader, whatever. There's a lot of the principles can be the same in terms of price action. There's some nuances in there, but you want to be able to make sure that you're learning a little bit more, just so you have an extra tool in the box when the time comes, because especially on a Friday, trading on a Friday, you don't want to forget those things. Sometimes I don't, but today I know I wasn't thinking about it, and I should have been trading ARM instead. That would have been an easy transition. I don't have to worry about that. ARM didn't have any reason not to break away. It was through resistance and all that, and all that, and gave you a better move. The next question I got to ask you is going into the Fed. So we're obviously going to get a rate cut. At this point, the last I had checked, and I haven't checked the website in a couple of hours, I think it was like 47% that we're going to get 50 basis points and 53 that we're going to get the quarter. So it's still up in the air what we're going to get. Is there a particular approach that you would have, because you're going to get this in the middle of the week? Now, do you favor on a Fed, especially where we don't know exactly what's going to happen? Are you hands off for a couple of days to see what happens and then maybe play things going into the end of the week? As a day trader, I know on the day of, we try to be as quiet as possible. I usually won't even have positions from 12 to noon, and then I want to play the action after the fact. Is there an approach that you have? Feds can be nothing burgers, but when we're actually going to get a move in the rate, on top of that, we don't know what kind of move we're going to get. There's going to be some opportunities next week, I think.
Yeah, the thing that makes this FOMC interesting is the uncertainty around how big of a rate cut we're supposed to get, right? I mean, I think odds are 100% nearly or as high as they can be that we're going to get a rate cut. But what's it going to be, obviously, is what you mentioned. And that uncertainty is a problem for traders generally, right? If I have bad news, but I know what the bad news is, I can plan for it. If I have good news, same thing. So in this case, that keeps things a little bit jumpy. And what that does is it keeps implied volatility high. And that means that options markets are going to be a little bit jumpy. The VIX is likely to remain a little bit high in through that expiration. And, who knows which way it goes. And to your point, usually they turn out to be nothing burgers. But that uncertainty here seems to be a little different, right? We've been coming off of a regime where everyone knew we weren't going to get a rate cut on that day. Now there's certainty of something happening. We just don't know what. The other thing that I want to make sure people are aware of is there's a VIX expiration on that day. And there's also a very large triple witching quarterly expiration taking place next Friday as well. So you have the event of the Fed, which is going to shift implied volatility, i.e. the VIX is going to be moving around that. And that's going to be playing into the clearing of a massive amount of options positions. And statistically, you can see that these are very big turning points for markets. And they can be real catalysts for volatility, right? Meaning price moving up or down. So not only do you have the FOMC and that elevated volatility, we're going to be shifting a lot of positions around. Historically, what that means is it's a change in trend, meaning if we're rallying really sharply into FOMC, we'll oftentimes pull back or vice versa. If you look at the bottoms of historical bottoming in markets, I was talking about March of 2020 or June of 2022, those occur right at options expiration because we remove a bunch of positions. So it's a huge turning point, and some of the risk is idiosyncratic, meaning, hey, NVIDIA is doing really well into options expiration. We're going to lose a lot of calls. Maybe that gives some back. And so, there's a lot of positions that will shift. And so FOMC is only a small part of the flow puzzle for next week. And then the other thing that I would note on this is that there has been the death of the 60-40 portfolio, just generally speaking, on the macro side of things. And that was the idea that there was no alternative to stocks, right, in all of 2022. And now what you see is inverse correlation between bonds and stocks, which is the relationship, us old guys are used to seeing historically, right? And that relationship has started to come back a little bit. And so, what was interesting in September and even through August was that if you were long like TLT and short spiders, your portfolio actually did okay, obviously depending on exactly what your allocation was, but 60-40 worked. And that's a really interesting theme here because before there was no alternative to equities, and now we kind of get an alternative to equities via bonds. And the reason I bring this up is because there's a lot of hope in the semi space. And I think that's kind of it for equities, right? Either you own NVIDIA and these AI names, and that's kind of about it. Like if we get a 50-bit rate cut because the recession is kind of ugly, do you want to own small caps in that regime even though rates are going down, right? So It's sort of like maybe be long the AI stocks on the chip story, but you want to watch out for an equity drawdown because of the fact that we now could allocate to bonds, and maybe that's a sensible kind of investment. So it really sets up as this chance to kind of bifurcate or drive kind of a stake in flows, and could potentially be a lot bigger than just the FOMC as a result of all the potential shifts that are coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say it better. You're 100% the death of the 60-40. It's definitely true. We're not that old, but in the trading game, what's interesting is the market cycles come from the big events, I should say, like the 08s and the .com. Those are now happening like more frequently. I feel like you get it used to be like every 10 years, and they get one every 8 and every 4. Who knows what we're going to see there next? But I'm going to tell you this, Brent. There was a question, and we didn't even have a time to get to questions from the viewers here yet. Brent, thank you so much for dropping knowledge. Like I enjoy talking to traders. Sean, Brendan, all of us here at Trader TV Live, we love talking to traders and learning new things. And it's very important what you were mentioning, especially with witching next week. And obviously, we talk about a lot of times in the context pound who's going into the index and Dell as well. So that could be a trade at the end of the day. But there's a bigger perspective that you just brought up. We had Hey Davis in the chat, and his question was, when are you coming on next? So I'm not to put you on the spot, but I do want to let you know that we have a fantastic community here that certainly loves to hear from you. So before we get you out of here, I want to thank you so much, but remind everybody where they can already find you outside of the next time you come here.
Thanks so much. You can reach me at SpotGamma on Twitter, and if I could give a little plug, if you go to spotgamma.com /trace-the-market, trace-the-market, we're launching a new product tool. It maps out options flows in real time. We're also going to be, if you sign up or register for that event there, we're also going to be doing a bunch of OPEX talks next week. And so anyone that has questions on what flows look like on a single stock, please join us next week. We'll be talking about that a lot.
There you go. Brent Kachuba, great having you on. I want to say I love the setup that you got going on in there. So that was already a win. Great knowledge that you're dropping for us. Have an awesome, awesome weekend, and we look forward to being able to talk to you again. Thank you so much for coming on, Brent.
Thank you. Happy to be back anytime.
Have a good one. Think we found another good one, everybody. It's 4:30. Oh, it is 4:30 already. I was like, oh, it's not 4:30. Whatever. We go as long as we want. The thing about it is, and I think we all understand this. Sometimes, don't hit the fail. Sometimes when you're in a position and you get to talk to somebody who knows more than you about a certain topic, or he's going to have a fresh perspective, you just want to sit back and listen. That's what we're here to be able to do. So I want to thank Brent for coming on. He knocked it out of the park. We'll look forward to having him on here again. But it is 4:30. You know what we got to do here. We got to give thanks to everybody in our community. We love you all. At Trader TV Live, whether you trade, regardless of what you trade, or whether you're brand new, you've been doing it for a long time, we have the best community out there, and it all works in the chat because of Bears versus Bulls. You are the best moderator in the business. We're doing everything you do. We don't thank you enough, maybe once or twice a day, and even then, that's not enough here. I want to give a big shout out to our whole team of Obi doing a fantastic job filling in for Sean, who was at a charity golf tournament. We sponsored a hole at a local charity tournament here for a local hospital. Ramin on the ones and twos. Andre's been listening and learning the whole way. We have a new member of the team. Can you just, do you have the cam? Can you throw to that right now? Okay. Oh, that's okay. Andre can kind of gonna zoom in here. No, we have a new member of the team joining Fabian and Ramin. There's Andre. There he is. What up? Give yourself a wave. They're staying late, as I said. And then a special, awesome, important shout out. Debut on the midday today, knocking out of the park was Satea for the final hour, leading us into, and there was a hard act to follow. Want to shout out their first time on camera doing a full hour. Usually we let people do like 15 minutes. She crushed it. So the Trader TV Live team is just getting bigger and better. But now it's time for a little roll call, everybody. Let's get it started. We got Hey Davis. Thank you for your questions in the chat. Bears versus Bulls. Lames, TH, The Piper, Moy Cansado, Blue Arrow, Brian Thompson, Neo Rob, Bora Hout, Adrian, Milk Breeze, JD Warren on 20s. Oh, I love that name. Mark L, Finch Jane, Other Zinc, Piper again. Oh, we got JD, Aaron Scott Matthews. That always sounds like such a cool name. It gets so formal. Tommy Ellis, JKL146. Thank you for your super chat earlier. TH, Jai Singh, Sebastian, Sinful, Davey, Trey Only. We got John Wick. Why not? We got John Wick twice in there. You want me to say it twice? Fine. Jander Alvarez, Palm Trees, Good Vibes. That is about as good as it gets right there. Bruno MC Oliveira, Stanley Game, Chad Lee, Carlos Briones. We got Trader T10, Jay Haas, KK. Stop for a second. KK. Want to make sure I say that right so we don't get any bad ideas there. Zion Lala, Barry Bill Cook as well. We got Blasky. We got AK saying yo. Yo to all of you out there. We got the best community. And I say this every single time we wrap it up. The best thing about Trader TV Live, the markets and trading, is we get to come back on Monday and do this all over again. So make sure you have a fantastic weekend. Chill with the friends and the family. Get recharged because next week we got the Fed, we got a firm, we got options expiration, we got witching. It's going to be a big one. So we're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8:30. Bye, guys.